All right. I know it was at 0 for way too long. I apologize. Welcome in, trainers. Underdunk 85. It's a very special Underdunk. Underdunk, it's not Underdunk 250 because it's not the 250th. But thanks to a couple donors, we have $250 on the line tonight. We have 21 teams playing today. It's a very large bracket. And Husky, we are so back. It's been so long. It's so good to see you.
Yeah, we are indeed so back. Yeah, it feels, I guess it has been a long time. I was away, you were away, everyone was, NAIC for a while. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of stuff going on. So I'm excited to get back into it and kind of pick back up. Things are happening in this game. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a lot of changes. Unfortunately, I got the rundown on why we don't really have data, which sucks. But the game is going. We move on.
And big shout out, Husky just dropped a ton of gifted subs.
Day. I don't know. Happy Mercury retrograde, everyone.
Mercury is so in the microwave.
Mercury is Gatorade. Yeah.
I have some Gatorade Light.
Mercury is Gatorade. It's Cancer season. I recharge my crystals in the full moon because nothing really makes a white woman go a little crazy with it, like a full moon, and I feel like that's worth it. I've got my crystals right here.
Okay.
Here's some of them. They're
nice.
They're lovely crystals. They all do different things for me, apparently. They help me with focus and self-love. It's something we all need these days. Something we all need nowadays. I hope that everyone is able to get some of that from tonight's stream. Be able to love yourself a little bit more. Have maybe some money on the line can help us out in these difficult times. Maybe you can buy a Pokemon license. Maybe you can buy coffee.
Maybe.
What do people buy with money? I don't really know.
Probably one Hollowware. One singular Hollowware.
Yeah, I guess one Hollowware.
I guess there is some free ones coming out through this anniversary, so it is a good time to play Pokemon Unite. I've been playing actually a decent amount. I was trying to climb to Legend, and then I didn't play for like 2 weeks after I got to like 850, and I was like, I don't want to play for 2 weeks, and then the season was ending, and I was like, oh, well, not gonna happen this time. So maybe this season we'll actually do it, but I don't know. I've been having fun with some of the newer Pokemon. Meganium has been really fun.
Yeah, they've released some fun new Pokemon recently, and they're doing a lot with the anniversary. Releasing a lot of new Pokemon, opportunities to get the Pokemon for free. It's pretty cool. Like, I'm glad that they're doing that. I still am not fully convinced that they're not just shuffling out everything that they had in the bank, but they have been leading me a little bit more away from that opinion with them talking about releasing second move paths and things like that. Like they've clearly got some stuff cooking. I would love to see them kind of fix some of the problems that they've created, but we take the wins that we can get in this community.
Yeah, we take any wins that we could get. A little bit about the format tonight. Do have a little bit of time to kill, or sorry, time to KO.
We do have some time to
John
KO.
Pikachu,
yeah.
Don't come for me. Okay.
Yeah, John Pikachu, John Gengar.
Tournament bans for tonight. We have no bans for like the first time in a very long time. Everything is on the table. So if you want to play Quackwivel, you can play Quackwivel.
No one's gonna play Quackwivel.
No one's gonna.
It's bad, right? From what I've seen, it's not very good.
I feel like it has some potential. I don't know if it's like competitively.
It's an all-rounder, right?
Yeah. I feel like there's just
like
better
there's
things.
enough. Like there's just like if you want an all-rounder, like you would just play other ones.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, do we want a tarot reading for the game ahead?
Yeah, we have House Sect and Ground Zero is gonna be the first match of the night. So I'm excited for that. A little bit about the format. We would normally run Swiss bracket, but because tomorrow is a holiday, I have off, so I could be up a little bit later than normal. We are running a double elimination bracket, so super excited for that. Yeah, that's a little bit about the format today. And Husky is going to finish the tarot.
We have pulled reverse 8 of Eggcorns, which is wands here. I'll show you what the card looks like, but I did pull it reverse. Beautiful deck. This is like a snake of some kind. So let's go ahead and see what that means. Let's go ahead and read that reverse description here. It is an eel, I think. Reverse description for
Eel
8.
Agent Kyle.
Give new ideas thought before delving into unknown waters. Remain confident and move ahead when it feels right. If you feel that you're at a standstill, be patient. Ideas will flow when your energy is ready. What I'm getting from that is that the game ahead will have some comfort picks in it. Teams might try to jump into something a little too crazy and then have to kind of fall back a little bit. We'll see how it shakes out, but we might want to be getting too excited trying all these new Pokemon, but at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to pick what you're most comfortable with and what you're best at. We'll see how that goes. Reverse keywords: obstacles, blocks, chaos, stress, impulsiveness, lack of stamina. So we could be seeing a block here, some obstacles, we could be seeing a lot of defenders coming up. So it causes some stress for the enemy team, potentially a lot of CC coming up in this match. So we'll see how it goes.
We will. Everything's going to be best of 3 on the top side, BO1 on the bottom side. Midnight Claws will be in effect as well. Yeah, that's Eel Agent beautiful. Kyle right there.
That's Eel Agent Kyle.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. I think we're still waiting for our ready checks / everybody in the lobby. But it's going to be very similar to what we've had in the past. Higher seed will have option for side selection or map. A lower seed will then have the option of whichever wasn't picked. And then in game 2, loser of the previous map will have that option going forward. Anything else that I'm missing? Obviously, I know big elephant in the room, maybe a Caparaja in the room, is that we don't really have stats. And
Don
unfortunately, I know. Don fan? Yeah, I think Don fan's a little bit better.
The Don fan in the room.
Yeah.
Of course, Spooky.
Ow.
No problem.
Husky's the GOAT. And yeah, I think I'm a little sad because one of my favorite things was going over all the stats in this.
I know, I love a stat.
In the pregame. Just like a good stat. So unfortunately we don't have those. I do have one little bit of an announcement for everybody. So I just want to fade into that. And that is starting next week. We are going to be running the Underdunk Electrode Volleyball League. What that means, it is going to be a multi-week tournament. There's going to be open qualifiers for the league teams and then break weeks every week or every other week where there's going to be essentially a relegation system opportunity for teams to get involved. And the format's going to be super fun. Sabina and Lordy have been kind of tag teaming how we're going to do this. To start off, there's going to be 6 bands total for like the entire league, starting with the open qualifiers. And then every week up until the very finals, there's going to be additional 2 Pokemon that are going to be banned. And this is all going to be voted on by the players involved. So I think it's going to be an ever evolving meta. It's kind of a quick mode. Should be really fun. Pretty low commitment. So if you're interested, stay tuned. We are going to be posting in the Discord as well as on the social media channels for signups. Yeah, so next week, that's going to be what you're going to see on this channel is our Electrode Volleyball League. So it's going to be super fun. I'm really excited to be part of this. I think it's just going to be a fun like summer thing to do. So if you're looking to maybe get involved in a little bit more of a low key, low stakes tournament, about 2.5 hours, I think is what we estimated the timing for these weekly events. Should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited. So yeah, you'll catch that starting next week. So stay tuned for more information on that if you're interested. I hope you're interested. I'm interested. I think it's gonna be fun.
Who did
Husky, are you gonna cast that with me?
Yeah, I'll cast it. Who did the banner?
So the art is all done by Bina's brother.
Oh,
So
it's so cute.
Yeah. Isn't that good? Yeah, she did. Or
It's so
Bina's
sweet.
brother
It's so cute looking.
did all the art for. I think there's a couple more that he's working on, and some of the things that we're working out, kind of details, is that winners of the tournaments and like the top placing teams are going to get some of these sticker packs, which I think is going to be really fun.
Aw,
So just
I
like
love
some small
that.
things that we're going to work out. Obviously, yeah, should be a lot of fun. Yeah, so yeah, he did a really good job on it. I think there's a Lucario, a Snorlax. There's a couple more in
The
there.
things that are going to get banned.
Yeah, things that are gonna
From the
definitely
mode.
Lucario and Snorlax. I feel like those things are certainly going to get banned. Looks like we are getting our ready check. So finally, Housect have selected Groudon, and Ground Zero have selected second pick. So
Okay.
I'm gonna actually have to
So
switch.
starting off on
Yeah.
Groudon this evening. Another
Yeah.
thing on the volleyball, why wouldn't you want to get some volleyball going? It's summer, some beach volleyball out there. Keep a lookout for more information, but it should be a fun, more chill kind of tournament type of situation going on. Wow, I don't remember how to speak words anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I lost everything. Anyway, we do have draft. I think I got so excited and distracted by draft that everything that was happening is now gone.
It's all gone. Let's talk about the meta. It's been a little bit of time since we've been able to digest this most recent patch. I think we are going to see a lot of bans. Specifically, this Absol is going to be really difficult to deal with, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one kind of up in that top path a majority of the evening. The Comfey ban is a little interesting. I still haven't seen that Pokemon really flourish in the current metagame, but whenever there's like a really broken Pokemon, it's obviously pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Comfey is always a safe ban because any team can kind of come up with some strategy that involves using a really good Pokemon and then also putting a Comfey on top of it. So it's not surprising to see that. Sylveon being first picked here did get a recent buff, and it has been very strong recently. I've been seeing some teams picking it back up, and it's a Pokemon that a lot of people really like. I am a little surprised to see it that high up. I guess I didn't realize how good it actually got, but yeah, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, Sylveon. I've been playing that one a little bit when it hasn't been banned, and yeah, it's pretty dang good. And you see that it has that cursed incense on, so any Pokemon that does have any sort of healing within its kit, it's going to try to reduce that with that large area of effect on that Hyper Voice. And I think that Pokemon is just so good, and if it's available, I think it's going to get picked up pretty early every match.
The cursed incense on it too. So we've got the Blissey over on the other side. Don't really know quite yet if it's going to be going the soft boiled or the safeguard build, but we're looking at a Mamoswine, we're looking at a Gengar on the other side. Safeguard could be viable. I feel like I've seen more and more soft boiled, but either way it is totally fine. But we do have that Curse Incense over there to look out for. Blastoise, Talonflame, Latios as well have also been picked up by Ground Zero. All really solid picks. Whatever they do to Blastoise, it still ends up showing up in these competitive games.
It's just so good. That area of effect, the crowd control that it offers with Surf, the Unite move is really impactful. So yeah, really excited to see that Pokemon. The Talonflame, I think this is a Pokemon that I've actually picked up a lot recently. I've had a lot of fun with it. When you start to see some of these attackers show back up in the meta, Talonflame always peeks its little beak around the corner just to kind of put them in check because it could really get through that front line, dive on that back line with that fly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficult thing here with the Talonflame is it might not be enough damage to take out some of these Pokemon. I mean, you've got an Eldegoss over there going to be having a Pollen Puff. You've got a Gengar with potentially Hex that's going to be able to continue ripping through enemy Pokemon and a lot of CC. I think the problem here with House Sect is I don't know if there's enough damage. I mean, if Gengar goes down in some of these fights, it's going to be really difficult to kind of make up that damage because the damage that these Pokemon can do involves having moves up. So that could be difficult, whereas, something like Garchomp just kind of rips through everything. It always has damage going.
It really does. I love the Latios too here. I makes me believe just with the composition that they have. I imagine we were going to go Meteors. It feels like that's kind of the play still. However, we saw in, the most recent competitive tournament at NAIC that players like Curios, they were taking Dragon Pulse from time to time. So can't really count that one out. So let's get into it. This is game number 1, winners bracket round 1. House Sect going to be on your purple side. Ground Zero going to be on your orange side. We are taking Gengar to the central area for House Sect.
Yeah, smart movements and both speedsters, and both of these teams are rainbow comps, so it might not be Pride Month anymore, but the rainbow lives on here in game number 1 of Ground Zero versus House Sect. We've got the Garchomp Buzzwole kind of classic top path matchup. Garchomp's just going to want to try to stop this Buzzwole from getting any stacks in. I actually forgot to check if it does have a stacking item. I would assume that it does, but either way, both these teams are going to have to, so then Gibble goal here is to try to keep this Buzzwole from getting anything, and they do steal that away.
Yeah, Buzzwole does have some good prowess early, but this Gibble, you can't really sleep on it. Gibble is going to have to try to run away because Buzzwole is starting to heat up that beast boost. We'll see if they get its last hit too. They do steal that away from Ground Zero. Big plays here early.
Yeah, great start for House Sect. Now you've got the Haunter up in the top path. Talonflame's up here too, but Haunter definitely has a little bit of a stronger level 5, and they do see that Talonflame already. The Hex rips them apart. Great start for House Sect.
Gengar. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Safeguard on this Blissey, but can't really do a whole lot about it right now. So Blissey, currently a Chansey, already back to the Pokemon Center. Gibble able to stop some scores here. That 20 was trying to go on in from this Buzzwole, and they're holding this A button down. They're putting a lot of pressure on both the Eldegoss and the Buzzwole, and neither of them are able to deposit their Eos.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming down on those two Pokemon. They can heal up, but you definitely don't want to overstay. You can't underestimate a Gibble. Even in the early game, those basic attacks can do quite a lot of damage. But so far, for neither team has scored any points. No stacks have gone in for anybody.
Yeah, Buzzwole trying to get back to this Gibble, and Chansey still unable to evolve. Level 3 has been kind of level locked here. Maybe Buzzwole gets this one. Steal. Oh no, Eldegoss gets it, or Blissey gets it, and they are finally able to hit that evolution. But look at this, Haunter, Sylveon heading down towards this Regidrago. I don't think Ground Zero really has any prowess to get there. Maybe this Latios with a very sneaky steal, but instead they are not going to go for it.
It's going to be tough to try to deal with a Gengar, especially if you're an attacker and you don't quite have the Talonflame online to be able to do anything and threaten that Haunter at this point. So it's best to kind of just stay back. Latios at this point in the game anyway is really not going to be doing too much. It shines much later in the game when it builds up those Eon stacks. If it can get any Draco Meteors raining down on anybody on the opposite side, they're doing a good job right now.
Well, Jack buttons burned right in that moment. Mamoswine, this currently a Pillow-Swine, was able to get away a lot from those Draco Meteors on that Latios, so very smart to try to avoid getting that thing online. But 4 members of House Sect are down here. Reg Ice going to be the basement Reggie, and they should be able to clear this very quickly. Ground Zero just looking to defend this T1. Blastoise online. We'll see if they're able to surf anybody. They surf the Piloswine, but instead, they're just going to go ahead and back up and give this.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good choice, right? You got the Surf pushing everyone away, but they have brought this goal zone down to 5 points, so setting themselves up for a great overcap later. Ground Zero does get the top objective, and Regieleki likely going to walk in, so finally getting some points on the board here for Ground Zero.
Okay, and stop the score so they didn't break it, so now they can get some of these small dunks to make that overcap even better. And even get these stacks in on this Talonflame. So Tommy going to stall this out. Buzzwole waiting for him, going to pick him up. Blissey Safeguard not going to do a whole lot of lifting. There's that Brave Bird into the Flame Sweep, but it misses everybody. And Ground Zero going to have to retreat back to T1.
And Sylveon's got a great Unite move for dodging a lot of that. It does have a little bit more tankiness than most attackers as well, so it makes it a little bit easier to get out of a situation like that. But even being a little bit behind at that point, Ground Zero has been able to make up a lot of experience with this Talonflame. They are already level 10, Gengar opting to break this in the bottom path, and now we're starting to see this late game composition from Ground Zero begin to come online.
57-108, nearly halfway through this match. Ground Zero try to do the Dragon combo, so Tommy misses the mark there on the Eldegoss, unable to pick up the KO there. Now, making their way down towards this bottom path, might look for a T1 siege. Sylveon's going to put a little bit of a stop to that with that Hyper Voice. Oh, Brave Bird misses the mark. No one in that tall grass area.
That's so much Hyper Voice damage. It's actually kind of crazy.
It is.
Seeing it, like, I've seen it, but not, like, seen it. You know what I mean? But anyway, 10 seconds left until this basement objective spawns. Most players are down here right now, and the Buzzwole is also on their way down. A lot of Unite moves available. This could end up turning into a huge fight. We have a couple members of House Sect trying to get online. Blastoise with great surf into the back line.
Assistance into the Garchomp Unite move. Gengar gets the best of the Blissey, Talonflame, Garchomp, Blissey all down. Gengar and Piloswine the other way. Who's going to get the secure? Oh my god! Basic attack! A tail as old as time! Able to secure that one for House Sect.
Yeah, everyone throwing everything at it, and then there was like 1 HP left, and everyone used all their moves already. Oh, the Hyper Voice. It pulls out the eject button from the Latios as well. And look at the Sylveon, still nice and healthy. It was a great fight for Ground Zero. They did pick up a couple high-value KOs, but ultimately House Sect is having a fantastic game.
Yeah, they're certainly enjoying this early portion of the game. 177-108, still pretty close in the scoreline. Ground Zero going to look to capture a lot of this wild Pokemon on their map, try to get their levels up. There is that Regieleki up in the top path if they want to fight for it. It does look like they do. Blissey, Garchomp already making a little bit of rip here. The secure of that last objective, the Eldegoss, looming, but unable to press forward.
I mean, Eldegoss there kind of for vision, but there's really no reason to try to go for a secure there. There's 5 members of the enemy team. Ooh, Mamoswine caught a little bit here. The Draco Meteors come down. They have to use the Night Move, Kyle.
Okay, Gengar in. 2 KOs found already. Garchomp into the back line. Eject, try to pick up the Mamoswine. This time with the Dragon combo, they're a little bit successful. Sylveon trying to get the Hyper Voice on them. They do. Eldegoss holding down that A button. Gonna get scooped up by the Garchomp, but the Hyper Voice back off cooldown seems illegal.
I mean, Garchomp stayed up for a while. They did get a little bit of a consolation KO with that Mamoswine, who did get caught there. I mean, that was a good capitalization from Ground Zero, but a better response from House Sect to only end up losing that Mamoswine in that situation. They still got the Garchomp, and we do break top as well. So Buzzwole just able to make sure that they get in, get a couple more stacks up there. Now 227-108, dipping down below that 3-minute mark. And House Sect is set up to take this last basement objective.
I forgot what the objectives were, and I forgot to do my job. Fire production in chat. What was the last one? Was ice. What was the first one? Was the first one an ice too?
I wasn't paying attention. That one was rock, though, and Gengar secures that, obliterates it. We always have the option to rip a final objective, especially with a Hex Gengar, but you don't really have secure on the side of House Sect. I mean, there's always basic attack on the Eldegoss. We've seen it in action already, but knowing that there's a Brave Bird available, knowing that you've got Blastoise to knock everybody up and prevent anyone from using secure moves, makes me feel like we're not going to see a rip here, but it's always an option that you got to watch out for when there's a Hex Gengar on the other side. that. Not to mention the Garchomp as well, which they could honestly just go for, and they are going to start chipping at it.
Oh, eject onto the Latios, try to reduce any of this damage that's going out. Blastoise drops their Unite move. More meteors falling down on the Groudon. There's that Hyper Voice. There's the Brave Bird, but Gengar able to secure it for House Sec. Are they going to be able to pick up any KOs? Oh, yeah, they do. It's a Gengar with the Groudon buff. Of course they do. 4 members are down. Talonflame looking for a back cap, but that's about it. All these burgers are going to go in.
I mean, it was a great try from the Talonflame. They were set up perfectly with that Brave Bird potential secure. What a hex to avoid that as well from the Latios, but they are not going to be able to get that KO either. They're going to try to chase down this Gengar here. Finally will pick them up. So there is a chance here. We've got 1 buff now on the side of Ground Zero and not that many points to make up. So if they can pick up a couple more KOs on House Sect, it's possible. But with a lot of buffs still over there, that's a lot of attack coming your way. It's going to be a difficult one for Ground Zero.
Going to be climbing up the mountain here, trying to get all the way over there. We'll see if they go all as a single unit. So far, it looks like it. At least 3 members going to travel through this top path. Talonflame, like you said, the one with the buff. We'll see if they follow suit. Start to migrate towards this T1 or T2 in the top side.
Yeah, you're going to need at least 2 entire full scores here, which you might be able to do. We do have Gengar sitting on pad in case anybody comes to the bottom, and here comes the Garchomp Unite move.
Okay. Livid Outrage in. Flame Sweep doesn't really hit too much. More meteors are falling from this Latios, but here comes the buffed up Sylveon. 2 KOs on this Mamoswine. A lot of heavy lifting by this Hyper Voice. They're going to get another one, and that's going to be all but it here for Ground Zero. House Sec's going to win game 1.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of Sylveon coming at you in the end game, especially with that big Groudon buff. And what a great, well-played game for House Sec. Ground Zero played well. Also, I was going to say they played well as well. I feel like that's just not, I don't know. I should have something different. 487 to 208, your final score. Very well played game by House Sect there. They used a lot of their advantage from the early game as a more early game focused composition. And even though Ground Zero kind of clawed their way back, they had some good moments. The late game comp just wasn't able to catch back up.
Yeah, that's the problem when you play something like this Latios, Garchomp, things that do struggle to get online until the late game. And if you fall behind, it just does make it very difficult, especially when you see what House Sect has. Yeah, you had the Gengar that tends to be a little bit slower, but you have really good early game. You have that Sylveon that gets online at 4, Eldegoss, also even really good as a Glossifleur, and then you have Buzzwole, who we know how good they are early on.
Yeah, I mean, going back to our tarot reading from earlier, we kind of saw this idea of trying out new things. It's possible that Ground Zero was trying out a little bit of a new focus with this later game composition. We might see them kind of revert back to something they're a little bit more comfortable with. Maybe something a little more early game focused to challenge like this Sylveon, this Gengar. But keep in mind, Ground Zero chose second pick, so they gave that first pick option of the Sylveon that ended up being extremely valuable away. So what is going to be their plan in the next game? Do they want to stick with the Groudon map? Do they want to take away that first pick, or do they have a plan?
I don't know. We'll see if they have a plan. I don't know. I don't have a plan. I'm just here, man.
I just work here.
I just work here. It's not my job. I don't come up with their plan. They're gonna have to figure it out.
Fire production, by the way.
Fire production.
What is it? Exclamation point fire. Is that what
yeah,
it is?
I think that's what it is. Yeah. Thank you. Someone had to do
fire production quite a lot. I felt like every time I'm gonna be on camera, like Karma's gonna be in a different spot. So now
he just rotated.
So
he rotated towards window.
In the wall. Yeah. He won't leave me alone anymore. Poor little mister. Took him outside yesterday. He ate grass for a while, and then I came downstairs this morning and he had thrown up said grass. So yeah, he loves doing that. It's one of his favorite activities. Going outside, eating grass, throwing up the grass.
I mean, I like that too.
And who doesn't? And honestly, like, who doesn't? Like, for real, we all wish that we could be him. And sometimes we're just not. It could be a little bit upsetting.
Yeah.
But yeah, game 1. So what of the new Pokemon are you most excited for?
That are coming out. I think of just like what Pokemon that I think I that fit my play style. Yveltal, I think will be really fun. I like playing attackers. But I
I'm
think of
mad because
like,
I like Xerneas
yeah,
so much more. I'm like a big
yeah.
Xerneas fan.
Xerneas support would be awesome. Like,
I love Xerneas. It's like my favorite legendary ever.
it's so cool.
Big rainbow gay deer.
Gay deer.
Yes. And then they put the other
Yes,
one.
of
They always
course.
do that to me. They always put the other one that I didn't want.
Yeah.
Like we have
Like they put
Ho-Oh and not Lugia. We have Zacian and not Zamazenta. I know that's an unpopular opinion. I like Zamazenta better. We get Yveltal and not Xerneas. We get Miraidon and not Koraidon. They always pick the wrong one. They were like, how do we hurt her even more?
How do we figure
like,
out
bitch,
a way?
How do we hurt her?
How do we figure
like
out
her.
a way? Yeah. How do we get away with just making Husky even more mad about this situation? And that's how.
But the good news
Put
is
Yveltal.
I have Latios and Latias on my Pokemon Sleep team.
Is that a shiny Snorlax?
It's brown.
Yeah, why is he brown?
It's the island one. So like at this island, sometimes the Snorlax spawns a slightly different color. They do it for all the islands. A lowland Snorlax. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I caught like an insanely good Latios, so now I have a dragon type team in Pokemon Sleep.
Okay.
And I do like Latios and Latias. They've really grown on me as legendaries that I really like.
Eat-Aters.
Yeah, well, they're siblings, aren't they?
I don't know.
Siblings are dating. Everybody put your guesses.
They're from the south.
Okay. So, the lines are blurred there. We're not really sure.
Maybe they're cousins. It's fine. It's legal in certain
they're
states.
Like third cousins or something.
Yeah,
so like it's kind of fine.
Like their parents don't really know each other, but they've been at the same family reunion.
Yeah, they like, oh my God. So this actually happened to somebody that Bren knew in high school because I don't know, no one in that town leaves that town, like where she grew up. And in high school, there were two people that were dating and then they ended up meeting at a family reunion where they were like, oh shit. And they like found out that they were related. They were like distant cousins, like distant enough cousins where it didn't matter, but it was like still weird.
Still a little
they
weird.
Were like, man, they're like, darn. But like, imagine that. You're like, oh, I'm busy this weekend. Oh, I'm also busy this weekend. Like, I'm going to a family thing. This is going, oh, me too. That's so weird. And then you're like both there. Crazy.
It's like the plot line of that episode of Community, if you've ever seen it, where Garrett gets married.
I have.
Yeah, he gets married to his cousin, and they find out at the wedding because of like the great grandma.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
crazy.
This is a guy that knows how to love his cousin.
My crystal. Another reason I'm glad that I moved out of my small town, and I got Bren out of her small town, because when no one ever leaves the same area, like as much as it's nice to have your family around and everything, sometimes you just gotta like leave.
Yeah.
I don't know, because everyone there is like I went to the same high school that my mom went to, and we had like the same teachers. Like, I feel like after a bit, you just gotta like let that go. You gotta move on. Anyone else have a similar experience?
I feel like.
Did you go to the same high school as your parents?
No, I did not.
My mom and all 6 of her siblings went to the same high school that I ended up going to. And I had some teachers that my mom and her siblings had. You know?
That's crazy.
Yeah, like 20 years later or whatever. Yeah, it's wild. And it was common. Like a lot of people who went to my high school, their parents also went there. So they did this thing at my graduation where you could, like, if your parent went to the high school, like they could present you your diploma.
That's fun.
Like at graduation, which was not like my mom like presented my diploma to me like at graduation because like, I don't know, I guess you can do that if you went to the same school. But yeah, I was like, it sucks being away a little bit, but also At least I'm out of the same area that my family's been in for generations. Like, at least there's that. At least I'm advancing, doing something.
Doing something. You got to break the cycle at least like a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm like 3 hours away, so it's not that far. So granted, it's like not that far. But we are playing Pokemon Unite.
We are playing Pokemon Unite. Well, we're not. Someone is. I think specifically
I'm certainly not.
At least 10 people that we know of right now are lobbying up for Pokemon Unite. And we do know that they are not going to be playing for Alligator or Comfey.
Is for Alligator
These are just
good?
facts. It's insane.
Like, for Alligator's broken? I've seen it, and I feel like I haven't seen it being like insanely dominant, but I guess in competitive it is.
Yeah, in competitive, like when you have someone that's really good on it, it's pretty crazy. I think it just has like a little bit of a learning curve, and once we're starting to see like people figure out like what it's good into, and it seemingly it's everything. Yeah, it's just it needs to be banned.
Yeah, and I don't mind banning the Gengar away here. The Gengar was pretty dominant in that first game. It looks like Ground Zero wants to pick up Sylveon, but I doubt they will get it if Housect, follows the same path that they did before. Banning out the Urshifu as well from Saotami's smart move kind of forces them into a situation they're not as comfortable with. Instead, though, we don't ban out the Absol. We pick the Absol and give the Sylveon away. So Absol, another one that got a recent buff, which is always dangerous with speedsters. So it just kind of obliterates things. Is the Sylveon just rendered completely useless at this point when you're going up against an Absol?
Maybe a little bit. It's still like really tanky, and you could still play Mystical Fire. I still think Mystical Fire is pretty insane, especially with some of the buffs that they gave to it plus the passive. It's still very good, so we could potentially see that. Although, like you said, Absol incredibly good. The thing that my mind is being blown right now. I'm gonna have to check to see if like someone crashed or something. But we have a second pick guitar and a Phalanx. Like, what's going on?
I'm like, are we trolling? Like, are we?
What are we doing?
I'm like,
what's going on?
Are we trolling? What's going on? That's the rule. We've got Tyranitar as well, which makes me want to see a Blissey. We're not seeing it yet. We've got the Blastoise consideration. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Phalanx and Slowbro on the other side is particularly interesting. I don't mind the Slowbro ever into a comp where you're worried about something, and now you're picking Leafeon into it. I feel like that's just an immediate Slowbro up, but I do like the pivot from Ground Zero to focus a little more on their early game, especially if they want a late game Tyranitar to carry in the end.
Yeah, I also am wondering what we pick for our support in our last spot. Maybe we go Eldegoss here. I think it does really well into the Phalanx. I'm trying to think what else. Like I'm surprised that we have maybe not a lack of Phalanx counters after it was selected, but I think T-Tar probably once it gets online does pretty well into it, especially with Phalanx having all that shielding. So we'll see. Okay, there we go. We do lock in that Venusaur in that last slot. So maybe this Sylveon being more of like a supportive type role.
Yeah, I guess we could be seeing kind of support Sylveon here, potentially with that Mystical Fire. We do see Drive Lens on it, Shell Bell. We could see them pivot over to Mystical Fire. And then I'm going to imagine that this is going to be a Venusaur. So adding a little bit more range, potentially outranging this Mewtwo Y. That's going to be pretty impressive. Really not sure what this Phalanx is going to do. I guess the Mewtwo Y is kind of the supportive style Pokemon on this side. But it's a weird composition that I'm looking at right now.
A lot of damage on both sides, right? Like there's not a whole lot of tankiness. I mean, maybe you got to support Buzzwole, support Mewtwo. I don't know like who is kind of playing that more supportive type of role, but either way, I'm excited to see this one. We're going to get to see Pokemon that we don't normally get to see, and that T-Tar and that Phalanx. I can't remember the last time I got to see a competitive Phalanx. It must have been 6+ months
a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time at this point.
We have to remake, she said.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Was it real? Was the draft real? Or like
that's what I want to know. If we were just lying.
I just
You're
want to know if the
lying.
draft was real. And
Was
Karma's
it
back.
real?
Now
Karma's
he's
back,
giving
and he's
himself a bath.
He's in a new position. Oh, we have a little bit of time. I do have a pack.
Oh, a pack.
A pack to rip. America 250. Has everybody been watching the World Cup?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Real life Blue Lock.
Well,
okay,
not really.
This is kind of crazy. The last on Saturday when I was doing AUL, I opened a couple of packs. I think I opened 6 packs, and every single one of them was on electric energy. Every single one. And we got another one. It's
interesting.
Like, what are the chances? Okay. What are the chances?
Is that a good sign, or
I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see. Tail fossil.
Oh, Dedenne.
Fighter. Podon.
Okay.
Rat Eye Kate. Lumiose Gale. Bunnelby.
Oh! Is that Drapion?
Yeah, I got a full art Drapion.
Oh, no way.
Joe Bren. Brad.
It's Bren's favorite Pokemon. Do you want to see it? Come here. Did you win, by the way? You didn't win. Whoa. Look at him. He's showing his little butt.
Whoa.
Big moves.
And no double hit, but
and ugly ass, stupid fucking loser ass, ugly bitch. I hate those things.
The genies. The genies are so creepy. They're creepy.
I hate them. Like, what do you like?
And you got one that has like a very questionable tail.
Like, you're just like a guy. Like, leave me alone. I hate the ones that are just like a dude. Like Mr. Mime. No. It's just like a man. That's just some guy. Machamp, like, no. That's like a person.
It's just a man. Mewtwo X, just a man.
Like, it feels weird if your favorite Pokemon is like a guy. Like, so you just like went and caught some guy and now they're living in your house. Fighting battles for you. Like, it feels a little bit wrong. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, at least if it's like an animal that's like furry bait, at least like you could be like, that's an animal.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway.
Anyway.
This is what I've decided to be mad about. I don't know.
Yeah. We gotta be mad about something at all times. Looks like we were waiting for the redraft. So we did find out that the draft was not real, similar to birds. Not real. So we are going to be redrafting. I'm not sure about the bands.
Speaking of birds, now that I'm like old and decrepit, I love birds. And I've been doing a lot of birding. I love birds. I've got bird feeders in my backyard and my front yard. Yeah, I guess it just like kind of happens to you and you get like old and senile. I love birds. And I've got my app that tells me what birds are in the area.
Okay.
And then I walk around. I've got my binoculars. Not right now because it's stupid hot. Is anyone else in spots where this like heat wave is going on?
Oh my God, it's been awful.
I'm like a little bit better because like I'm up in elevation a bit. It's a little cooler in the mountains. But not the best. It's still kind of gross and there's a lot of humidity going on.
Oh yeah. Yesterday was high of 98 and it felt like 110 and I wanted to die. It was awful. Just terrible.
It got up to like 92 or something, and then it's just gonna thunderstorm all week, or all weekend, all the following week. Yeah, it got up to 94 today, but it was kind of gross. We're in like heat advisory warning or whatever.
Yeah.
We're banning Zeraora.
Okay, we banned the Zera. Hopefully, this is a real draft, real ban, real boy. Psyduck. So okay, same bans on the side of House Act. only different ban here was Ground Zero banning that Zeraora. So that's
Instead of
the
Gengar.
yeah, the slight difference between the two games. And I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you're just still leaving this Absol on the table. So it's like pick your speedster that you want to ban. They're going to ban the Zeraora Absol.
Well, Zero wasn't even in the previous
True.
game, so I don't know what the reason is to ban it. My only thought here is that they want to ban it because they wanted something specific on the other side, which I thought was going to be Sylveon, but I guess not. I'm really not sure what Ground Zero is doing, and I hope that it's not another like crash thing. I don't know. So they're gonna give Sylveon back, and then they also give Gengar back. Seems fake.
I don't know. Yeah, it does seem fake. I don't know if we'll go double speedster at least this early in draft. I think getting that support and defender core would be wise, especially since you're that Mr. Mime on the other side. Try to figure out what you want to do. Slowbro, I think, is still pretty good. I think Slowbro was hurt at least a little bit by the bug fix to the cursed item, so that now can apply to Slowbro. So it's doing like a little bit worse than it was, but it still has the Unite button that just can delete whatever you want. So still going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Hoopa's still pretty good. This Espeon though, okay. I think we've seen a decent amount of Espeon recently. I think that Pokemon still quite good.
Yeah, Espeon is really good. I've seen it a lot, actually. A lot of teams like picking it up. It's got the secure, it's got a little bit of range early game. How has Typhlosion been? I feel like I haven't seen it played. I guess the last time we did this, it was still, or it was like broken enough where it was banned every time, and I haven't seen it played a lot. And I know it got pulled back a little bit, but I mean, it's being picked here, so
I think it's still pretty good.
Is it being played like? Is it a top path? Is it like is it a top laner? Is it a jungler?
I've seen most people, at least in competitive, take it in the central area just because it needs to get online. Like, it doesn't have like the best level 5, but it's at least like okay at level 5. And it doesn't like have like really good smite, so it doesn't have good last hitting down in the path. There's just a lot better picks there, which is why you see that Espeon. But I think it's still pretty good. I think it's like a better version of like Flame or Fire Spin Armor Rouge. So it's kind of in that same vein. Yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of a tankier attacker. And on the other side, like, it's interesting that we went from first picking Sylveon to completely ignoring it, and it did perform really well. I thought it would surely be picked up again. Instead, we're opting for this Miraidon, Alolan Raichu, so double mage with the Absol, just trying to deal as much damage as possible to this tankier, slightly tankier team comp on the opposite side with this Mime Lapras core.
Let's get into it. House X going to be on your purple side, up 1-0 in our round 1 matchup. Ground Zero needs to get back to work if they want to force a game 3. We're going to take this Alolan Raichu to the central area. Miraidon heading down to the bottom path. It's going to be a top path Absol versus this Mime Zacian on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not really sure what I expected. I guess Absol in the top path makes the most sense here, just in terms of like early game. But I did think that they would send it into Central and then maybe switch some things up for a little bit. But that's going to be a tough one for Absol up there fighting against this Zacian. Meanwhile, on this bottom path, Slowbro and Miraidon, very classic, solid bottom path.
Doing pretty well, but here comes this Raichu to help support this top path. Mr. Mime already can put a ton of damage on them. Are they going to be able to get away? Doesn't look like it. E-Ball should be able to close the door there. And the Zacian going to look for a last hit on this little Bunnelby, able to scoop it up for themselves.
Yeah, we are E-Ball here, so truly mage-focused Alolan Raichu. We're not going with the stored power, a little bit more like auto-attack focused mid-range mage. Instead, we're going all mage here. Blows up these immediately. Zacian gets absolutely obliterated, and Absol goes home.
Oh, wrong neighborhood, Zacian, and now here comes the 4-person push on this top path. Eos Energy deposited, cleared out, leaving it at 28, so 52 points in. Maybe another stack here for Absol for good measure. They should be able to get out of this no problem with the support of the Hoopa.
Very surprised to see Sacred Sword, honestly, on this Zacian. I thought for sure for a little bit more range, a little bit more chase, we would be seeing that Metal Claw. It honestly makes me wonder if it was a move select issue.
Oh, maybe.
I feel like I run into that like so much. I just forget if I haven't played a Pokemon in a while to switch the moves.
Yup.
Or they just like Sacred Sword better, and I'm kind of giving them an out with the move selection. But it does kind of make me like scratch my little head a little bit, especially with an Absol. You can catch up to it after it does that first Night Slash if you have that Metal Claw.
Level 7 on this Typhlosion, so they are online. Looks like Miraidon off screen was able to take that Regidrago for House Sect, and now it's Ground Zero looking to push this T1. Support from House Sect coming up towards this top path. Alolan Raichu gonna find a couple of them. Typhlosion actually gonna be able to get away. Mr. Mime not as lucky, and House Sect wins another little scrap here. 720 birds on the horizon.
That's just weird positioning, honestly, from Ground Zero. They kind of saw everyone coming up through that bottom bush, and I guess they thought that they could get it, but not able to here. Sacred Sword tries to go in. Absol wants to push a little bit. That's a lot of damage coming down from this Mr. Mime, but no one ends up taking down the Absol so far. It's a pretty powerful level 7 on that Pokemon.
Look at bottom path. Lapras was able to take out that Alolan Raichu. That's a big KO for Ground Zero. See what they're able to do with it. Objectives on the map now. Hoopa going to lay that highway down. We'll see which way they want to go. 3 members in the bottom path for House Sect. They're going to start making their way towards this basement objective. Registeel already at half. Might be leashing a little bit. Here comes the Espeon with that stored power. Who's going to get it? Miraidon, of all things, able to secure that. I believe that might have been the Charge Beam secure.
Yeah, great Charge Beam there from the Miraidon to be able to clean that one up. I didn't see where the Psyshock went. I'm not sure if Espeon just didn't have it available at the time, but unfortunate loss of that Registeel for them. House Sect definitely having a great start. No points have gone in for Ground Zero. So once again, even though they kind of went with a little more early game focus this game, we're still not seeing them being able to shine.
Telekinesis picks up that Lapras, and the Miraidon lays that electricity all over Lapras. However, it's so tanky, it's able to survive all of that damage. Milkshake here on the Hoopa might get exploded here by that Typhlosion, and they do. Absol gets the best of that Zacian, and this Regieleki is going to walk right in. More points in. Absol going to try to take the KO on the Typhlosion. They do. Unite move available. They use it. That's a triple KO. You're going to recharge that Unite ability with some more scores.
Yeah, let's break down that play a little bit. So you got Hoopa distracting 2 in the central area, which ends up being a huge brain play, massive brain play from the Hoopa, because they know Absol is going to beat that Zacian in the top path, and now we've got a goal zone break. I feel like that's a play where you wouldn't really know that the Hoopa was the enabler there. That's exactly what a support like that is supposed to do. Absol in a little bit of trouble, but they do go down. They tried to make it back to the portal in time. That's going to be a big KO for the Espeon.
Hands in the cookie jar moment there. Britches too big. Slowbro trying to get away. Mime Wall puts a stop to that. Typhlosion with the Incinerate that's able to just eruption that explodes them. We have a basement objective coming up. Another Reggie Roulette down in the bottom path. Raichu, Hoopa here. Unite move available for Hoopa. We'll see if they want to use it. House Sect does want to play with tempo. Ground Zero hiding in this tall grass. Reggie Rock on the board. We'll see if anybody wants to walk in. Absol lining us up. Here comes Typhlosion. Here comes all the damage. Typhlosion able to take it. Absol Unite move, but they might go down here. They paid for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great fight right now for Ground Zero. They do end up getting the objective and then moving forward a little bit. Double KO streak for this Typhlosion. And finally, we're going to see some points on the board for Ground Zero. And that's a even break. Unfortunately, they didn't have the time. I guess they didn't think they had the time to do the math. But House Sect had left already. They definitely could have taken a couple extra seconds and figured out a good mathing opportunity. Regidrago spawned in the central area. No one really cares about it. Instead, both teams are going to pivot towards this Lecky.
Yeah, Hoopa still has that Unite move if they want to use it. Ground Zero is here with the defensive buff. Hoopa brings the team in, rings unbound, stunned up. Hoopa gets the secure. Psybeam's going to hit the mark. Absol going to look to find a KO. They're going to find that back line. Meteors raining down from this Miraidon. Espeon trying to run away, but the Thunder chases them down. More fists from this Hoopa, and this is a home walk in Lecky. House Sect in full control of this top path.
Yeah, I mean, I think House Sect was so willing to just leave that fight in the bottom path because the real fight they wanted was up in that top path to send that base goal zone Lecky walking and really just give them the opportunity to take over in this bottom path, which they're trying to do now, leaving 2 in that bottom path to deal with the Alecki and trying to send everybody down to this bottom path instead. We got a couple KOs going. Slowbro goes down and Hoopa goes down. Absol does take down a couple, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Kyle.
Not enough. Typhlosion also goes down in the Unite move. You can attack it and target it if you're in the flame circle. And that's exactly where House Act was lined up. More points in here for them. They're going to leave this goal zone with 19, and that's going to extend their lead to 45-80 at this point in the map. And there's only 40 seconds left until our Kyogre here. How do you think Ground Zero needs to attack this fight going into it?
I mean, they might get Slowbro here, which could be big. Oh, Oblivious is just so good of a passive. Ends up healing a little bit from that Surf. But Ground Zero is in a good position to try to take this objective. You got a Regirock, bulk your team up just a little bit. Try to withstand some of this major Absol that's going to be coming at you, level 13. But Ground Zero isn't that far behind. You know, you'd love to see a little bit more levels. You'd love to see Espeon tick into this 13, but they're really not that far behind here. The thing they really have to watch out for is if this Absol just absolutely obliterates their 2 attackers. But if they get a couple picks, which we've seen that they're able to do, they could absolutely win a fight here.
They set up a little bit of an ambush. Electro Ball is going to hit onto the Lapras. Also going to hit on a couple of these guys. Here comes the Zacian. Hoopa's going to force the Rings Unbound. Unite move from the Zacian. Can't get the KO. Slow Beam is going to help take out that Zacian. And this Typhlosion might be getting caught in a bind here. Slowbro hits that telekinesis into the Surf. And 4 members are down. That's a clean team wipe for House Sect. 3 KOs from this Raichu. And this Kyogre should be free.
I mean, Absol goes down, but that's really it there. They do get the Slowbro in the end, but when you have your 2 mages up that can easily take down this objective, this is why some of these team comps work. You know, if you get ahead early, it makes Absol look like the biggest threat, but then you find out in the end game, you do take down the Absol, but there's 2 more huge threats on the board that you're not going to be able to take down in time, and Raichu cleans up that fight. They're quietly the highest level in the game here. They've had a ton of KOs in a really good game. So 345-80. I'm not sure that Ground Zero even wants to try to put the work in to bring this back, but, you know, miracles can happen in 45 seconds.
Miracles can happen. There's a lot of buffs on the side of House Sect if they want to try to push. Gotta be very careful if you're Hoopa, but luckily it has the Hoopa abilities. That Hyperspace Hole is able to get them clearly back to safety with no problem at all. One final push here. Ground Zero lining up this T1 goal zone. E-Balls getting the groundwork laid on that T1. Mr. Mime into the back line. There's that Unite move from the Raichu. First KO is going to be on that Hoopa. Espeon's going to give some space with their Unite move. Ground Zero might get some small scores in here. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, Husky.
Yeah, 10 seconds left, and they still need 2 big scores, and here goes Miraidon onto the other side. They're just not going to have enough time. Hoopa went down, but it's just not going to be enough. Couple points last second will go in here for Ground Zero. Well fought from them, but House Sect is going to take this one in a clean 2-0 sweep.
Stuff here. House Sect 2-0. Ground Zero going to be going down to that lower bracket. 445, 216 your final. It's Ori. 10 KOs, 6 assists, leading the charge there. I mean, Alolan Raichu it didn't seem like Ground Zero really had anything to counter this thing. It felt like it was just zipping around the map for free, dodging every cooldown from Sautami. It was just a great pick here all game long, it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, your focus ends up being on this Absol because that's the one in your face dealing a ton of burst damage. So you've got this speedster in your face. Meanwhile, the Raichu is kind of standing out of sight, throwing electro balls at you. And you really can't get to it until you deal with that Absol first. I think that's the biggest problem that Ground Zero had here because they really didn't have anything with Dive. The Zacian had Sacred Sword, and we can see with the damage, it really didn't do much. So, you know, maybe Metal Claw would have been better, but honestly, I just feel like it was so well played by House Sect that, you know, their team comp and their early game were really, really strong.
Yeah, we talked about, I yapped about how Raichu was in touch. The Miraidon only took 13k, so it didn't seem like Ground Zero really had a game plan for them either. So very unfortunate for Ground Zero. Very fortunate for House Sack. Fortunately, this is a double elimination, so Ground Zero's night is not over. They'll have to fight that BO1 gauntlet down in that bottom bracket if they want a chance at that $250. Obviously, everybody wants it. A little bit of that piece of the pie. Well, there's only one slice of the pie. Winner gets the whole 250 is what I've been told. That's what I've been told.
Well,
so.
then you got to split it into 5. So.
Yeah. So I guess they do get a piece of the pie. It's 5.
Yeah, there's one pie, and like
Yeah.
the team gets like a whole pie, but then like they'll kind of divide that up later. And if you need help with the math on that, I know Unite players aren't necessarily the best, so if you do need some help with the math there, let me know. We can work something out. I'll run the calcs, do a little bit of a simulation, potentially run some code, and then we can work on it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So everybody make sure to contact Husky winners.
Yeah,
contact Husky to get the math figured out. But either way, we're going to take a quick break while we get the next round set up. So don't go too far. We have more Underdunk after a very brief break and whatnot. Okay, bye-bye. All right, welcome back, trainers. I started it before the timer expired, so I would like some
We made
praise.
up time.
I made up time. It's fine. Yeah, we're fine. It's fine. It's going. But we have T2 Zenith going to be next up, and Husky, we are jumping right into draft. So no time wasted here. We're getting into round 2 of our top side of the bracket, and this is going to be a good one.
And we love to see it. What a team. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello. All right, so Zenith is going to be it's going to be an interesting one for them. We're going to have to pull out all the stops here. We are banning Mega Charizard Y, which we have not seen come out in that last set at all, neither banned nor picked. So I was kind of wondering if it's still in existence. Maybe it is. Maybe T2 just doesn't want to see it here. Banning out Espeon, Psyduck as well. Absol, Sylveon, Fraligator banned on the other side. So banning out a lot of carries here, plus the duck.
Plus the duck. Honestly, crazy work. For some reason, my Absol is not showing up in my bans. Either way, that's a me problem, not anyone else's problem. Mew's going to be that first selected.
Go ahead and fire
here.
production again.
I don't even know where it went on the sheet. It is pulling from something that I have no control over. We'll figure it out somehow, some way. But Snorlax Hoopa on the other side.
Yeah, Snorlax Hoopa, always really, really solid core. That also gives the opportunity for T2 to pick up some picks of their own. They first pick Mew, particularly interesting. And we got some Zacian, and we are going to see this Comfey locked in. So Rex was hovering it for a while, considered a couple other picks, ultimately going to end up back on this Comfey. I feel like we're heading back a couple years here with this Comfey Zacian. I'll have to see what they end up picking for a defender slot. Meanwhile, Zenith considering a couple of all-rounders here. Moltres still very solid. Cerulege also very solid, but they are going to go with that Typhlosion.
Yeah, Typhlosion. Definitely we saw it in the last match. It did do pretty well. Unfortunately, it was in a losing effort, so we'll see if it does really a lot here. I think they're going to be, regardless of what Pokemon they pick, the Zenith squad is going to be kind of battling up the mountain because this T2 squad's really good. I mean, you have some pro players, you have Rex, on Nemesis slash, what were they called again this season? I always forget. Extinction. That's the one. Zugrug, obviously, yeah. NAIC champ, Zealot, same. Reggie195, a LATAM demon. I mean, yeah, this team is absolutely stacked. I'm very excited to see them play this one.
Yeah, this is one of those teams where it's like they heard $250 and they were like, "Do you guys want to? Like,
you want to?
Can we?
You want some money?" Why not?
Bina says that they have to remake and blind pick, but the drafts are going to be the same, so we can keep talking about it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess someone randomly joined, but the drafts are going to end up being the same here. So Lapras coming out, which we did see last time. I forget, did Lapras get a buff?
It did get a buff. Yeah, it got a very slight buff.
But teams are picking it up. It's enough for teams to pick it up again. It was very broken for a while, and Lapras is one of my favorite defenders. I feel like I end up playing, like I'm a better carry player, but I end up playing a lot of tank and support just because I like playing the roles, but also I just end up filling a lot of time in solo, and Lapras is just one of my favorite defenders to play. I feel like that and Vaporeon. Oh, and yeah, Zanseki, the items are cut off a little bit in the overlay. What we are seeing is Zorak was running Razor Claw, Excel Bracer, Charging Charm, and Cerulege was running Muscle Rapid, Razor Claw with X Attack. So, yeah. It's the match will go on.
Oh, okay. I guess the match is we're going into game. Okay.
Okay, so never mind.
Yeah, never mind, I guess. Okay.
No trolling is not trolling, I guess.
I guess.
We might have to fire production.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Oh, and it's gone. Okay,
Oh,
it's back. All right,
okay.
let's take a look at the state of the board right now while we were yapping just a little bit. We already had a KO on this little Cyndaquil in the bottom path, just being super aggressive from T2. This Mew plus this Lapras. I mean, Whirlpool, such a good early game move. Plus, you have the Electro Ball from Mew secure.
E-Ball is always a good one. I've been playing a little bit of Mew lately. It's been pretty fun. Reggie195 look to go on in and gonna dip right back out just like a Zoroark does. They did not want to mess with that Cero.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with the Ceruledge. Plus, you've got Moltres, a little bit of a tankier all-rounder. They're going to come right back up. I mean, you've got this Comfey. It's a little bit difficult to take this Pokemon down. Secures a lot of those birds as well.
I think they got all of them. Yeah, Slow Smoke definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting there, making sure that Zenith wasn't really able to walk forward. Down this bottom path, it's still going pretty well here for T2. This Mew is absolutely dishing out a punishment. Zoroark also coming down to throw a little bit of a blow to Zenith's face. And now they're going to go for the invade. They're going to be able to steal this blue buff away. Doesn't look like it, but they're going to get it eventually via KO.
I mean, what can you do, really? Like, we've got Zoroark, Comfey. Even if you know it's coming, like, it's still going to hurt. I don't know. Like, even if you realize what's about to happen to you, it's still going to happen either way. Zoroark just kind of ripping through everybody. You've got the Zacian. I mean, Zealot plays a fantastic Zacian as well, so getting a couple KOs for them. And this Mew and Lapras have just been comboing off in the bottom path. Mew with the big solar beam stealing a lot of damage. Lapras providing some of that insane front line. We've got 69-0 right now. Big nice here for T2. So far, Zenith not able to put any points on the board.
Yeah, Snorlax is looking for maybe a little bit of a sneaky pathway down bottom, but Lapras staying true and holding the front door. Maybe shut. Hoop is going to go on in to try to stun the Zacian. Moltres is getting sliced by the sword, and Zacian picks up a very good KO here. 3-on-1. Supa better not walk forward. They're going to get met with a ton of damage and another KO for the Zacian.
Yeah, that's just a lot of damage from them. And the Metal Claw is just huge right now. They've got almost level 8. Ooh, we've got Zoroark getting very low. They don't have their Comfey on top of them, but they are able to get out. Lapras comes in for the rescue. And the Typhlosion, currently a Quilava, has to walk away. They will be able to get away, at least for the time being. Here comes Snorlax for backup.
Ooh, Reggie195, low HP, able to retreat back to base via the home pad. Zacian off screen, able to take out that Regidrago. Mew, they're going to be very low, going to force to use their Unite move. They might have a Surf up. Instead, they're going to hit that Musidauto onto the Snorlax coaching, and there's met by a heavy slam. Snorlax going to eject away. Zoroark going to chase them down in the Speed Flux zone, and T2 is going to break T1.
Yeah, that's tough. Zenith will be able to get a couple points in the top path. Honestly, I don't mind that play at all. Just kind of pivot. You're not winning in that bottom path right now. See if you can get some stacks in the top path instead. Maybe break a goal zone. Just see if you can do anything. But T2 is just wrecking this T2 goal zone right now. I mean, as their namesake suggests, but big heavy slam there from the Snorlax will take out one. Doesn't look like they're going to get much more than that.
Just sat on the Mew, and this push is still ongoing. Nice little block there, but Zoroark's able to get past it. Hoopa on 1 HP. Zacian takes care of them. This fight's raging on. Regieleki walks in. Some low HP bars, no HP bars for Zenith, and that is no T2 for Zenith because T2 took it.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. You've got Zoroark Comfey, but not only is it Zoroark Comfey, it's Reggie195 and Rex. Like, I really don't know what you can do. And this is kind of why teams just ban out the Comfey because, sorry, geez, almost choked. It takes away a lot of, I don't know what I was
Have you tried not to?
I breathe too hard. Like, I can't even breathe anymore. Like, geez, all right. Really off my game. But anyway, it just takes away some of the options that a lot of teams like to have that a Comfey gives them. It's an enabler support. It just allows you to do things you absolutely shouldn't legally be allowed to do. But somehow it is legally allowed, and it does not currently give you jail time, though I do feel it should. But we'll be back to talk more about that later.
Yeah, we'll try to get some statues written out. And it looks like Mew is able to eject away from the Ceruledge. Solar Beam's going to miss the mark, but Zacian's going to try to 1v1 them. E-Ball is going to finish the job. Snorlax eject into the Heavy Slam. Unable to get anything, but they did buy a little bit of space. Here comes the Lapras Express. Choo-choo! And T2 is able to get all of the cleanups, all of the scraps all theirs, and now they're going to start migrating down towards the bottom path.
Yeah, the Lapras right into the back line right there. I mean, it was good enough to break that top goal zone, but that's really all that Zenith is going to be able to get here. And in the central area as well, taking down the Moltres is going to be able to clear up this experience.
Oh, in the basement, Reggie is going to be a Regieleki. Could be a home walking Lucky if they get it quick enough. Registeel, though, is going to go the way of Zenith, so maybe a little bit of consolation prize at this point in the map, but look at the levels here, Husky. Level 13 on Reggie. It's outpacing by 2 the highest level for Zenith.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need on a speedster. It doesn't mean that you can't catch it, but it does mean it's particularly difficult. Taking down this Typhlosion as well. Just the Comfey Unite move for a little bit of insurance, but they really didn't need it there. There's just so much damage coming out of this Pokemon, and when you're good at this Pokemon and you've got a Comfey, it's just really difficult to deal with.
See what they do if they can defend this. It looked like T2 was potentially looking for a push on the home goal zone. Instead, they are going to monitor the central area, take the scraps that Zenith has left away. Reggie195 looking for an engage, sees the Typhlosion with a low HP bar, but now going to have to back away. Mew did auto. Mew's going to get pushed and bullied by the Snorlax, forced to use their Unite move. Now going to hit a Solar Beam into a couple of them, but they're going to get met by the Moltres. That's a Unite move there. Lapras also down. Reggie195 going to have to run away. Going to have to dash away. Comfey going to lay down that slow smoke, but Sarah Legend hot pursuit. Nice little dodge there, and Sarah Legend unable to really close the deal.
Yeah, maybe overstay a little bit there. You lose Mew and you lose Lapras in that central area, but I don't know how much it matters here. We do see Regidrago going down to T2. Here comes the Comfey. They're going to get off of Zoroark for a little bit, find a new home in Zacian, who's also now going to be the one in charge of monitoring the enemy central area.
Yeah, that's basically T2's central area at this point. I feel like they've taken it more times than Zenith has. 2:20 on the clock. Big lead for T2. Can Zenith get back into this one, Husky?
I don't know. It's going to take kind of a miracle here. We're going to even break this goal zone. I mean, like, look who we're going up against. You got to take down this Zoroark, but you also got to be careful for the Zacian because they're just going to start ripping you apart. We already see it starting here. Hoopa having to run away. Focus Band already popped, and T2 was not afraid of this Typhlosion walking in with the Unite move.
Lapras Express is not going to bring anyone along for the ride. Going to hit a big wave crash, and Saralege might go down. Groudon, very low HP. Who's going to get the secure? Hoopa gets it for Zenith. What's going on? What?
What? Did they surrender immediately?
What happened?
What's happened? What? Huh?
Who did it? What? Illegal.
Wait, did they surrender?
I don't know. We have to see what happened on the next screen. We'll see who actually surrendered.
It didn't say like victorious and like.
It didn't say your team. Okay.
Oh,
what?
I guess they surrendered immediately. Okay. But we didn't see that. We just saw the game end right away. Did someone stop? I don't know. What happened? I don't know. I mean, it says it doesn't say surrendered though. It just says defeated. Wouldn't it say surrendered? Or no? Not in spectate?
I guess I have no idea. I'm trying to get a little bit of data on what happened. It looks like maybe that account was in the spectator spot. Just ended the account.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like what we said we were going to restart and then we said we weren't going to.
Trying to figure this out.
Interesting.
Yeah, they did get the Kyogre. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they got Kyogre, but somebody joined the lobby like as a spectator and like as an admin and then ended the game. So nobody actually surrendered the game. There was just like another random account in there as an admin that ended the game. Don't know how they got in there or something, but I guess we'll decide I guess the teams will decide what they want to do. There was a chance there. Zenith got the objective, which is kind of unfortunate. I'm not sure why we wouldn't just remake when we first noticed that the account was there. So I'm not sure what that was about and why we wouldn't just remake.
I don't know.
So I guess we wait and figure out what teams want to do there. I don't know. I don't think it was T2. It wasn't like someone associated with the game.
Yeah.
I think it was somebody that was watching the observer feed and ended up joining the lobby.
No, I mean there's players streaming too, right? So I think
oh, yeah, someone I don't think it was either affiliated with either of the teams. But they must have gotten into the lobby. Like we should have the production should have remade when someone else was in an admin slot to prevent it, but it's unfortunate because, you know, T2 was playing a great game and then suddenly Zenith had an opportunity to come back and, you know, someone had to ruin it.
Someone's got to ruin it.
I mean, unless it is a conspiracy and T2's hiring people.
Wow.
If they lose an objective, end the game.
Yeah.
That could be it.
That's exactly right. Devin asked, how can you join? This is a closed tournament now. If you join the Discord, the Underdunk Discord, you'll be notified of whenever signups are available. But we run this essentially I guess like every week. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to figure out, if the game's going to get replayed. I guess the teams have to discuss and consider what they might want to do. But we're not currently getting any information on what the plan is yet. So I guess they're still trying to figure out how they want to approach the rest of the set. But yeah, right now I'm annoyed because we should have just remade. I don't know why we didn't.
I don't know, man.
I don't know if they would have won, but now we won't find out.
Yeah.
But breaking down the fight that we did have, did seem like T2 was a little bit overconfident potentially. And the best thing for Zenith to do in that situation is just rip. See if you can pick up an objective and then start picking up KOs. Just rip it off the map, see what you can get. But yeah, they ended up getting Groudon buff. We could have seen a fight win there for them, but we don't know. Okay, so it looks like we're replaying with same draft and assuming that game one that first game that we saw didn't count. Is that the plan?
I think that is the plan. Yes. That is the plan. Yes.
Yeah, it could have went either way, honestly, which is unfortunate, but you know, that's why we usually don't show lobby. That's why we don't like show lobby so that random people can't join, but also like anyone can stream the game. So I'm imagining someone who's streaming, you know, people are trying to troll them in their chat, but yeah, we should have remade. Yeah, Hoopa did end up stealing. I mean, they had a great rip there.
Yeah.
So we could have seen like a really, really good end game there, but it's just, you know, unfortunate that we didn't end up remaking. I guess the teams like didn't say that they wanted to, or just were like, whatever, like play it out.
I think
we could have assumed that would happen.
Yeah, I think it was also like we couldn't assume that T2 was going to win just because they were ahead, and we couldn't really assume Zenith would be able to push because no one on T2 got KO'd or was KO'd at the time. So it was kind of like, yeah, I think that was at least the decision on that. But either way,
I mean, we try to trust. We shouldn't.
We should.
So we move on.
We do move on. Game one, replay. We'll do it again. Same team, same draft. This is technically in blind pick now, so let's go to it. Hoopa looking for an invade.
I know that was a blue ball. My balls are literally blue as
Yeah,
hell right now.
seriously.
As blue as this Lapras, to be completely honest with you. But we are going to see this bottom path first. We're going to see this bottom path. Once again, you know, we're seeing just this super aggression from this Lapras Mew, which, you know, you really can do, even if it is against the Snorlax. Like, this Lapras just has so much power here. Oh, Hoopa ends up stealing that red buff, it looks like. Or no, maybe they went to their own red buff. No, it looks like they did steal it away from the Zoroark. It's going to be a huge start for them.
That's a really good start. They'll get maybe a little bit of a consolation battle toy here and there. They'll eventually get their level 5, but either way, Hoopa stealing it very gratuitous for Zenith. We'll see if they want to push even farther. I don't know if it's going to happen. What was that noise?
Yeah, I mean, that's huge.
That was annoying.
What noise? I didn't hear noise.
Oh, there's like a...
Hell, I think you're crazy. I think you're going crazy, actually.
I think this game... Crazy. I think this game has made me slightly crazy.
Or maybe I just wasn't paying attention. I can do that. Like, I can just, like, block it out if I don't really feel like it right now. Big KO there for that Zoroark, getting the first couple points of our game 1.5.
Mm-hmm. 1.5. I think it was, like... I think what it was the Hoopa... Or not the Hoopa, the Comfey healing sound was, like, replaying, and it was just, like... Wee wee wee, but like it just kept going for no reason. No one wanted to hear that.
Interesting. Here comes Zashi into the bottom path. A little bit of a rotation for them. They're just going to leave the Moltres up there and instead pivot down here. They do pick up a KO on the Ceruledge, which is pretty valuable. Mew looking for some secures as well. And T2 is just looking to try to roll over this bottom path. They're just going to leave top.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, they kind of lost at least a little bit there. Find some benefit down here, and they certainly do. They found the Snorlax, they found the Ceruledge, and we still do not have a Typhlosion online, but looks like Zenith over here is actually getting plenty of value up in the top.
In the chat, we ask, what's the female equivalent of blue balls? It's still blue balls.
Yeah.
So, I don't know where... Yeah, still the same exact thing.
I think it's still the same thing.
Yeah, it's the exact same.
Oh my goodness.
But anyway, the top path.
Top
Scoring a couple more. I mean,
now.
Zoroark's still stupid. Zoroark's still being the Zoroark that it is. Comfey, as a matter of fact, has switched over to the Zacian, which is, you know, Moltres has gotten a couple of levels off being left alone in that top path, but I mean, going up against the Zacian Comfey is a thing of nightmares.
Okay, Snorlax Heavy Slam is going to land on the Zacian, but a little bit of Comfey healing is going to negate any of that damage. 4 members of Zenith. We're going to push to the top path. Regieleki up here. Here comes Reggie195. There goes that Alecki. Stolen by Reggie. And this Zacian might be in a little bit of trouble. Rex unable to get them to safety. And are they going to be able to get on top of anybody else? No, Typhlosion closes that out.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Comfey there, you just got to kind of chase it down. So, big Solar Beam while getting pushed by the block. And here comes the Lapras. Big Lapras Express coming in hot. Mew with a triple KO streak. They're looking for a 4th as well. Can Hoopa get away? They do pick up a berry on their way out. Regieleki walks in. And they're just going to kind of hang out in that flux zone.
195, 162. Reg Ice on the table here for T2. They close it out before Moltres can respond. 3 levels behind this Zoroark. You got to wonder if this Moltres can get online. You also have this Zacian that's level 9. It's looking pretty good for them. Mew, somehow level 10, dishing out a punishing blow with that Solar Beam. Zacian able to get back to safety because all 5 members of Zenith all down here in this bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, all 5 members down here, and it's just a Zacian and a Mew. While the Lapras hanging out top, Zoroark in the enemy central area, but still, they're just too scared to try to walk in because these Pokemon are just so powerful. Another 4 points go in. Big Solar Beam chunks down this Ceruledge, and here comes the Lapras Express.
Zugrod coming in with a force, and now we have 4 members down. Good cleanup crew action here from Reggie195. I believe that should be all of them. And now they're going to look to push this T2. No jump pad means this one might be gone too. It certainly is. 320 to 66 for T2.
Yikes. What a Lapras Express there. Just giving the stuns enough time to be able to work through every single member of that team. You do get Zacian, though. a bit of consolation prize back the other way, but that's likely all Zenith is going to get here. Now it's 320 to 66 on the other side, so it's going to be a difficult one to claw their way back.
I have to try. Top path is going to be the play here. Reggie with the Comfey collar is going to mostly just harass this central area, take all of that wild Pokemon for themselves, while Zenith is going to try to grab this Regieleki for themselves. This time it is successful. Moltres takes that, but these levels are starting to get a little bit out of hand. We'll see if Hoopa wants to bring them in. They do. Rings are unbound. Lapras going to front line, try to hold the line. Points are trying to go in for Zenith, but so far it's been unsuccessful. Block from the Snorlax is just going to push the Lapras into a KO for the Typhlosion. Mew's Solar Beam is going to close out the Snorlax. Now T2 is on the offense.
Yeah, Zoroark absolutely nowhere to be found, but it doesn't even matter. I mean, you had the Hoopa, Unite move coming in and just not enough damage to deal with what T2 is bringing. There's just so much that they have access to, and they've had such a strong early game that at this point in the match, just every fight, no matter how many members are there, Zenith is going to be behind. Ceruledge now low. Mew picks up yet another KO. Lapras is going to try to break this goal zone with 25. It's a 21-point overcap for them, but Mew does go down here, Kyle.
Yeah, not too bad. Lapras just going to be a little bit of a bully with that large HP bar. Zacian forced to use their Unite move. Now gets caught in a little bit of a blender. They're going to try to dash away. They do somehow, some way, as a legal activity for Zealot. And Regi195 also able to get away to safety, going through that top part of the map. And Typhlosion in the central area gets that Regidrago. So maybe a little bit of a win there for Zenith, something that they desperately needed.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa goes down. You see the Mew's Solar Beam come out of nowhere once again. Now Lapras in a little bit of trouble. They're going to try to fight their way. I mean, they're so tanky. Gosh. They still take down this Typhlosion. Now 2 more members. And then Lapras takes down another one. Snorlax goes down. Can they get to Ceruledge as well? They can, Kyle! Triple KO streak. And Zugrug will just kind of stand there and admire his handiwork.
Yeah, he definitely says you're welcome after that one. Certainly. That was some illegal activity by one of the better defender players in the world.
Watch out gaming right there.
Watch out gaming. 2:25 on the clock, 389, 111. We're going to try to redo this Groudon once again. What does Zenith have to do this time to get in this? Hopefully no resets.
I mean, rip and flip and try to get a pick, and I mean, they're not as well positioned right now. Lapras is very well positioned. They know exactly where all 5 members are, and I just don't even know if they're going to be able to make their way into this central area. Regieleki walks in. Mew is in the back line, dealing a ton of damage, so Moltres even has to reset here. Here comes Hoopa looking for an opportunity to set up a potential rip. They throw the portal right into the pit, but they are chased down immediately, Kyle.
Hoopa's down, damage onto the Groudon. Zacian in. Unite move from the Ceruledge. They get it again! Zenith able to converge on that, and 2 members are down. Mew and Lapras, and now the Zacian. Oh, it's a clean team wipe! Zenith is going to have to come back. They're going to need a lot of scores. It looks like they're going to be just slightly ahead, maybe a little bit behind with what they have. Ew, no, they're down.
Oh! Down 2 points, but they don't know that they're down. They have all of their buffs, and I mean, you've got Moltres with a full pocket. You could easily walk in there and score again, but now everyone's coming back. Zoroark has a Unite move. T2 doesn't know that they don't have to score right now, so they can just sit here and defend, but they're likely going to try to conjure up something. Teams are going to have to think it's like 2-point differential with a minute left here. And somehow Zenith claws their way back in. They're able to pull off the rip and get that last second secure.
Yeah, we'll see how it's looking here. Zenith looking for a last moment push. 4 members down towards this bottom path.
Here goes Zoroark.
Yeah, Zoroark might be able to 1v1 this Hoopa. We'll see, or I guess 2v1.
Oh, they get it.
There's that point lead. So they're going to have to maybe push even further. They still have plenty of buffs in tow. Big damage from the Moltres. Here comes a Revenant Ren from the Ceruledge, and they are
they're going to win this game.
T2 home, and that should do it. Zenith's going to come back here.
Wow, Zenith comes back. I mean, I guess we saw what that first game would have played out like when Zenith ends up getting that secure. They pull it back as well. Game number 1.5, I guess. In this version of game number 1, they're able to bring it home, and that plan to just send Hoopa in, pop a Unite move, and it doesn't really matter if you can't get into the central area, Hoopa will find a way for you to be able to get in. And Zenith ends up taking this game. And it wouldn't look like it when you look at the stats. 10 KOs for Reggie195, Zugrug with that well-earned MVP over there. But
Yeah.
Zenith ends up taking it. What a crazy end to that game.
I mean, it might have played out the same way had game 1 played out. And I don't know. It seemed like T2 had full control over the game until they didn't at Groudon, right? You get like one pick on the Mew, and Zenith had that opening to go ahead and just rip it, and Cerro Edge able to do what they do and secure. Because T2 didn't have really any secure tools at that point. They were probably really relying on an E-ball from Mew to try to secure if something was contested, and without Mew, he just had nothing to secure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from the way that fight played out, it seemed like there was a little bit of ego on all sides, and the team kind of stopped playing as a unit and going after like full team KOs. Instead, they were kind of more playing for, their individual KOs. And when you let the Hoopa kind of walk in, you don't pick up that KO and let it get its Unite move off, everyone kind of walked away. They didn't get the Hoopa, and everyone moved away from the pit, even knowing that the setup was going to be to start ripping the objective. But instead, T2 kind of pushed the opposite way, away from the pit. And that left Mew open to be targeted there. And that was kind of their secure tool at that point that they needed to be able to take the objective. Zenith capitalized on it. It was well played. I mean, that's the exact thing that you had to do in that moment. Like, you have to just take the objective and hope for the best. And that's exactly what we saw.
Rip it and flip it sometimes. That's my favorite thing to do when I'm playing a game and I'm down is
grip it and rip it.
Just rip it. Just go ahead and rip it. Just go ahead and rip
it. See if you can get it. Because a lot of times, like, a team that's super confident in the lead that they have will make those mistakes in that end game. And they will be able to, pull out wins that they didn't, or they'll figure out a way to lose. That's what I like to say. When my team's ahead, if I'm playing a game and my team's really ahead, I'm like, they'll figure out a way to lose. Don't worry. Indeed. And it's usually just like that overconfidence or like a little bit of ego, like, oh, I can just walk in and I'm going to KO every one of them. How do we lose this fight? Because, how do you lose this fight? But they figure out a way.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, game 2. Game 2.5. 1.5.
Game 2 real.
Game 2 real. So we are in all-star mode. So we aren't going to see anything that we saw in game 1 and game half.
Dude, we didn't even say that.
That's true. We didn't, did we?
Because I was all surprised in the first set. Like, why aren't you taking what you took last time?
That's why.
I stupid.
We're in all-star mode.
We are in all-star mode.
Yeah. We are all-stars. Our games are on. And we're going to play. Well, we're not going to play, but they are going to play. Looks like
who wants to win.
It looks like we are going to stay on Groudon, and T2 will be on first side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like Groudon's a really good map for that comeback, because the attack power is just so insane that even if you're down, like, the boost to attack that you get, like, you can pick up KOs that you wouldn't have otherwise picked up. So I feel like it ends up being really valuable. Mm-hmm. You guys want to see my crystals again? So this one, I forget the name of it, but it's for sleep and focus.
Okay.
And this one that I also forget the name of. I forget what this one's for. I think it's for it's for like creativity. It does look like a cough drop, doesn't it? For like creativity. This one is a moonstone. It just really stood out to me. This is like feminine energy crystal.
You evolve with that.
Yeah, I do. I evolve. Yeah. I evolve with it. And this is a pearl. That's my birthstone.
Real pearl?
Mm-hmm.
Get it from a clam.
It's my birthstone. Yep, I fished out the clam, and then I'm wearing this bracelet. This is rose quartz. It was recommended to me by the shop lady, like the witch who was running the store. So I listen to them when they tell me what's up. You know what I mean?
They usually know what they're doing.
Yeah. So when I was in Charlotte for this conference, not only did I win an award, but I also met this lady who was some sort of divine being who was sitting in a coffee shop. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go up to her because this is weird. Like she had a whole little setup over there. And she was like, yeah, so you wouldn't have been able to approach me unless like you were a good person, unless like you had good energy. But I swear to God, this lady just yapped. Like she didn't tell me anything about myself. Like she didn't tell me anything about like my future, like what you'd expect, or like she was just kind of like, oh, you like take on everyone else's shit. And I'm like, I mean, you're talking to a woman. Like you're probably gonna talk to any woman, and they're gonna feel that that happens to them. But so I went, and then a friend was meeting me at this coffee shop, you know, for conference related activities, and so I cut her off after 30 minutes of her saying like, we're not humans, like we used to be able to fly, and like all religion is fake, and like all science is also fake, and like you know, she's just going on. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's, you know, yap, whatever. So after 30 minutes I cut her off because I'm like, look, my friend's here. And she's like, okay, cool. My friends ended up seeing her later, and this lady yapped at them for 3 hours about the same kind of thing. And it was just kind of like, did we just like get our time like hella wasted? And we were like, yeah, you know, I think so. I think that's what happened. But we were like, you know, we should do something witchy anyway, so that we get something out of this interaction. So when we were in Charlotte, then we went to a, you know, crystal shop, like a crystal witchy shop. We ended up talking to the ladies in there, and they helped us find some crystals. And since it was the full moon, I charged them. Apparently, that's what you do. You put out your crystals and they charge under the full moon. I don't know what that means exactly, but I guess that makes them more effective.
Yeah.
I'm still new.
You got to charge them. You got it. Everybody knows that you have to charge your crystals.
Hanging with the Etsy witches without me is crazy. You know, we can hang with them. Now I'm like, I'm entering midlife crisis mode. So I think I'm just trying to blame the elements on everything that's wrong with me instead of reflecting on a personal level, which you know, that's just a common white woman experience, honestly.
Real. All right, let's get into game 2.
All right, get into game two. So All-Star Draft mode.
So I think some of the bans that we saw in game 1 will probably stay, but obviously you don't have to ban anything that was played last game. So we aren't going to see the Reggie 195 Zoroark. We're not going to see the Comfey again. We're not going to see any of these 6 Pokemon either, but T2 does have a few options here. Blissey is available. I think Rex would be very inclined to pick that, especially if Reggie 195 wants to play another Hyper Carry, but we'll see how they go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options here. Hovering Vaporeon currently, so either they want that or they might switch. And it looks like they are going to lock in Vaporeon. Strong defender, good first pick as well, because, you know, there's nothing that you can really expect that directly counters this Pokemon. It's always kind of safer first pick, but we'll see what Zenith wants to do. Considering Blastoise, I mean, when you have less options, like just picking things you're comfortable with kind of tends to be the play. Blastoise, Blissey, really great start here for this comp.
Indeed. Blastoise Blissey is very dangerous. We'll see how T2 wants to kind of counteract it. I like Zealot on the Garchomp. Obviously has really good A-Press, can shred an objective. G195 grabbing the Talonflame, a Pokemon that we've talked about a little bit tonight.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. I mean, Talonflame is always just really solid. I think the difficulty with picking a speedster early is like Zenith can kind of draft around it. And they're actually to go double all-rounder here, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for the Talonflame. But it's Reggie 195. Like, I'm really not concerned with how effective they can be on a speedster.
Yeah, I think really any speedster in their hands is going to be pretty good. We'll see how they want to line up these last couple picks. Zugrug took the Lapras last game, kind of hovering over this Umbreon this game. I think you have a few options here. I imagine we're going to go probably more of a traditional build with this Umbreon, more defender focus with the foul play Snarl, but could be wrong. I have been
I mean, you could, like, Umbreon and Vaporeon can both kind of flex support defender. I feel like usually Umbreon is the one between the two that ends up going defender, and Vaporeon runs like that Aqua Ring move set for a little bit of extra healing. And we also have that Zapdos, really, really strong early game. Did get pulled back a little bit in terms of later game damage, but it's still really solid. And rounding out Zenith's composition is this Inteleon, which is interesting to me to go up against a Talonflame with.
Talonflame is, I think it's really strong. I think I like the Charizard X into it because it does really well in those brawly situations, especially in that Unite form, in the Mega form, where it gets a little bit of extra healing. So we'll see. I mean, I think your primary targets here for this Talonflame are going to really just be this Inteleon, making sure that they don't get online.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like the Mimikyu is kind of a quiet, like, insane pick here. Especially if it's got that like Shadow Claw, like it can dive pretty well. Charizard X is going to be like loud and obnoxious and like tanky in that front line. Like I really could see this composition working out really well. Blissey has a lot of Unite move targets, and then it might just be that Talonflame's so distracted by Inteleon in the back that it struggles to deal with anything else in the front. I wonder what Inteleon will go. Probably Liquidation here, right?
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, that's why we play the game. Game number 2.5, T2. Gonna try to get this back even to an even series because they did kind of lose that last one, very surprisingly. Didn't really expect them to be down in this situation, but here we are.
I would love to see Zenith take another game. Just
pretty crazy.
Send us down to losers bracket early. That would be awesome. But here we are, already dealing out some secures over here from Umbreon. They currently have 11 points, and trying to get all of their secures going in the bottom path.
Yeah, gotta get the secures going. And we do have Umbreon online already, which is absolutely massive for T2. This Vaporeon playing the bully role already. And now this Fletchinder is here to maybe put an early stop to anything that Zenith wants to do. They have to be very careful because Charmeleon does not have typically a very strong middle stage.
Yeah, Charmeleon's a little bit tough, but I mean, it does have some pretty consistent damage, and you can take out a Fletchinder pretty easily. But here comes the Mimikyu as well. Not quite that level 5 just yet. They do hit that level 4 here. A lot of that goes over to Zenith, but here comes the rest of the squad. Blissey goes down pretty easily.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. Fletchinder going to have to avoid some of this fire, unable to score until that goes away. Eventually does hit the mark and able to deposit that 23 points in. Mimikyu trying to play the defender role here because T2 is looking for another invade. And this is what they did all game 1, so expect them to play a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, and here comes the Vaporeon, Umbreon. You're sending your support and defender EVs into that central area. They're tanky enough where Zenith isn't at a high enough level to really contend with them, at least for a long time. Like, it takes a long time to take these Pokemon down, so they can just kind of be annoying, which we see here from Rex. They've got a Hydro Cannon that they throw out here. Blissey does take that red buff, but, I mean, I think being annoying is kind of the goal.
And they're doing a really good job of it right now. And this Vaporeon might be able to get away. So I do see acrobatics on this Inteleon. Leads me to believe that we are likely going to go that liquidation. Unable to get the KO on the Vaporeon. But here comes Talonflame. And it's going to make Drizzile pay for that push. They were being a little bit greedy looking for that Vaporeon. And it just did not happen. However, Zenith able to secure that Regidrago away.
Yeah, they do end up taking that away, but Zapdos with a big thunder. Is that that's thunder? Is that one? I don't remember. The one that slaps onto the ground. The one that the first move. What is that one? The square.
The square is Thunderbolt. I always forget which one's which.
Okay, yeah. It's Thunder something. I mean, they don't really have that creative of moves for electric types. It's like Volt something, Thunder something. It gets confusing.
Zap something.
Zap, yeah, Zap. Like, okay, great, thanks. It's named Zapdos, like, I guess. They will secure that Regieleki there in the bottom path, walking towards that tier 1 goal zone. Regirock getting pretty low as well. T2 should be able to take this one. Mimikyu is contesting it here, but you take them down. Inteleon! Oh, not quite able to get it done.
Unfortunate there, but here comes Zealot with a big Livid Outrage into the eject button's going to take 2 with 1 hit. Make it 3. A 4th is going to fall, but that's going to go over to Vaporeon's credit. 40 points in. They could have gone with a little bit more, but instead they're just going to go ahead and allow that break to happen. Charizard going to get met with a Flame Sweep. A full heal is going to cleanse that. 4 members converge on Umbreon and take them back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, a little bit too excited there for the Talonflame. They are a little bit squishy, so sending them into the enemy central area, into 4 members, a little bit difficult to come back from.
Indeed, and Zapdos looking for a way in on this Blastoise, who's just hiding in this little electrical field. They're going to get any secures out of it. So far, no. T2 able to get a lot of that experience for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty well positioned right now. We're kind of seeing shades of the same game that we've seen so far, 205 to only 11 here for Zenith. And they got to start, trying to figure out how to come back. They've got like this Charizard and this Inteleon, both of which need a lot of experience to succeed in this late game if they want to do the damage that they need to do. But so far, T2's been able to do a lot of bullying because it takes so long to get online for some of these other Pokemon. Zapdos, meanwhile, they're just going to throw some points into this bottom path, use the Unite move, open up that goal zone, but while Zenith tries to push in the top.
All right, we'll see if this fly can land. It does. Gets a KO there. Charizard on the retreat. Garchomp looking for them. Good combination from Charizard. That's going to take out 1, and some eggs are going to heal up Charizard back all the way to full. T2 has to be pretty careful here, because they do not want to keep giving these KOs to this Charizard. They gave another one, almost getting it to the Zapdos, but now unmega'd. Charizard might be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they zipped the Charizard over the wall there. Now, they're a little bit low HP, but they do find the Blissey. Luckily for this Talonflame, they are able to get away from the Charizard for the time being. But right now, Zenith looking really good in these fights. I mean, this Charizard seems really strong. They've been winning these fights, maintaining some decent levels against this squad.
Ready. Regieleki going to move towards T2. T2 on the defensive here, and Garchomp goes down, and now it's going to be a little bit of problems here for T2 as they're going to have to defend this T1. Blastoise is actually going to have to retreat for Zenith, and they got exactly what they wanted. However, Zenith hasn't really been able to capitalize anything in points category.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to try to break the goal zone out of some of these victories in these fights, but I also think that winning any amount of fights is going to be good for them, especially if you can pick up some more KOs for this Charizard, and just any opportunity that you see, use a Unite move, get Mega Evolved, and try to get in there. Regice does go over to T2. The Zapdos will take it, but it definitely doesn't seem as dominant right now for T2. They might want to try to change that here with a potential push into that T2.
Oh, they're going to put the Zapdos Unite move on the goal zone, so this will make it defenseless. We're going to see what scores go in. Zenith on the defense. Good scoop there by Zealot, but Charizard's going to pick up the Umbreon and go into the Mega Form. Going to put a punishing blow on T2, but however, T2 is going to hit that counter punch and send a couple of Pokemon, 3, 4, back to the Pokemon Center, and Talonflame on a defended goal zone. No defenseless from the Zapdos Unite needed. They're going to go ahead and break that.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit excited there for Zenith, I think. They really needed to pick up something there in that fight, and they just weren't able to make it happen. The Charizard looked really good on an engagement, and I just don't think there was enough capitalization, and just a really good response as well from T2, especially, the Umbreon and the Vaporeon continuing to hang around, not going down so that they could provide their support, but also making sure that Garchomp could deal the damage that they needed to deal. Regieleki now in the bottom path. This is going to be a really solid pull for T2 while Zenith starts to set up in that central area.
Oh, okay, Regieleki going to move towards that T2 side, 329-11. T2 going to be in the driver's seat. It's going to be Zenith that has to make the move for a 3rd time in this Groudon.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way in. They did have the opportunity to position, but the Umbreon was also there, so it was a little bit scary. Trick Room comes out, caught in a snarl. They're going to have to back up a little bit. Charizard already pretty low here after running into that Talonflame. You're going to have to hope that the Blissey can do something. Mimikyu already comes in with the play with me. They've used the Unite move already.
Okay, Blastoise down, Mimikyu very low on HP. They go back as well. Vaporeon going to try to push away this Charizard, but the Unite move from them as well as the Blissful Assist on them. Here comes Zila with a big old scoop. Zugra going to help take them out, and now we have 4 members down for Zenith. This should be T2 on the counter. They're going to secure the Groudon, and they're not going to let a third steal of the objective.
Yeah, I mean, that's, T2, it seems like they calmed down in that fight, and that's the exact kind of fight that you need to see in that moment. You have the Mimikyu trying to go in, capitalize on something. You wait for the other team to make a mistake, and you punish it. There was no one there for Zenith to be able to protect that Mimikyu in that moment. It was well played, well fought by T2. A much-deserved win for them. They're going to likely, very highly likely, take us to a Game 3.
Yeah, gonna certainly try. We'll see how that goes. I mean, they still need to deposit some of these points in. We'll see if anything can happen from Zenith. No, okay, we lost a couple of bits of the front line. That should be all but over here. So we're gonna go into a Game 3 for this second round match.
Yeah, I mean, I think that T2 definitely, they realized in that first fight, well, I guess, the first 2, based on the first kind of game that we saw, that they can't make mistakes, that they can definitely win these team fights. They just have to let themselves get into the team fight instead of letting Zenith have the opportunity to make it a little bit more chaotic. So they played it very well. They made sure that they won the team fight, before trying to take any objectives. Very clean win. Huge win for them, by the way. It's like 400 something, 500 something. I mean, they scored a lot of points at the end, but 967 to 11. So yeah, in the 900s, only 11 points scored for Zenith in that game too.
Yeah, not too bad. They definitely came back after a little bit of a rocky start to this set, at least in the terms of securing final objectives. But they calmed down. They had a really good Groudon fight there, very front to back focus. Was able to pick off, I believe it was Blastoise that went down first. So frontline won there for T2. And then I believe it was Yuta on the Mimikyu that went down next. And then T2 was just able to kind of converge one by one. Very clean fight there. So didn't even give Zenith the opportunity to rip.
Yeah, they just couldn't get in. There was really no way for them to do it. When T2 was playing as a unit, they just can't lose that fight, so very well played by them. But now, since we go to a Game 3, we have even less of a Pokemon pool to pick from. And I imagine that still some of these powerhouses that have been getting banned, I imagine these teams aren't going to want to suddenly see them now. So that just means that we're going to have to reach into the depths of some of our Pokemon pools.
Yep, certainly are. This is gonna be really fun. It's gonna be really fun to watch, kind of how these teams want to combat the last part of the Fearless, the All-Star Draft mode. So there's going to be a lot of picks off the table. I'm going to try to get the overlay working. It wasn't working earlier, so hopefully it'll play nice for this set or for this last one.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm trying to get it.
It doesn't tend to be very nice. Plus, Mercury in retrograde and all.
Yeah.
Mercury, nobody asked, but Mercury is the planet of communication. Actually, Gemini is ruled by Mercury. It's the planet of communication, which is why when it goes into retrograde, we see a lot of issues with common communication things like technology, for example. So we see technology shitting itself. Your car shitting itself, things like that, which I've had a lot of over the past couple days. And I think it has to do with the fact that my Mercury is in Cancer. So
yeah, it's got to be it.
Obviously. But I actually was trying to free up space on my phone because I just have no storage on my phone. So I was going through and trying to delete some apps I don't really use. And I accidentally deleted Omnipod, the app that gives me insulin.
Oh, that's not good.
You can't just re-download it, and everything's fine. You have to completely reset it up. Yeah. So I had to take off my brand new pod, waste it, get a new one. and then I had another allergic reaction to my sensor in a certain part of my arm, so I had to take that off too. So a lot of Mercury and retrograde things. And you shitting yourself. Yeah, exactly. It happens.
Yeah,
It happens.
It's all connected.
But the good thing about a retrograde is you don't have to take responsibility for your actions, which is great. Obviously, we don't want to do that because it makes us have to think a little bit harder. So we don't want to take responsibility. So we can blame it on things we have absolutely no control over, which is really helpful. It's really helpful, especially for white women in their 20s.
That's right.
Don't you agree, Kyle?
I agree.
Fellow white woman in her 20s.
Yep. In another lifetime,
reverting. Maybe. I started teaching for the summer semester, and I've just been under the impression that I'm not that much older than my students, because a lot of times, like, I look fairly young. People still think that, like, I could be a college student. So, like, I've just kind of, like, got it in my head that I'm like, oh, I'm young and cool. Like, these students are, like, kind of close to my age. Like, we'll have, like, a cool, fun relationship. So I, like, said it kind of, I was like, yeah, I'm not that much older than you guys or something like that in a conversation. And one of the students was like, well, you're 10 years older than me. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess I'll kill myself. Like, what do you mean I'm 10 years older than you? That's not possible. Anyway. So that was upsetting and a little bit humbling.
Do that.
10 years older than them? That seems fake.
It does seem.
I was like, huh? I thought our conversation was about, like, oh, I know what you guys are talking about, and I know your memes and stuff because I'm not that much older than you. And you're like, you're actually so much older than me. I'm like, oh, okay. Guess I'll die in my old age. I got humbled real quick. It's okay, but at least I know I can always humble Kyle more.
True. It's actually very true.
I can always be like, Kyle is old.
Yep. And it happens a lot.
How old do people, like, think you are?
That's what I'm. I don't know. Like, I feel like people. How about chat? Tell me how old you think I am. I mean, I think I posted on Twitter at one point, so people probably know.
But, like, when people, like, see you or whatever, like, because people think, like, sometimes people think, like, I could be, like, 19. And I'm like, I feel like there's no way I look 19.
Yeah,
I don't. Like, oh, are you, like, a student? Like, I had another student come up to me yesterday to see if I was in the same, like, program that he's in for, like, freshmen. And I was like, do you think I'm 18 or 19 years old?
I think people usually think
I'm actually faculty. I was like, I'm actually faculty. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're 20 and you feel like you're out of touch. Yeah.
People are saying 33, 31, 27, 26.
26, 27. I'm 27.
See?
So
yeah, people think. I think, like, the most of the time, people think I'm like 30.
People, yeah, I feel like that's, like, reasonable. 33. I mean, I guess.
So far, everybody's wrong. So far,
everyone's wrong, and he's actually older than that.
That's true. Which, very, very, very great. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, I think I'm getting. I think
it's the lack of children. Yeah.
Yeah. So you seem younger because you don't have kids. Yeah, that's true. I guess, like, having a child ages you.
Also that. It, like, changes your brain chemistry for sure.
Yeah. Like, I guess my friends who have kids, they, like, seem older to me. That is true.
I have, like, friends that have kids that are, like, younger than me, but I'm like, you're old.
Yeah, because, like, you have a kid, so obviously you have to be young.
Yep. That's exactly how that works. I'm pretty sure. 50?
You have
No, I'm not
Feraligatr.
50.
50.
50's crazy.
You're great for 50.
46? That's crazy. No, I just turned 36 last month, or I guess, well, a month and a half at this point in May.
Kyle and I are both Geminis, and we're both Unk, I guess.
Yeah, we're Unk Geminis. I think I'm a little bit more Unk than you, though.
Perhaps. But I spend most of my time with students 10 years younger than me. So
it makes you feel.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit older. But they do think it, like, a student stopped me and they were like, "Are you in this program too?" And I was like, "I'm a professor, but what do you need?" Like, that's okay. Interesting compositions that we've got here. Gonna get to see Feraligatr plus Skeledirge. I haven't seen Skeledirge played at all. Meanwhile, on Zenith's side, they are going more traditional, pulling out more Tradwife composition with that Cinderace, Slowbro, Eldegoss, classic Blaziken. And I'm also pulling out that Mega Lucario.
Yeah. Lazy, you were very close. The first guess was not close, but then your later guesses got a little bit better. Like, you went 26 to 27 to 38. So it got better. You were very close.
Kyle's 36 and I'm 27.
Yeah.
I kept forgetting. I kept forgetting what age I turned. I was like thinking about it the other day. And I had to like do the math. I'm like, oh, if I was born in 1999, I was like, what did I?
Yeah.
Did I turn 28 or 27? I was like, I 27. Thank God.
I have the nice thing where I'm born in 90, so it makes it very nice and clean, except for the whole year 2000 thing, which kind of throws me off. That's like, oh, it's an extra 10, because sometimes I think that like 2010 was like, not 16 years ago. But yeah.
That is a tough one. Yeah, that is a tough one.
There you go. You mean it wasn't like 5 years ago?
Look at Totodile with his little
Totodile's so
feeties.
cute.
Oh, look at Fuecoco with him little feeties. I don't even think I've played against a Fuecoco since
it's so annoying. Oh, it's so frustrating to deal with.
He's so cute and eeny. Look at his little baby face. He's so cute.
Look at this.
We got an invade.
It doesn't go well. T2 responds. Yeah, Reggie on the Dodrio is going to be probably a problem. Zealot actually was able to help support that. They are sporting that red buff, so that's why this Mega Lucario is a little bit slower to retreat back to pad. But Rex doing a pretty good job of keeping the pressure on up there.
Yeah, I mean, you can bat out Absol, but you can't. Sorry, I don't know why I'm suddenly yawning. I guess I'm EBC. Like it's after 10. It's past my bedtime, chat.
Past your
bedtime. You can't ban out Reggie 195. No matter what you do, you can't ban out that player. And he's got the drill peck too.
Okay.
And a couple of headbands on the Dodrio as well. We've got Croconaw online. It's got access to that crunch, which I hate that sound.
Which one?
The crunch sound. Like
when
you switch between them.
Yeah,
like the clink, 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 clink. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's really annoying. Almost as annoying as like the Dodrio. Do you remember the Dodrio bug where the running was like the loudest thing?
His little feeties. You could just hear the little pitter patter of his feet.
Yeah, it was like way too loud at one point, and it was so distracting every time.
I remember that. Remember Chandelure released?
Oh my gosh.
The in prison was bug. Like a gunshot. Like it sounded like a full gunshot. I'm like, geez, they brought a gun to Pokemon. It's crazy. This Pokemon.
That's how it got to prison, I'm sure.
Exactly. They had to imprison it because it shot someone with a gun. Like it's crazy. Anyway, Reggie Drago now in the central area. T2 seems to be moving toward it. Zenith maybe wants to try to make something happen in the bottom path while T2 is distracted, but Mamoswine is there.
Should be able to take it, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Slowbro gonna try to push forward. However, the poor little reboot going back to the Pokemon Center. Combuskin It's an absolute frenzy KOing these first partner Pokemon middle stage evolutions, and they're gonna leave this goal zone at 1, setting up for a pretty nice overcap here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can have the opportunity to continue taking experience off the map, you may as well clear it before you go for a goal zone break. So Valswine considering it here. Slowbro actually comes down to defend, but Registeel is in this bottom path. And unless Slowbro can get a quick steal here, it is going to be Reggie195 securing that objective.
Okay, let's see what we can do up in the top path. Feraligatr is going to go between 4 members, getting caught in a blender. Unfortunately for Zenith, T2 is able to steal away, or sorry, they weren't able to steal away any of that. But Regieleki walking towards this T1, it walks in, and now we're going to look for whatever overcaps we can get.
I don't know if you saw like this Skeledirge Unite move, like coming through. It almost got that steal. It's like the Mewtwo Unite moves. Like the Infinite Cyburn, like when you randomly get that last second, like secure with it, you can't even see it. But they almost got it there, not quite able to get it. But either way, I don't really think they care because they are just rolling through everybody on Zenith.
They really are. Score buff on the Skeledirge is going to deposit it and leave that goal zone at 1. Mega Lucario able to take out the Alchemy, going to burn an eject button. Close combat's going to miss the mark, and Skeledirge gets the best of that Lucario. Also going to try to run away. They do. Oh my goodness, and the cleanup from T2, and this is looking like a stomp already.
Yes, Skeledirge on like less than 1 HP there. Yeah, the little feeties, he's going to... It's so funny. I remember it was global. Everyone was like, what's going on with this?
Here is this
What's
thing.
going on?
What's going on?
As well.
What are we doing?
What's going on? What's going on? That's the rule. That's the goal now. I kept doing that. I can't stop. Anyway.
I mean either.
I can't stop for some reason. There goes this. Literally, it's so easy to just like, what's going on? It's so easy.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's doing that right now. It's just,
I was
like
doing it at,
stim.
I guess. Like, we were just doing it at the conference so much. Like, me and my friends who were like rooming together in a hotel. We were just the whole time, like anything would happen. What's going on? Anyway, big Ice Fang there. Yeah, Zugrug just doing Zugrug things right now. Considering a potential push into this T2, right, following their namesake here. Here comes the Feraligatr, big waterfall into that back line. Big crunch will take down this Eldegoss, but here comes the Cinderace as well. The goal zone does break, but we do get Dodrio.
Okay, yeah, Slow Beam is going to be able to help take them out. And then the Mega Lucario was able to help close the deal. Zugra going to burn and eject over the wall, get away to safety, close combat onto the Feraligatr. Lucario very low, misses a power-up punch, might pay for it. He does. Double KO for Zealot, and great push there. Eldegoss able to Cotton Cloud Crash, and that is a good KO for T2. Blaziken back from the Pokemon Center, going to try to take down the Skeledirge. A little bit of healing there from the Alchemy, and the Skeledirge able to get the best of the other Fire-type starter. Here's another Fire-type starter that's going back to the Pokemon. That one's Cinderace this time. We're just missing the Charizard. I was going to say, how many Fire-type starters can we get?
Yeah, Delphox.
Yeah, we need Delphox and
missing
Cinder.
as well. Yeah, we need Delphox.
Or Delphox and Chars.
And we had Typhlosion already in the previous one. But, yeah. I guess I understand. Oh, geez. Wow, scoring base and everything. I guess I understand why Feraligator's banned a lot, because, this thing seems a little bit stupid. Here comes with a crunch ready. Cinderace looking for an opportunity to secure here, but no, huge crunch there. Just takes out like half the HP at the end, trying to take down this Regieleki and just obliterates this Blaziken as well. I mean, I don't know, like your Cinderace, like you just get chomped a single time and your HP is like half gone. It might get them there, but no, Alchemy with a big heal.
Yeah, also like this is just a diff because that Feraligatr Zealot actually picking up the Alchemy Cream Puffs. My solo queue teammates never pick up the Cream Puffs. They just know how to find it. Regieleki trying to walk in, does. Goal zone broken, and T2 has broken both T2s of Zenith. 20 seconds remaining until our final Groudon of this set, and T2 want to push their advantage.
I mean, we've got Unite moves on the board, but T2 has broken every goal zone here, and Zenith is going to have to try to figure out a way in. And that's been the problem for the duration of the match. They just can't seem to find a way into this central area. And the way that they win this game is by getting Groudon, so they have to figure out how to get in, look for a secure. They would love if T2 just ripped so they could try to steal it away from them, but T2 is not going to make that mistake.
Well, here comes Lucario, is able to skirt away through the defense of T2. Now we got the Eldegoss Cotton Cloud Crash. Here comes Dodrio, triple trample met by a slow beam. Groudon getting very low. We got to hold some secures. Lucario going to get stunned by Mamoswine. Zugrug, perfect play. That's the target that you got to go for right there. Skeledirge able to close the deal, and T2 is not going to stumble again. Looks like they're going to hold on to their lead, and they're going to push towards the next round.
Yeah, I mean, after a rough start to the set, and then Zenith ending up winning that first game, stealing away the objective, T2 claws their way back in very convincing fashion to take the next two. And, I mean, assuming that they're going to take this next two, they would take a miracle at this point for Zenith to be able to come back here. But it doesn't look like T2 wants to let up either. They're probably just going to keep scoring, seeing if they can pick up more KOs.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. 877, and scores only increasing from here. Maybe we'll get to that fabled 1,000 point mark. They're going to be very close. Maybe they'll get it after some of these KOs. Yep, we got it. Finally hit it.
Yeah, there we go.
As Pokemon Unite doesn't format their scoreboard, it's going to kind of encroach onto the timer, which has always bothered me. I don't know if that's always bothered you, but it always bothers me. Okay.
Yeah, it's not very nice to look at. It would not be that hard to just like expand. Like, it doesn't have to be completely centered either, because it's only going to be for likely like the last couple seconds of the game. Just push it a little more. Like, if greater than 1,000, expand the size of the box a little bit and push like the rest of the stuff in the top over. I don't know. Call me, Pokemon. Oh, wait, they hate me. Never mind. Never mind. They would never call me.
Yeah.
1,059 to 111. T2 is going to take this set 2-1. And look at these KO numbers for them. Extremely convincing fashion. 13 and 15 for Skeledirge. 12 and 10 for Dodrio.
Yeah, that's kind of the T2 that we were expecting when this set first started. Dominant from start to finish, no stumbling along the way. Looked really good. Yeah, 13-15 from Skeledirge. That Pokemon's crazy. Look at these damage numbers, too. 94, 82, 84. Even Zugrug putting out 56.
Yeah. Yeah, just a lot of Pokemon Unite talent in that game. But yeah, great set, and that's what All-Star Draft is about. Like, you get to game threes and you get to see some interesting picks, you know, some bands slipping through the cracks there, and that Feraligatr comes out, and I can see why it was continuing to get banned so far tonight.
Indeed. Well, that's going to be it for this set. T2 is going to be victorious. They are going to be moving on, and we are going to be moving on in our bracket, so don't go too far, folks. Husky, any final words? I assume that you're going to be done after this.
Yeah, I'm going to go put my ass to bed. But you guys have fun. You guys stay safe out there.
Yep.
Yeah, fun meta going on right now. This is the time to probably get into Unite since they're giving out so much. So, you know, hopefully people are having fun playing Unite along with us here. And I don't know. We'll see if teams contact me for how to do that math to split the prize pool. So, you know, my DMs are open. I can help you with that as well.
Alrighty. Well, you heard it from here, folks. Go grab a drink, grab a snack. We're going to be hitting a break, and then we'll be hitting that next round matchup as soon as possible. More Underdunk 85 is going to be back very soon. $250 on the line. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, gamers. It's your boy, Jonathan Hyde, coming back at you, and I'm not alone. I am joined by the one, the only GX2 Unite. GX, how you doing?
What up, everybody? We're back and we're better than ever. And it's here. We're here for draft. We're here for All-Star, the best star, the All-Star draft.
Absolutely. New patch notes that came out not too long ago. Already, Chud Leon is going in with that, putting them to the test. Sylveon coming in, but Hades not far behind. They said, we're going to go with the OG Evolution Espeon coming your way.
Yeah, Sylveon with the first pick. They're pretty confident with the buffs that this mon is given. Hyper Voice, Calm Mind, all these moves are no joke. I'm very excited to see how it plays out. I still believe it has a bit weak of an early game, but like until 4, but then once it reaches 4, it starts steamrolling. So we're going to have to wait and see.
Oh. Absolutely, but we're already going to go in on the side deck and the Hoopa double supports with a nice tanky build there on this, well, not tanky build, a nice tanky-ish mon with that Sylveon there. Already, though, Lus is going to be looking at the Buzzwall. Lock that in instantly. What goes in? Crayola says Eldegoss, the auto attack nightmare supporter coming your way.
All right, let's see these last two picks over for, I'm going to call that team Chuds, the purple team over there. We're going to have an Inteleon. We need a long-range attacker. We got to keep those Mons at bay. We got to keep that Snorlax. We got to keep that Buzzwole away from him. That is a strong Mon. Look at those muscles.
Ooh, yeah, we got that Garchomp coming in as well, going toe-to-toe with the Buzzwole. Accelerate coming down, then Inteleon coming in. We got Chudleon. It's not an Eon without an Inteleon as well. The additional water evolution you didn't know you needed. And Tokito coming in with Dodrio, another triple-headed bird.
All right, I do like the support pick. We have some attackers. You don't want to be jumped on. I know, for example, Sylveon can only Hyper Voice in one direction, and it commits right to it. So if you get right behind it, that's going to be a problem. But it does have some good peelers. It has the Hoopa. It has the Psyduck. So that Dodrio's got to be very careful.
Yeah, Dodrio's got to be good, but also Inteleon's got to watch out for it. Dodrio is infamous for being able to get into the back line. It goes from scoring, crosses your central path, and straight into you. So got to be careful. Players have 10 seconds for their final preparations. So already, I'm looking at Chudleon's team, and I'm thinking they got the late game hands down. But La Sierra, that early game, is going to decide how everything's going to go down.
Oh, yeah. They got an Espeon on the team and a Snorlax. That's probably going to be their bot lane. That is very tough to deal with. So Chudleon's going to have to put in some lot of extra work to get a very strong start here.
Absolutely there. So Snorlax right now. Yeah, Snorlax, Eldegoss, Espeon, great early game. But and trying to get the Sylveon online a little bit there is going to be really how Chudleon's going to try to get ahead. But the game is on. Underdunk 85 going into the winner bracket of the quarterfinals. Chudleon, your purple team. La Sierra Satitas gonna be your orange team.
Oh, yeah, I believe we have an issue already. No one in the orange base is moving. Interesting. So a problem has arisen already, but we'll look away from that. Let's talk about a little bit how we think who we're gonna have winning this initial 850 gank here. I believe Chudleon does have the advantage there. We're gonna have Get Bite hopefully at that point moving the farm along, or we're gonna have Intel trying to get some critical hits with the basic attacks. But Dodrio does pop up at level 5. Ideally, it would be the jungle. We're going to probably start this match over. We're going to keep the same bands, same draft as before. We might skip the draft for brevity's sake because we're falling behind on schedule here. But what do you think, Hyde?
Honestly, I think it's going to go either way. Like I said, we got really good late game there for the side of Chudleon there. So Sobble and Gibble are actually really good into their individual lanes, despite being great late game mons. They're triple evolution, so it is a little bit harder to get experience into their pockets there. But Gibble has a mean top lane game. If you underestimate, if you try to push for those stacks, you are going to get devoured. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, we do have Sobble. Sobble is strong in that secure game as well, but Sobble is not going to be down there. It is going to be in that central path, so it's going to be entering whichever lane it's going to go in for the gank as a Drizzile. And again, that is going to be solid because we have those 850 birds coming in, Swablu's, Altarias, La Satitas is not going to know what hit him. That's why it's very important for them to make sure they get their evolutions. They got to get the Eldegoss and they got to get the Espeon, and they got to try to get that Snorlax as close to level 5 as possible, because once it comes in, Chudleon, I think, is going to put a lot of pressure and be very aggressive.
Yes. Lucentis or has the engage comp in spades. Meanwhile, Chudleons, they have some engage, mainly from the guard chomp, but it's pretty much alone in that venture. Also, probably with the Sylveon as well, with the Hyper Voice. Using the Hyper Voice to lower those defenses for the Inteleon, that should be the main play here. Same with the Hoopa. Hoopa has his Unite. Hoopa push strong, putting in a lot of stuns, putting in a lot of damage. This is a comp that is pretty well put together. I do like the double support comp. That's one of the compositions you probably pretty much see if no team wants to run a defender. And meanwhile, over at Lucentis, they also have a more traditional comp. They have balance pretty much spread out. They got the defender, they got their attacker, supporter, speedster. Balance, they can pretty much hit every area, but they don't really excel in any one in particular area. That's kind of the downfall of the balance composition. So we're gonna have to see how things play out.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like they got really good early game with the Eldegoss and the Snorlax. That's going to be how they're going to get that. Buzzwole does have strong secure, but Gible is going to eat a lot of experience if they go to try to contest that. So it's not going to, it most likely will not have its level 5 by the time the Dodrio hits its lane, because we're most likely going to see a top lane gank. That's what most teams like to favor. So that's how that's probably going to go down. But the Espeon could change a lot of things. If we're able to get Espeon online super quickly, then we might be able to do a 5-man into the top lane. So we're not that far away from it. We're about 50 seconds away from being able to know exactly what's going to happen. So Espeon has to get that level 4 and make it to the top lane if that is on the table for the side of La Satitas.
Yep, that should be very doable. It's only level 4. You should get that around the 9-minute mark and send people up. Are we gonna do? I think we should end it here because no one from Orange side moved yet. They might be a little bit behind, but well, actually, looks like we're just gonna play it out. They're gonna be a little bit behind, so that's gonna be a huge detriment for them. They're gonna have to work double time now. They're like behind. They have to get that farm too.
La Sierra was like, listen, you got a 20-second head start. That is the handicap you're going to need because we're going to take this game all the way. And again, maybe that's exactly it. Maybe it's all planned. They were like, you know what? Let's just pause it out. Let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But we do get a nice little bit of a dance down on the bottom path here. Snorlax doing a great job zoning out Chudleon, but they're not able to get it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Even as like an EV right now for that's soon to be Espeon, that Swift has actually a pretty strong secure in its own right, and same with tackle attack from Snorlax. Looks like we're going to have people move up to the top from the orange team. It's about time for A50 Kink. Everyone's here on time. It's going to be a 3v4 up top, and everything's going well. That Dodger's running tri-attack. Down goes the Gible. That's kind of to be expected. He's going to be overrun here, and they're going to have to let that go. They were behind, and like now they turn that around. All of the glory to these guys.
Absolutely. I love to see that. They sent the Snorlax up in the top to make sure that they had the extra CC, but there's Drizzile trying to get it in. Tokito trying to back out there, but no! The eject from Accelerate, not able to get it. Surrounded, gonna get taken down as the Screamion comes in, tries to save them, not enough. We have Snorlax coming in, nice heavy slam as it ticks into level 5. Dodrio coming down, look for the KO and the Sylveon. Quick stack of 5 points, little bit of XP, little bit of immunity, and they're able to back out.
That was a lot of important KOs. That's putting purple team down behind in tempo, which is what you don't want against a Dodrio team. Dodrio's getting all the momentum on his back. He's going to try to sneak in that Hoopo. Here comes the Hyper Voice to dissuade him. Who's going to get the secure? It's going to be Dodrio.
Absolutely. Dodrio is a monster. Just comes in. It can drill peck. It can try attack. It can do all kinds of stuff. You got to watch out for this Pokemon because no matter what move it's going to pick, it's going to be annoying. But already we have Nico up into the top here. 720 birds coming up here in 10 seconds. This is a big objective. But Boswell's getting ready. They're putting Nico down in the HP department. They're forced to eject. Now Hoopa tries to come and save. It's a trick Hoopa. So they're not able to escape quickly. But they're chasing the Hoopa. They get it up on the XP. Hoopa goes down. Now they're trying to get as many birds, but there goes Nico. Gone. Points raining in. La Satitas has taken the top lane.
Silly Hoopa. Tricks are for kids.
They absolutely are. Just put a pair of long ears on it, and there you go. Already, our lane objectives are spawned in. Regieleki into the basement there. Going to be a Dredgy Roulette. Don't know which one yet. Into the top. Screamion goes in, but there's the Espeon. Secures the Regieleki. We take down Screamion there, and now we got Snorlax going for the block. We do have Deloan getting isolated and alone taken down. There we go. Now we have Regieleki going in. They're trying to go in. Buzzwole gets the Regirock right in the nick of time as they break the basement pad.
You would not be able to tell like this is gonna be the path the game takes based on how they started, but they just got momentum on their backs and they're just taking all the form, taking all the momentum, taking all the XP, taking all the fights they need to take. Buzzwole's getting big and strong on the top. That is a mismatch. That Buzzwole is level 9, using that Gabite as a battering ram, and it's gonna be get some KOs. Gonna back up here to preserve Snorlax's life, and yeah, the score is 13-170. It's only gonna be growing up from here.
Yeah, we take a look at the levels. Level 11 on that Dodrio. Only one Unite move on the side of Chudleon, and that is in the hands of the Sylveon, and only because it gets it at level 8. We got to make sure we use that to our advantage here because La Sierra already has 2 Unite moves in the pocket, but they have more on the way, ready to unlock. Snorlax comes in with the block. Accelerate has to eject, but the Espeon comes in with the Psychic Solaire. Boom, comes down. Now the Psy comes down to reduce the damage. Will it be enough? Sylveon's putting the pressure on to keep them away from the pad. It's only a 5-point break, but that is it. La Sierra Satitas has to back off.
That was a wonderful engage with the Espeon Unite. That's the other way of using it. You gotta use it as like an dive tool, or you could use it as a good engage. Great follow-up for the Dodrio, getting some clean KOs. As Alan was working its way towards the bottom, getting some free scores in. And Sylveon aiming the Hyper Voice the wrong way because it was doing farm, so that was a bit unfortunate, so it got some points in.
There we go. The triple trample comes down. Now we're looking for it. We find the Accelerate. Take it down. Double KO now for the Dodrio. A little help from the Espeon there, getting the second KO. Trying to dunk whatever points we can in, but Psyduck being an absolute nuisance. It's just being a menace on the field. But great job from the Snorlax here, being able to put up the wall, being able to be like, you know what? Nah, you ain't getting by me. Nice appeal for their team.
This Dodrio pick was such a clutch pick. And it was the last pick, too, I believe, for our orange team. There's no answers on Chodelions to, like, deal with the Dodrio. It's able to run free, so good observation skills from our orange team to make that pick of a strong speedster. And down goes Sylveon, too. So there you go.
I really liked what that Snorlax did. They plopped themselves with that power nap right in front of Accelerate. They tried to go for the snipe on the Regieleki, but they body blocked it so well. Unlike Decidueye, those arrows, these shots from Inteleon do not go through. Snorlax getting a nice push through. Regieleki connects. Now we got to do a little bit of math. Can we get the 34-point over? No! We're going for the 44 over.
That's a huge amount of points. The Drew's going to have to back up a little bit. He doesn't want to get KO'd and give away that experience. It gets taken down by Inteleon. He flew way too close to the sun. Snorlax, well, we have a Store Power Espeon who's going to be able to take care of that. Down goes the Psyduck. Next on the chopping block, it should be Inteleon. Oh, it's a mutual destruction. Double KO there.
Mutual destruction, indeed. Buzzwole's going to be looking to take on Nico one-on-one. Kato's doing really good. Gets the KO. Double KO into the top side there. Also taking down that Psyduck. Now it's going to be up in the top there. Now it's going to be looking to try to get the points. Can they get the over in time? No! Great defense from Chudleon. They want to take it, but Regi says, I'm just going to walk away from this as the Rings Unbound comes out.
This was a very good time for Orange Team to break that top pad. They're really working on bottom pad, trying to minimize all the XP available for Chudleons. They don't want to break top pad too early. They broke it out the late phase of the game around the 3-minute mark, which is good. So there's going to be like at least one more round of farm that's available. That's going to show up right there, and now it's gone.
13-383. La Sierra Satitas is now running away with this game on the points department. Dodrio running away on those levels. Level 14. This is where they're putting all their experience into it on. Chudleon's trying to find a way because La Sierra Satitas is having their way with the central lane. They said, you know what? This is ours. You ain't walking away with this.
We're about to reach the Kyogre fight here. For the first 8 minutes, it was basically 2 separate fights happening, one at top pad, one at bottom pad. But let's see how things mesh together. Let's see how both teams are going to fight out as one unit each side, 5-on-5. I'm excited to see what happens.
Dodrio opted to take the Regieleki. That is straight to the home pad. That's win condition for Las Ciudadesitas. We can't just ignore that, but we are. Chudley are going all in, looking to take this team fight. We have the Psychic Solaire coming in as the Dragon combo comes through. Their Livid Outrage comes down. They're hunting the Espeon. They know it's the problem, but they're not able to get it. Espeon stored power, running away. Block comes out from that Snorlax. All of a sudden, the team is revived. Hoopa is gone. The ring's unbound. Not much of an issue for the next few seconds as the rip on Kyogre begins.
All right, Dodrio's done a wonderful job pressuring the back line, taking out the Inteleon, not overextending it. Now everything's falling into place. They don't have any more tools to deal with this team. 3 members are gone. There's only going to be Sylveon and Hoopa left. Hoopa has an ult. He's going to try to hold it and try to bring in more teammates. Down goes the next one. Orange team is still holding out strong, and now it's time to bring her home.
BTP going in. They're trying to get that. No, they're taken down. That's it. All of it is gone. It's now Psyduck in a dream, and they're not able to get it. Las Ciudadesitas is going to be taking it. It's Garchomp in a dream as we're now looking for Hungo Burgers in this cookout.
That's 100 right there. That's a burger. There's going to be 30 right there. White Holland's got to push everything off the pad. This is pretty much all wraps. Everyone, this game's done. Game 1 is going to go to our Orange team, Los Santos.
Yeah, and what a great way they were able to do it too. Again, they had a lot of early game pressure, and they were able to utilize that. That 40-second penalty at the start that they had, that just didn't, or sorry, 20 seconds, didn't really impact them at all. They're like, whatever, 20 seconds, we catch up. And catch up they did, and they just flew with it. Now, again, like Sobble, Gibble, they have really great early game lanes, but again, they're triple evolutions, and Las Ciudadesitas took full advantage of that.
Oh yeah, well, this is All-Star Draft, so these 10 Mons are gonna go away. I'm look forward to see what's gonna happen next. Who are gonna be the next 10?
Yeah, who are the next 10 to be sacrificed to the altar of all draft? Who knows? These teams will in about a few seconds there, but I absolutely love the concept of all draft mode. I love it. You just got 10 Pokemon, they're banned. Now you got 16 Pokemon banned out going into game number 2. Now, maybe this is a way to try to get ahead, try to say, you know what? Maybe we can do this. I mean, just figure out how we want to try to get some Pokemon in. Maybe you could use the bans to sneak a Pokemon in, you know? I mean, we've seen that a few times. Maybe that's what La Ciudad wants that for Alligator and Machamp and Charizard wide ban for. I mean, we're pretty sure that they just want them gone because they're super busted, OP, and broken. Yep. But you never know. You never know.
So yeah, one other strategy I like to see more teams employ is this banning's actually optional. So the later it gets into All-Star Draft, the more some of these important picks are become like even more important. Sometimes you just shouldn't ban some Mons. You want them to be available. You want the other team to really make a decision here. Is like, do we let this Mon go, or do we try to ban it for ourselves? If we do that, then like we can't cover all the options here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, and this speedster really worked in the fact of Dodrio in the hands of Tokito. This Snorlax in their hands as well. Absolutely demonic. Absolutely love to see it. I'm excited to see what kind of Pokemon they're going to be bringing into round 2. We saw that Absol get banned. Is there going to be an Absol in round 2? Is there going to be maybe a Meowscarada? Play somewhat similar to Dodrio, hit and run tactics galore. Maybe Meowth, or maybe we're going to swap it up and go all-rounder.
Yeah, I did notice here that they've banned 2 species, so they might have had some insider knowledge of like, hey, this team, Orange team, has a scary species. We can't let that go off, but there is enough species in the game where it's just too hard to cover with just 3 bans. So they might try to ban more species coming into the next round, or they just might try to let it rock and try to pick some monsters that can really counteract with species, like really bulky frontline, or picture the classic.
Absolutely, and I think it's really awesome too because all draft mode is going to allow a lot of other Pokemon to really shine. I mean, you have to dig deeper into your pockets. You can't be a 1-trick. You can't be a 2-trick. You might have to actually be a 5-trick. You might have to dip deep into your pockets for which Pokemon to bring in, because if the other team knows what you're going to do, that's an easy target ban. Hands down, easy target ban. You don't want that against you. And something else that All Draft does is it really makes you think about which supporters to bring and when. Maybe you use a ban slot to get them gone, because that supporter pool, that tank pool, that is a shallow pool to pick from.
We have a little graphic showing the Mons who were previously banned. That's pretty nice. Kai used to do this.
Oh, thank you, Kyle. We appreciate it because that is going to be handy for us because we will forget.
It's very helpful. All right, we see some bans here. We're seeing the Umbreon ban here, and same with Feraligatr, same as before. Another species they're getting rid of Leafeon. That's an actual good idea. It is a species that scales very early. It's an EV after all, so they're just getting rid of it. And they're also going to ban Absol again once more. The champs, pretty much the same bans as before, except the Zacian that's now online. Maybe Purple Team wants to pick up a Zacian.
Yeah, Zacian, strong early game, and it's got a really good secure with that Sovereign Sword. Might be the brawler that you need, or maybe it's a bait. Maybe it's like, hey, La Sieta, we know you like Zacian. We're going to bring it in, we're going to let you have it, and then we're going to dunk on you for it. You never know. It could be a risk-reward type of play, but all we know is Nico's going to be locking in Lapras.
Lapras, that's another one that's been buffed up. I believe it has more healing on its boosted auto, which is a key factor in sustainability. That paired with Water Pulse, every time it procs Water Pulse, its boosted is now being able to be activated. It shoots it out. I believe it does about 4 or 5% healing based off its health, and it's going to be living forever. So, interesting choice to have this defender out already. There's usually other ones get picked, such as like a Mamoswine, a Blastoise, or even a Trevenant. So, interesting they went with Lapras here. What are they up to?
Yeah, I mean, Lapras did get a recent buff as well. It has been a Pokemon that has been neglected in the tank department, but hopefully with the damage increases that it's going to get, the cooldown reductions from the latest patch, I hope that's going to be what's able to bring it online. It's always been a great Pokemon. It's just been a little bit outshined, outclassed, so maybe this is the threshold that we need to just bump it up a tick. But it's going to be BTB with the real epic locking in the Duraludon Blissey combo. That is nasty. Although La Sieta going to be locking in Zapdos with Alcremie.
Yep. Seeing all of those bonds in the front line, such as the Lapras and the Blissey, picking a strong mage like Zapdos that just rules the early game in whatever lane it's in is a good choice. And they have a healing support and Alcremie, and another good choice. Looks like this time Orange Team's going to be running a double support of themselves. And to note, they took the Zacian away from these guys, from Purple Team. Since it's not banned, you might as well take it.
Like I said, the Zacian might have been a bait. It might have been just banded out. Now we're going to get rid of Umbreon. We're going to let it back in. We're going to bait them into picking it. Yeah, they absolutely did. Now we're bringing Duraludon, and now we're bringing Metagross. Now we're bringing in Scyther because these are hard Pokemon that Zacian's going to have. They're a little bit tanky, and then Duraludon, even though you can kind of dive on it, it just chunks your HP away. So even if you're able to get on top of it, even if you're able to take it down, if the Blissey doesn't Bliss Assist it, you're just going to get bumped up by that with that bump, but you're going to get bumped up by the Bliss Assist when it goes in, and then you're going to get dominated by the rest of the team collapsing on you.
Yeah. Looks like that is not a Scizor due to the full heal. I believe that should be Scyther. That is going to be a tough mon to deal with. Given the team composition, they might be able to handle it. They might not. They have to really protect that backline. They have to really keep an eye on that Zapdos. That's going to be a key factor dealing with that bulky front line that Purple Team has. They have Lapras, they have Metagross, they have Blissey. That's going to be tough to chew right through.
Yeah, but we have to look at La Sieta as well. They do have that Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime is absolutely nasty with those showtimes. Lots of stuns with those barriers and confusion combos there. Maybe you want to get a little bit frisky. Maybe you want to throw up a little bit of power swap with some psychic action. You know, dance around with that as well and be like, hey, I can keep you alive, Duraludon. Just throw. Or maybe I'll just take you down, reduce your damage, reduce your HP. We're going to slowly tick away as we're keeping ourselves online. But game number 2, as in the winter bracket quarterfinals, is going to be kicking off. Scyther and Zacian taking their respective central lanes.
All right, heading to the top is what you expect. We have the all-arounders with their supporters, and we have the defenders with their attackers. Mr. Mime's defender-like. So here it is, Zapdos getting that discharge ready. Here it is, a lot of damage, a lot of secure. Zapdos pretty much got all of that. It's holding on to 16 points, and that's just the power of this mon.
The power of one, as we call it, when Zapdos debuted into the Pokemon movies. Coming in your way, coming through. So now we're going to be seeing Kaito coming in there, knocking in those Natus, trying to take him down. Boom! There we go. Not able to get a secure on anything, though, but the Zacian's now here. The Blissey's caught out. BTB has to eject, but it's not enough. They're taken down, and that's massive points in the pocket of Zacian.
All right, looks like Scyther here's a bit sandwich. Oh no, this is Gang City. Oh no, you gotta get out of there. Station getting caught up. Wait, nope, still got it. So the mechanic with Medical is it's gonna come in contact with the first mod it comes in contact with. It got stuck on the farm, but it didn't matter. Still got the coverage. Still got another Medical proc. Do the passive.
Yeah, and that's a bonus of all those points that we were able to pick up. Togito's doing good on point management. Man, we dumped all them down. Now we're going into Central Path. We're trying to lock them out of a lot more experience. Accelerate already onto their shenanigans. Now jumping into the Central Path there. We now at 30 seconds away from our first objective as Accelerate looks to now take the opposing Central Path, but the two supports are coming his way.
All right, Zapdos can handle himself. This is a good idea. Stall this Scyther, let the Zacian get the farm, and then base over. They're not going to let him leave for free. Of course not. He's going to have to juke and slide over through. He looks like he's going to try to take this fight, but Mr. Mime and the Alcremie should be enough for Scyther. He's going to retreat down to the bottom. He's pretty much stuck alone on an island here. Zapdos is actually backing up. Might be able to help out here. Oh, another wall. He's getting stuff. You might get KO'd here. Zacian's here, but it's too late. That is a KO by Alcremie.
Double support? Nah, double attackers is what we saw there, taking down that Scyther 2v1 scenario. Now we're going to see DeLoan pick up a little Citrus Berry. Duraludon trying to get those levels up a little bit more. Chudleon is in trouble here. They're now slacking behind, but we hit the level 7 power spike on the Duraludon, and we're now 30 seconds out from our lane objectives.
All right, another key feature about Zacian here is running player off, so if it comes into contact with you, it will stun you, and it has damage reduction. So that is a good choice against a speedster like Scyther.
Yeah, absolutely. They're dunking onto this pad here. They want to get those points in, but our double attacker combo in the Patchy and that Alcremie combo there doing really good there. Lapras tanking it like a beast, though. Must be those buffs. Nah, it's just that good. Like I said, it only got outclassed, and now it's really able to shine.
All right, that is secure there with Zapdos with a Zap Cannon. You're going to walk that Regieleki to the pad. They don't have to fight and die for this pad, but it looks like they're going to be able to do that. We're going to have Duraludon here in the back, laying suppressive fire, but it's going to be a tough task to deal with. Now look at all that damage Zacian is doing all those Metaclaws. You can only do that Flash Cannon for so long. And yep, Regieleki's going to walk in. That's going to be a lot of points. Zacian probably doesn't want to go here because it's Zacian, you know what I mean? It's going to get some points in. Scyther is here. That Zapdos is in trouble, but he's going to be able to eject right out and move over to safety and get some more farm.
We're going to be keeping the pad up, opting not to break it for Las Ciegas Satitas. We're going to be backing off. We didn't put the Luca or the Zash in there to score points. We got what we wanted, and now we're backing off. We're going to keep the control of the experience on our side. Flash Cannon comes in, but it wasn't quite in range of the birds, but it was enough to put Las Ciegas at their disadvantage to say, you know what? No, we're not going to come a little bit further. They had to back out, but they are going to get these Central Swablu Altaria combos, and Mr. Mime hit into DeLoan. Oh, no.
All right, we're leaving a Mega Lucario with not a Metagross. That is a big mismatch. Over here on the bottom pad, we're going to have Alcremie ulting in, giving her team a chance. We're going to have a score here from the Scyther. 7 points right there. We're going to have, looks like Duraludon's going to be ulting here. I was waiting for this to buffer right here. That's going to be a major damage here so far. So over at the top lane, I would like to say that Metagross is having a tough time, but he's just going to have to stick with it and try to get whatever advantage he can get.
Yeah, we got the magic number on the board there for Chudleon. That's exactly what we want to see. Those kind of points dunking in. Now they're coming in. They're like, you know what? We don't need to score until the end of the game. Now Chudleon is getting dunked on by Larcieta. Boom! Here we go. Getting taken down by one more. That Scyther's gone. They're putting the pressure on for that Lapras. Trying to take the pad now.
This has been an interesting development for this game so far. No pads are broken, so a lot of farm for both sides is up for grabs. So in my mind, Orange Team has the momentum on their backs. I would say they'd be winning overall, and like the score also supports that. But since they're not breaking any of the pads yet, they're still giving Purple Team a lot of chance to come back with a lot of XP on the table here.
Metagross is going to the Central Path, trying to get caught up on the levels, leaving Mega Lucario up in the top to just get all of that experience. Like you said, GX, they haven't broken any pads for La Cieta. They just said, nah, we're We're not going to do it. And that keeps control of all the experience in their hands. They're winning these team fights. They're winning these 3v3s, 3v2s, 3v4 fights. So they're doing incredibly well. They're keeping their all-rounders the double attacker combo mixed with the Zapdos. That's actually doing really good. Regice now playing for the side of Chudleon. That means Chudleon's got to put the pressure on in the bottom there, because now we're going to be seeing these all-rounders come down. Regieleki down to half.
Yep, it looks like they're going to deal with this Lapras in the back. They're going to let this objective go, which I do agree with. Get the KOs first, and then deal with the Amons. That's the secondary objective here. Gonna have Mega Lucario in, getting a lot of close combats, getting a lot of power punch. There goes Metagross. Now going to be moving on to, looks like, the jungle for Chudleon.
18 seconds now until we have another Regidrago into this map. 4 minutes remain, 2 minutes until Kyogre spawns, and that's still a lot of time for Chudleon to make a comeback into this game, because it's only 128 to 69. That is not a deficit that you just can't come back from. This is a totally winnable game. Now, we do have levels in favor of Las Sietas, but I think Chudleon's going to do it, and this might be the moment that they could take that for that.
Yeah, that's one of the key factors, having some of the farm up for so long for both sides. Both teams are able to pretty much be even level-wise, so Chudleon's doing a good job hanging in there, so they're not going to try to take some advantage here for the Regidrago here. Sage is going to try to secure that with a Sovereign Sword, and it actually gets it. There's the Metagross ult, there's the Alcremie ult, and there is the Duraludon ult. Ults are flying in. Sage is going to eject in, trying to get its target, which is the Scyther. There's the playoff, there's the damage reduction. Scyther gets out of there. No, he gets taken out by Alcremie. Was that the auto attack following it?
Now, we did get 40 points into the basement with the Blissey, but in return, level 13 Zacian 12s on the Zapdos and the Lucario, the main damage carries. 13 now, which means we swung a lot of experience in that fight away. I just wonder what that could have happened if we had a Bliss assist during that fight, because there was still time to use it and get it back quickly. I think it might have made the difference, because both Nico and our Duraludon just went down super quickly, because La Sieta was like, you know what, Blissey? Take your 40. We're going to dunk on your team. We're going to get on them, and we're going to wipe them out, KO them, and farm them.
Yeah, that was the fight to win. Now, the team that won the fight got more positioning. They got even more farm. They got an objective with Regice. Everything kind of lined up in their favor. So now we're going to have Chudleon kind of group up here towards their side of the pit and try to make something happen here. But still, the ball is in Orange Team's court. They have the Zacian. They've all else they can rip and secure.
Absolutely. We're now 6 seconds away, 215 to 119. And while there's Kyogre, the game's not over. We're going straight into this. A Duraludon comes in with the Flash Cannon, Zap Cannon fighting back, cannon on cannon action from our sniper. Zacian looking for a way to find into it. Not able to get through. Can't even check the bush because of the Mr.
All
Mime
eyes on
barrier.
Mr. Mime.
So low, and now it's there. We go for the Lapras Express right into the Mega Lucario, who still hasn't Mega Evolved. They're able to get away, but the Compute and Crush comes in. The walls go up, and there goes the Fluffy Cream Supreme. 1, 2, 3, 4 down for Chudleon. Accelerated the dream, and the dream is shattered.
That was such a good Alcremie ult. We know Metagross is looking to hone in on someone, a high value target, but as long as the Alcremie is on top of that, it's gonna slow down that KO by a lot. And then you still have Zapdos, Thunderbolting, and Zap Cannon wait for your troubles. So that was just a wonderful game sense there from Alcremie. Good show.
Yeah, Chudleon had an opportunity to try to stop these attacks, but they're just not able to, because Kyogre turns off the healing and shields of the pad. That's right. It's a pseudo Zapdos, because it doesn't just create the ultimate scoring of just being instant. Nah, can't do that. But wow, it does make defending a lot harder. And yeah, great job from Las Sietas Satitas. They're going to take this set 2-0, but Chudleon taking it down to the wire.
Yeah, but this part's just formality. This is going to be some stat padding, some good Mon choices here for the second round of All-Star Draft. That Alcremie pretty much sealed their fate during the team fight. I wanted to reiterate, having a strong support like that to try to shut down team advances is a really powerful tool. It's something you want out of your support. A Mon like Blazing can do the same thing, but it takes a lot of lining up. You're usually going to have a Mon like Metagross or Scyther lining that up. They try to dive right in, they go and engage, and you have Blazing with the follow-up. But Again, Alcremie shuts all of that down.
It does. It absolutely does. It's massive shield, so it becomes hard to take down. And it just throws out healing team wide indiscriminately. It's just like everybody on my side gets a little bit of heals, gets a little bit of food, a little bit of dessert coming your way. And yeah, we had a great showing from Chud Leon, but it just wasn't enough. And Las Cietas Satitas is going to be moving on to the next round.
Oh yeah, this team played well. They deserved it. They were pretty much. Remember how like the first game played out, like with the delay. Again, like I said, all the glory to these guys. These guys came to play. They came to win.
They absolutely did. And they're going up against a tough team, too, in the next round. 3 a.m. is going to be locking there. Hopefully, we're not here until 3 a.m. ourselves, but hopefully that's not a little bit of foreshadowing coming our way. But no, it's absolutely great to see how these teams are able to come through, clutch it out. Zapdos, Togito. Look at these. Hades and Togito just running up with 76k damage, but to Real Epic coming in with 97. Massive.
That is so much damage. That's a lot. Something you want to see out of your Duraludon. He's just there creating space with his raw damage output. But you gotta have someone follow up with all that damage, and they just couldn't make that happen.
No, absolutely not. But it's going to be great to see how it's going to be coming in. I love all draft because it really makes teams stretch into their pockets. It eliminates things. But as I said before, GX, supports, tanks, they're going to suffer the most from this because we have a lot taken out. We had Snorlax. Snorlax wasn't in the hands of the low end for that last match because Patchy took it. They said, we're going to take this, and that's going to be ours. And in the hands of like a good player, Snorlax is just really, really strong. So with Snorlax gone, I mean, yeah, you still have like Blastoise, you still have Mamoswine. I love the Lapras pick. It's spicy, it's out there, and they almost made it work. But ultimately, like, yeah, I can't wait to see it. But we are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll figure out who we're going to have next. So we'll see you then.
Sit tight. All right, folks, we're back again, once again. Quarterfinals, best of 3. We got 3 a.m. versus Losete. Our purple and orange team. Draft's already in progress. All-star draft. Hide. We're here. This is awesome. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. I mean, we're seeing a couple of new bands, specifically Meowth. So one new band. Leafeon Zacian, Feraligatr, Machamp, and Charizard. Why? Just gone. Qatar gonna be locking in that Snorlax though, and instantly Hades goes to Espeon, their go-to Pokemon in the opening. Pachi's gonna have to pick a different one because Qatar took that Snorlax away. But where are they gonna reach to? Nah, they're gonna stick that later and go, Crayola, you're on Psyduck.
Crayola grabbing the yellow crayon here. We're going to have Delmise. No, we're going to have Surfetched, a strong all-arounder, doesn't know the word die. And we're going to have one more pick. They have about 5 seconds left. Who are they going to hone in on? They've been cycling around. They're going to pick a healing supported Elagos, another good choice. And they're going to have Lucario. That is their top lane established.
Alrighty, we're going to see a nice Eldegoss paired with it. I love to see it there, but Kaito moving along, gonna be like, you know what, Crustle? No, we're gonna go to Garchomp there. They still got 10 seconds. Pachi still indecisive, glaring at Qatar, being like, why'd you have to pick the Snorlax? Why'd you have to do it? But Kaito bringing in the Garchomp there, and Pachi's locking in Hoopa.
All right, turns to Snorlax. No one can really counter Snorlax, at least on the defender side. He's kind of just out there in a tier of his own. But looking at these last 2 picks over for 3 a.m., lore on that team name that we'll go over in a bit, but they're gonna hone in on looks like Sylveon, and we're gonna have Talonflame. But last pick's gonna also fall over towards our orange team on another speedster in Absol.
Man, you know what? I would love to see speedsters make a comeback, and it looks like they are tonight. I miss seeing them. You know, we got the rainbow on the side of 3 a.m. They got one character for every single class in the game. They just said, we're gonna bring it in. I think Eldegoss might be a little bit mid-classed. I mean, it's secretly just an auto attacker. You know, that's exactly all it does, but with a little bit of healing on the side. But yeah, exactly. You know, but I love the fact that they bring it in the Psyduck and the Hoopa there on the side of La Sieta, because again, these are 2 really great and disruptive supporters.
Yep, and when paired with another mod like Espeon, which is also just attacker in name only, but it's really a supporter. It has a lot of stuns, has a good mobility, choosing Future Sight. This mod is there to support its teammate. It's going to be able to do it well. There's some good targets to hit. I believe from what we saw last time, this Espeon was running stored power. I wanted to see if it's going to run it again.
Maybe, but 3 a.m. is going to be your purple team. They're coming to you from the future. They started at 3 a.m. It's 6 now. They're the first ones to make it to Friday, so hopefully that gives them an advantage going in against La Sieta Satenis.
The Lord. Yeah, these guys have been at it since 3 a.m. You guys, they're here for like your entertainment, and they're in it to win it. You guys got to show them respect here. But now, back in the lane, we're going to have a secure here, but it looks like Psyduck secured that with a confusion there. And another secure with Psyduck. They want to get this Espeon to level 4 ASAP. Same with Psyduck over here. Back at the top, we're going to have our supports and our all-arounders. Gible is no joke. He's going to want to chop away at you, but Lucario has the versatility to kind of just circumvent all that damage that Gible's going to be doing here. And that's going to be secure for Eldegoss.
Talonflame going to the basement there, followed by the Absol. Amazing how these guys just kind of know exactly where they're going to go for the gank. But Hoopa and Eldegoss are now starting to make their way down, but Eldegoss doing a little bit of a roundabout. Talonflame finds out where the Absol is. We do see the pursuit go in, grabs the Absol, grabs the Talonflame there, but it's in danger. Sylveon comes in, but they can't redirect the screens. Pursuit goes for the juke, and it's now Eldegoss paying the price.
Oh, another back shot for 1100. The humanity. So much damage from the Absol. Getting the critical hit, working its way down, and we're going to have a fight down here at the bottom. You don't typically have that, but I guess anything is possible on a Rayquaza map, and there goes Snorlax too. Another critical hit, and that's going to be a lot of scores, a lot of stacks going in for this Absol.
La Sieta's already putting the pressure on in the good old-fashioned way they only know how to do. 3 a.m. has been on the back foot there, but that's Sylveon, Screamion coming in, putting a little bit of pressure, chunking the HP slowly away from that Absol, being like, we're going to put that lifesteal to the test. But Regidrago here about to hit the map in 5 seconds.
Regidrago, you are mistaken, my friend. Should be Rayquaza. There is no Drago. There's just more bees.
Whoa! Man, you know what? You're right. I absolutely kind of forgot we were on Rayquaza. Missed that detail. So used to being in the other maps. Who picked this for the first part of the game as well? That's insane, and I love it.
All right, double KO again for Absol. That's something I love as well. We're going to hone in on Hoopy here. Just chilling in the grass. Doesn't want to show any vision for that Talonflame. It cannot fight it by itself. We're coming back here to bottom lane. We're going to have Stonex. Wants that level 7 really, really badly. Can't control as much space as it like. It's going to have to really rely on the Heavy Slam and the Hyper Voice from the Sylveon. But it's going to be tough. We have a Psychic from Psyduck. And we're going to have, looks like Side Beam from Espeon, along with the Stored Power. It needs to stay light on its feet.
Able to get a lot of good hits there on that Snorlax, but not able to get the KO. But there goes the Sylveon sniping it away from the Espeon. This Mega Lucario is going to be taking a hit. That Lucario is gone. And now Kaito is finally able to dunk their points and get it in. Unfortunately, Absol not able to do the same thing.
Well, this Absol is at least level 9, so you can start working on this Regileggy objective. And it's going to be able to secure that it has an ultimate. I think Elena's going to try to go for it. It almost actually stole it. My heart skipped the beat there. But Elegance is going to go down due to its hubris, and that's going to be a big, juicy overcap here of, it looks like, 20 points extra. Talonflame, whoa. Blinking, you missed it. What happened?
That's exactly what they did. They blinked right through the wall with that flame sweep, using the eject button with precision. They said, Absol's got to go. And boom, did they ever. They almost got the guard.
has a lot of mobility options, has a lot of escape tools. So I believe that's a strong pick.
Yeah, going up against these brawlers is going to be Kaito on the Buzzwole. Buzzwole going toe-to-toe, trying to whip them around. Use one Pokemon to KO another. That's got to be one way to do it there. Tokito going in with the Cinderace. Both teams have fantastic rip. Both teams have fantastic secure. Now it's going to come down to who is able to get into the position for the rip and flip right away, because both teams are ready, armed, and are dangerous.
All right, couple seconds remain for final preparations, and this might be the final game right here. Orange team is on match point. This is a 2 out of 3. Kyle has to go to bed soon. Don't you, Kyle? I know he's all tuckered out. He's done a lot for us here. It is a Thursday night after all. But hey, Thursday night. Well, there's going to be a mod coming out very soon. Yveltal, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Ooh,
another
yes.
scary attacker.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, speaking of another new mon, it's off the table. It's legal. Quaquaval. We haven't seen it a single time tonight.
Yeah,
Maybe if we get into a game 3 scenario, we'll see it. But for now, we're going to see Score Bunny and Torchic, our fire starters, going into the central path. Fuecoco decided, nah, I'll take the bottom. I won't be your jungle buddy tonight.
All right, Cinderace in the jungle. That's a good choice. You want to invest in him. He doesn't get another move until level 6? Actually, sorry, 7. That is a big investment until then. It's gonna have to be able to hold its own. I believe Fuecoco here is a good landing mod. It could be either jungle or lane. It has good security. It also has growl, which has the fear effect. If it activates, if it procs on enemies, they're gonna be walking away from Fuecoco there. So that's gonna be pretty advantageous here.
Yeah, both teams already ready to go. They're looking for the Indeedee and they go for the secure. Boom, gets taken out into the hands of 3 a.m. Lots of experience swing their way. They're looking to win that lane early. Score Bunny's already there, and they're going into the central path here. 9 minutes hits. Both teams are like, hey, wait, where are the birds? But the birds aren't there because the Natus don't spawn, because this is Rayquaza.
Another Rayquaza? Who are these people? 2 in a row, a reprisal act. Well, that's going to be a lot of secures for 3 a.m. They're going to dominate here at the bottom lane, but as a result, they're going to struggle a bit over at the top, and they're going to have a Buzzwole getting some stacks in. Dangerous.
Alyssa also going for the secret stacks as well. I don't remember what the items were on it, but maybe it is secretly stacking as well. Who knows? But Rest are going to come into the bottom lane there along to try to get their level 7. Already level 5, they're trying to get back into the game, but we're going to see Kranix up in the top. Only a level 4 on Steenie. Trying to go into the Buzzwole, but no, gets used for the secure. Doesn't mean they get it.
That is such a funny visual. It's like, hey, I need something to secure it. Wait, I'll use you. Slam grab.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Buzzwole, one of the only Pokemon to use another Pokemon as a weapon in this game, as a way to do damage, is absolutely diabolical. And already they're back on Kranix is behind, looking to put the pressure on and be like, haha, what are you going to do, little now? You got to get out of here or I'm going to get you.
Absolutely. We're winding down to 720. More farms about to show up, contested on the both lanes, top and bottom. Both teams are getting into position here. We're going to have a 2-on-2 over here at the top. Both all-arounders are going to get ready for this. Buzzwole does have the advantage there. It has a Safeguard Blizzy. Back at the bottom, we're going to have a Blaziken, Overheat Blaziken, moving the farm over, getting ready for the secure. That's going to be falling towards mostly 3 a.m. here at the bottom. But I believe it's going to be going better over there at the top for Ocentes.
Yeah, absolutely. 21-49 points, not really much of a priority for either team right now. So to really tell who's ahead, you got to look at the levels. Level 8 on the Cinderace, level 8 on the Blaziken. Blaziken fully online. Buzzwole going in for the huge beatdown. Serena comes in with the double stop. Buzzwole goes for the smackdown, not following that up, knowing the War Turtle's there to help follow up with the Serena, who was off cooldown.
All right, we're going to have this snipe shot Inteleon. He's gonna have to try to get some of those snipe shots in. It might be difficult with a mon like Blastos on your team, but it might be a lot easier with a mon like Suicune on your team, freezing them.
I told you before, Blissey got the best secure. Blissey with the secure on that Regieleki. Doesn't even need the point. Says, go ahead, my team. Take it. We're going in. Smack! Steals the Buffett, walks away. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It didn't get it. He almost got it. Listen, that was the remnants of helping hand on it that made me there. But that was close. Almost got it. Huge freeze, though, down the bottom of the Suicune as we're able to see Blaziken go in, but Stun's too strong. Mr. Mime said no as Cinderace claims the KO.
That snarl from the Skeledirge, it jammed it up. That telling you, the fear effect, it's a real thing. That's Skeledirge's main defensive mechanic. It activates the snarl or the growl in Fuecoco's case, and you're just going to be moving away from it. Unable to hit it. And if you do hit it, you can take reduced damage on Skeledirge's part.
And they decided to buff it too? Come on, what's going on here? This Pokemon did not need a buff, and my gosh, did it ever get one? They got the Snarl effect, that fear effect going on a little bit longer now. 3 a.m. going to be up on the top side, though, thankfully away from that fear effect, looking to try to back off as the points are now only 7 apart, 92 to 99, as now we have 3 a.m. locking in to triple tens.
All right, so I see here that Skeledirge has reached level 9. And why is this important? It has access to its ultimate, but why is that important? It can, in theory, get a downtown snipe with its ultimate. So, 3M's going to have to be very careful. You don't want to get sniped off screen by the Foghorn. That could be potentially very dangerous.
Absolutely. Now we're going to be diving in. We're going in. We're looking for it. It's Regirock on there. Slow taps. There's a huge surf comes in. Do we see the Hydro Typhoon follow up? No. Too many stuns, and they're able to get out of there. No eject, no follow-up from the team. They do pick up the Regirock. So, despite the fact of not being able to pick up a KO or find a pick, they were absolutely successful in being able to zone out La Sieta. And now Serena's alone on the top side, just getting 3 stacks for days.
Uh-oh, this Blaziken is being caught out by the walls and the Snarl. I can already tell. That's a huge freeze, a double freeze, a surf. Blissy's like, I'll Venus Day, I am out of here. Buzz will hold me.
Yeah, Blissey used the Bliss Assist to escape. That is very important to note because now it doesn't have it in the pocket. Now it can't use it for the defense, and it's going to be a very long cooldown. But Buzzwole says, you're not going to get it on my watch. But Blastoise says, watch me. 40 points go in for a huge overcap, and now La Sieta barely loses the lead. It's 192 to 99. Massive, massive switch.
Yeah, that's the first time they've been in the lead in this entire set. Things are looking on the up and up for these guys. They've shown no fear. They're sticking with it. They're getting stronger as time goes on.
Absolutely there. The fact they got a clean 100 points there from that last play, absolutely diabolical there. But Mr. Mime comes in with the showtime as we have the 2 attackers from the side of La Sieta.
Oh, that's not a shot.
Back into the fight. They said, Blastoise said, fear. What's that? Surf, let me show you true fear as he pushes them into the team.
A wonderful combination from Blastoise and Suicune, and the follow-up from Entang, getting a clean snipe shot on the Cinderace, cutting that attack power for that little skirmish down by half at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to be diving in. Both water types now moving into the bottom. 3 water types in the hands of 3 a.m. 10 seconds away from the Regiroulette into the basement. The last one of this match, and maybe not the last one of the set with the way the points are going.
Yeah, kind of winding down. Looks like they're going to be fighting for that bottom objective. It is, I believe, a Regi Ice. We'll take what we can get. It's still universal experience. It's still going to be a buff. Restoring HP gradually. Pretty much a full apple of leftovers. You could think of it that way. All right, 30 seconds left. Winding down here for the Rayquaza fight. Another reprisal of Rayquaza. We're going to have Orange Team congregating mostly at the top. Serena might mess around and find out if it's not careful. Waiting in that position. I believe they don't know where it is yet. 10 more seconds, and we're about to have ourselves a big, fat team fight.
And Talion is looking around, throwing snipe shots galore. And able to hit the Cinderace as they're barely able to feint out. Blissey taking a massive hit. Now as we're looking to try to find the KO, we are collapsing, but it's 2v4 in the top. Mr. Mime showdown as the Hydro Typhoon comes out. We're going to be seeing massive freezes. The flip is now being started. Serena is gone, but so is the Blissey. Now we go for the flip. It's going to be Blaziken coming in. Now it's 2 down, 3 down for the side of La Sieta. Through 2-man defense, but it's the 2 attackers, Cinderace and the Skeledirge. Blissey's now coming back, trying to save the Cinderace as but again, but it goes down as the points are raining in from Blastoise.
Excellent job from the Blastoise, creating so much space, getting so much damage in. Mr. Mime was not enough. They had to have known, it's like, hey, we're getting this Blastoise health down, but it has Hydro Typhoon to swing the fight back in its favor all by itself. And meanwhile, you have the rest of the team ripping and securing the objective, boxing out the Cinderace, who couldn't even ult to try to steal and secure.
Now, they did lose a lot of shields. Now, we only have one shield left on Resu. There might not be one on Suicune, but the way Suicune's going, it might have another one. Serena's going into the home pad to try to score. It doesn't have a shield as well. We're dunking points as best as we can, but it's over. La Sieta is now 612 to 261. The game is just so far out of reach now. They got to get 400 more in, 430 in with 30 seconds to play.
Yep, it's just not attainable at this point, especially when reinforcement has arrived. We still have some Rayquaza buffs. Actually, there's got to be one left. Cinderace goes down, and there goes basically their offense at this point. Mr. Mime's going to try to ult in, but to no avail. There's only 20 seconds left, and that's going to be a triple KO for Inteleon.
Absolutely. What a massive play from 3AM being able to get that. They recognized the flip. They knew it. I mean, the Serena and the Blastoise doing great job of holding 4 members of La Sieta at bay. Once they saw where the 4 were, they're like, hold the line, and they were able to flip it. Blaziken got the overheat in there and just boomed it. Rayquaza into the pocket, and then they were just able to clean up. What a great play from both teams.
Yep, because guys, we're in it to win it. Final score 690 to 261. We're gonna have Risu, the Inteleon MVP, absolutely 11 KOs, 6 assists, 130 points scored, 84 overall rating. This guy was gaming.
Absolutely. Listen, I love the fact that we were able to do this. So it was absolutely amazing, and I love that as well. So I'm excited to see what's going to be coming in as well, because again, these are 10 more Pokemon that are going to be banned out going into game number 3. And yes, we're going to a game 3. And this is exciting as well, because now we're going to have not 16, but now 26 bans going into game 3. Teams have to reach even further. And with the clutch supporters and the Blissey and Mr. Mime taken from the hands of La Sieta, now they're in trouble. Now they're in trouble on the supporter front.
All right. So what an exciting game. And it's now 1 up apiece. We're here moving into the final game. It could go either way at this point. Another 10 Mons out of here. That's 20 total. Still plenty of Mons left. About 70 or so in the roster size. Still a lot of good choices left. But hey, let's see what they pick.
Yeah, like I said, and again, a lot of supporters already gone, but very few tanks picked right now. So this could be more of a tank-focused game. Maybe we see some Latias, heaven forbid, hopefully, maybe, praying. We see a little bit of Sableye. I don't know, I'm just saying. But Alcremie still on the board. We do have Clefable still on the board, too. And we do see Machamp banned out every game, but maybe this is the game to leave it up. Whoever has first pick, this might be the wait time to bring it in, crack it out, and just say, what's going to happen?
What is going to happen indeed? Well, they didn't go with a speedster like they normally do with the Orange Team and Lil Siete, so that might change at this point. They pretty much got scared off to all the bulky front line, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull the same trick twice, so I'm interested to see what happens next.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what's going to come in, because like I said, supporter tanks roster's already gone, but now we have a lot of speedsters, we have a lot of attackers, all rounders, so much to choose from, so much to pull from. I mean, we still haven't seen a Venusaur, we haven't seen a Moltres yet, Articuno's still on the field, we still have Suicune's now gone, surprisingly, but Dodrio going to be taking the ban there, but Zacian and Leafeon, we've seen these before, and La Sieta is not changing. They said no, same 3, finally going to be champ, Charizard wide, get him gone.
Get them out of here. Let's see these bans. Yep. Get these speedsters out of here. Don't want to see him. But Moltres, finally, a performance? No. We're going to see an Umbreon. A good first choice.
We're going to be seeing the Umbreon indeed. What a good choice as well. Because again, La Sieta, you pointed this out earlier, loves to play speedster. So Umbreon, great speedster counter, locking it into mean look, maybe swap it out. Hades going to be picking up the Mew. Pachysaurio going to be looking at the Mamoswine. Prehistoric in name and now prehistoric in character.
All right, let's see these next picks here. Yep, Amazon Mew, that's going to be a very destructive bottom lane. Those two are lane bullies. We have the Ice Shards, we have the Light Screen, we have the E-Ball. That's going to be tough to beat. Who do we send after those two? After Mew and Mamoswine? Well, we're going to have a Surfetch, we're going to have an Alcremie. They're setting everything up for the composition as it's being crafted mid-draft.
Yeah, we've picked our opposite lanes now. So, we're going to see Surfetched and Alcremie into the top, Mew Mamo into the bottom. Now, how are teams going to counter this as well? Crayola going with Kato up into the top there. Comfy into Moltres. Absolutely nasty if this is Sweet Kiss.
I would imagine so. It looks like these guys are going in for the kill. But it just might be the healing moveset they have on the other team. They have Alcremie. They're most likely going to have Wish Umbreon. So they're going to have to keep up with heals somehow. If one team has a healing support, it would be in your favor. It would be ideal to have a healing support of your own.
Oh, Urshifu into the Miraidon there. But we see La Sieta pick up the palm. Alcremie's not going with the Moltres. He's just going to sit up there and lane until the Palmot shows up. Once Palmot's online, we're going to see some Sweet Kiss action. That's the hope, anyways. I mean, it could go heals, could prove me wrong. But I love to see it if it is Sweet Kiss. Sweet Kiss Palmot, one of the most devastating combos that I love to see in this game.
All right. Wait, we see an Umbreon. Does he run Foul Play or does he run Mean Look? Mean Look is like the obvious answer. But you gotta find opportunities to run some not small, but Foul Play. I would still say run the Mean Look, lock somebody down like the Moltres or the Palmot, slow them down, and you have everyone else pour all your moves into that seal and get them out of here.
Listen, I'm actually all for Snarl play here on the side of the Umbreon as well. Snarl mixed in. Now, bear with me. Alcremie going Razzle and Dazzle. Dazzling Gleam into the Decorate. You know, that would be a devastating combo. We know it's going to be heals. You got to keep the Surfetch. You got to keep the Urshifu healthy, ready to go. And those heals, the most broken heals in the game ever. I say this every time I cast, every time I see it, it comes out. It is busted. The most healing you've ever seen in a Pokemon game. Just absolutely diabolical. But we're going into game number 3 of our semifinals. 3 a.m. your purple team sending Kung Fu in against the Palmot of the La Sieta Orange.
All right. Orange team getting ready for some easy secures. Ideally, there's the light screen, and that's going to fall towards, Mew holding 7 points. When it's secures there, Mammal holding 9, and they're going to not be so aggressive onto the opponent's farm, even though they have the tools to do so. They're just going to stick to their side. They're going to play it a bit safe.
Absolutely. Going in for the secures, trying to get stuff down there. Surfetch now going to be chased out of the top. Going to be absolutely diabolical here now as Moltres looking to grab that Comfy. Comfy giving it a little bit of extra heals, just a couple of taps there. Almost reaching its level 4. Going to be ticking into that very soon. But huge brawl into the bottom as Swinub gets claimed as a KO. Meanwhile, Urshifu's now ready to go toe-to-toe. It is Groudon, which means we will see Drago this map. We're not going to be psychotic. We're not going to be crazy and pick Rayquaza a third time.
Oh, man. Not this time, but we're going to move on to the bottom lane here. The big fight is going up. There is the Sweet Kiss, as you predicted. Mamoswine going in with that tackle attack, taking down everyone in their way.
Absolutely diabolical. Moltres coming in the top there as well. Urshifu going in for a quick stack there, trying to get that in there as well. It is going to be our Dark Bear. That is going to be wicked below. Urshifu going in for the throat chop here once it hits level 7. Not going to be seeing that surging strike, so no dashes there. But again, we are seeing massive work here from that Sweet Kiss already in play, ready to join the Palmot, but the Palmot's not even close. Alcremie's now look at me. It's going to be the Comfey looking to find the Palmot there as Moltres hunts down the duck of Surfetch.
Right, this is the ground on my so we're going to have a Raging Draco here at the center. Palmot's going in. There is the Sweet Kiss. We're going to have Urshifu backing off due to the slow smoke. They're creating a lot of space here in the center pit. There is an E-ball. Down goes Moltres, getting caught out, isolated by himself in a 1v4. Unfortunate, but because of that, they're able to secure Regidrago.
Absolutely. There's a huge buff there going into the side of going for the player who took it, because That's going to give them increased score speed as well. Suika's coming in, going to be disrupting that Surf Edge there as it's trying to bounce out. Massive Super Slam coming in from the Palmot. Huge 2 KO streak for it as it's now looking to dunk some points. 59 points going, or sorry, almost 59 points going in there. 59 minus 1, 58 points going in for a 107 to 117. La Sieta climbing their way back into this game.
All right, 3M's going to focus on what they can have their hands on. It's going to be Reggie Ice here at the bottom. We have a Mammo, the little Mammo that could. Looks like he's just going to be brawling the Umbreon. Can't really do too much about that. He's going to have to go back towards his pad. Mammo back at the top. We're going to have Moltres ripping away this Reggie like all by itself. I don't think Server is going to contest that. He has some form of himself to procure himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Moltres going to be grabbing the Regieleki, sending it down to the T2 pad. 136 to 117 as Umbreon looks to peel for the Urshifu. Mamoswine could be a bit of a problem, but no follow-up from its team. Not going to be any useful there. Just kind of dissuading the 3AM from making any sort of push. But Palma and Moltres with the Comfey, they're now pushing onto this Regieleki. They want points to go in. They're looking for an opportunity. They're looking for a dive. They're looking for a way to get on top of the Miraidon. And Suicus is ready to go, and there we go. There's Regieleki, though. They waited too long, not able to find it as the Surf Fetch claims the Mew.
All right, there is the double sky tag. We're going to have Moltres get on out of there. Mew went down. We couldn't punish the Surf Edge, who was being very vigilant when ripping that objective and being backed up on the Miraidon, but it's fine. There's a lot of fun for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. A great job from 3AM being able to claw their way back in. It's now only a 14-point game for them as they're now able to claim another 2 points for the Alcremie. Get another little stack in, a little quick XP there. And it is level 8, and it needs its Unite charge, so get a little bit of that too. Always good there as they're now putting the push on the top. But Moltres guarding the top vigorously as well. Surf Edge not able to find an opportunity. Both teams need to find a way to come together to figure out what they're going to do because 20 seconds now remains until our basement Reggie hits the board.
At this point, Moltres holding that top pad, it's actually starting to become its detriment. It's getting starved out of experience at this point. I mean, look at Surf Edge. He's level 11. He has a pad broken too. He's getting all this extra farm on his side.
Yeah, absolutely there. We're going to see Qatar go deep onto this Mamoswine there. Mamoswine just on the edge of evolving. Level 8 needs level 9. Let's go. Get it done. You can do it, I believe. But the huge bright future meteor storm looking to catch the Palmont. Huge hit from the Umbreon Urshifu. It's Comfey in a dream, and Comfey's trying to escape to a berry. Lead the Urshifu away because that's all they can do. But the rest of their team is falling. La Sieta is able to get broken down and taken out as the Registeel blesses 3 a.m.
Honestly, at this point, you got to let some paths go. You need some experience. You are falling drastically behind, and 3M's pulling drastically ahead with winning all these team fights.
Absolutely. And now 50 points going in for 42 over into the top. Never mind. 43 over into the top thanks to that helpful 1-point score from the Alcremie. Got to get those Unite charges, folks. Got to get those little bit of stacks, little bit of experience as much as you can, wherever you can. Now, we do have Qatar looking to zone into the orange side, trying to get a little bit of vision there as Reggie Drago hits the board, but nobody seems too interested in it.
Yeah, well, Espench got some good vision, got his eyes on Palmont and Comfey and the Mew on the side. That means they are clear to start hitting this Reggie Drago, which is more universal experience for the team. He was solar beaming a little bit early. Could have had an E-ball ready for the Zakir.
Universal experience as well as an opportunity to find a pick and send it home. It's going to be the Palmont Comfey extra experience into the side of 3 a.m. because level 13 Urshifu needs a little bit more food. Regieleki barreling down to the side of the T2 pad for the 3 a.m., but it's not going to matter because they're just going to rip it and take it out. Lots of experience no longer on the farm. As you can see in the map, they played Pac-Man and they're pros.
Yep, all the farmage taken. We're winding now. We're about to reach 1 more minute until the final fight of Groudon. As teams are winding down, at least 1 more round of experience is going to spawn in for everybody. First is going to be on 3AM side. That Surf Edge is very well fed. It's level 13, just like the Urshifu, just like the Miraidon. And back over on Lo Siete's team, it's only the level 12 Palmont. That is not good enough. They're going to have an insane engage coming into this team fight.
Yeah, 13 Maridon, 13 Urshifu, 13 Surfetch. They all have their upgrades. Palmont needs to get it back. We're now poking out Qatar, trying to get them down, but it's going to be Reg Ice now playing and blessing the side of 3 a.m. That's exactly kind of what you want to see. Not a Reg of Steel, not a Reg of Rock, so not really worth contesting there for the side of La Sieta. Now they're going to be taking a position into this pad 15 seconds out from the ground on.
All right, they're going to get poked out a lot by the Miraidon's Charge Beam. Meanwhile, Mew's Solar Beam's not going to do as much. There is a bunch of dollops on the floor. They pretty much self-sustain. Urshifu found a target and punch! 1 punch! There goes Mew. Their main secure. Also, Moltres got taken down, so now it should be easy streak at this point.
But Palmont with Sweet Kiss is now a threat. They're charging the Sweet Kiss. They're looking for a way in. Sweet Kiss is now gone! They overcharged! Do it! Crema comes in with the Fluffy Cream Supreme and Palmont's gone! Go for you to dream, but they're not able to get it as Surfetch lays the ground on! They tried, but they jumped too late at the last second. 3 a.m. with the power of future gaming was just able to take it down. But with 1 minute and 22 seconds left, they're looking to get these overs in. These buffs can be transferred, so it's not over yet.
That's one.
La Sieta could be coming back.
That's 2. Wait, this is actually very doable. Kids next door battle stations. We got to go back and defend. Surrench, get your last score in and turn around. They can afford to give up that 1 pad. They don't have to die for it. They have a huge lead. So honestly, give that up. You have the space for it. Regroup. You need more hands on deck. Honestly, you can give this one up too. You have that much of a lead. You don't want to die on this hill. You don't want to give up a buff like that.
They break the Umbreon passive as the Miraidon comes in.
Good,
With the very good. They get more points in. But now they're coming in, but Moltres is low. Umbreon's on. One goes down. 513 to 330. They need more points. It's not enough. Moltres needs to follow up. It's Palma in a dream. And unfortunately, the dream got shattered as 3 a.m. claims a full team wipe and their spot into the semi, what do you call it there? The winners finals. Oh my gosh, I ruined the momentum.
Nailed it. There you go. Yeah, Miraidon with a Groudon buff on Charge Beam. Yep, it's no longer playing nice. You're going to feel that Charge Beam immediately. And I do mean immediately.
Absolutely. As our teams are now going in, 3 a.m. shows the power of gaming and Underdunks, not from a Thursday, but from a Friday. Going to be La Sieta Satitas coming in, not able to harness the last 4 minutes that they've been able to have of a Friday, going down. And now 3 a.m.'s moving on. But what a match. Tokito was able to just dive in and get going. The Sweet Kisses were there. They choked a little bit on the Groudon engage, but overall they had really good. But right at the last fight there, they went in. And unfortunately, they didn't have follow-up from the Moltres because Moltres was just way too low on HP to engage. By the time it had enough HP, it was already too late. Oh, what a great match from both teams.
Yeah, you have 2 all-rounders who are just always hungry for heals and sustain, and there's only one Kofi to go all around, and it's unfortunate. One character's just gonna pretty much bite the dust. Meanwhile, on the other side for 3 a.m., you have an Alcremie. That's a support for everybody. He's everybody's support. Here, have some cake. Heal up, buddy. Get back in there. Don't worry, you can do this. Never give up. And it just keeps going round and round.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's 3 a.m. moving on. La Sieta now going to be moving down into the lower bracket. They're still in this. They're not out yet. So their huge run is going to be just being hampered a little bit longer than they actually wanted to. But that's going to be all from us for right now. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to be entering the Midnight Clause.
draft, more bans, Snorlax, Charwai, usual suspects. You already know what it is. This is winter finals, best of one, midnight clause. You guys took too long. We're here, we're active.
Yeah, exactly. You take too long in your sets, you get turned into a best of one. That means, that lessens your chances at being able to get into the finals of the grands, which winner takes all. And for once, Underdunks has stakes, a $250 pot. And since it's 1 a.m., that's the difference of whether you get to buy breakfast or make it.
That's an expensive breakfast. That breakfast is going to taste so sweet. Now, I would like to say that Espeon ban is a very good choice. Get rid of a lane bully. This is a best of one. We're not taking any chances. We're going to take you, by the way. Good luck finding your own lane bully. We also took Snorlax. It's gone. Figure something out. Oh, they got Blastos. They're mine.
Yeah, Mew first pick for T2. Meanwhile, Qatar and Soar are going to be locking in the Hoopa and Blastoise there. Never mind, looking to lock in the Mega Lucario. Fight over Mega Lucario. Machamp still on the board, completely ignored.
Yep. Next two picks here. We're going to go with Mr. Mime here. We're also going to pick it all around. It looks like they're going to want Garchomp. Is this going to be a Rip Secure composition? I'd imagine so. This is here on the Sky Runes. We're going with a Groudon variant. Groudon is a very strong buff. We're actually going to go with Eldegoss instead. No, I lied again. It's going to be Lapras. These guys love Lapras. That is an interesting defender choice. I mean, it's not bad, but I think they're stronger picks.
Listen. Lapras Express. And you can kidnap one of your teammates and you can take him to a pad to go score. That is a strategy I'm all on board for. I mean, even if you hit another Pokemon, sure, it knocks them up by a lot, stuns them, allows them to still be hit, to be KO'd, still really strong. But 3 a.m., still going to be locking the Blastoise in on Qatar. Resu going to be locking in maybe Screamion, but either way, that's a Sylveon.
Oh, man, we're going to have Comfey. We're going to have Zoroark. No, we're not going to go for that kind of cheese. No, we're going to keep it classy. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to have this balanced composition on looks like both teams. Will Captain Yu go for a speedster? Yes. Balanced composition. Anything can happen. We're going to be prepared in many different venues. So balance is the way to go.
Yeah, Reggie going to be locking in an old classic of Zoroark. Listen, this is the time of the speedsters. Speedsters are back. I don't know what happened to them, but they're back. They're ready to go. It's Zoroark versus Zeraora. And it's a battle of the speedsters here, or a battle of the supports with Eldegoss and Hoopa. Who can heal more? Who can support more? And maybe it's a battle of the shields. Maybe Captain of the Cotton Guard will make their appearance.
Yeah, when speedsters come back, that means their attackers were in effect. They're natural predators, speedsters. Whenever there's an attacker meta, you can bet your behind there will be speedsters. Right there. We're waiting to keep them in check.
Both teams opting for a rainbow comp, and now their buff is gone. 3 a.m. was playing from the future on Friday. Well, we've hit midnight. It's now Friday, and T2 is now on a Friday too. So that means the power of the future is gone, and now they're playing on an even playing field. That's how that works, right, GX?
Yes, it does. It would have been funny if their name just keeps updating based on their time. So be 3 a.m., then 4 a.m., then 5 a.m. as the sets go on. Should kind of do that.
Exactly. The rules don't say anything about name changes, just player names,
Yes,
you can change your team name mid-set, correct? Give Lordy a headache all set long just by updating your team name. Make it an official rule, maybe. I don't know. I haven't read the rules, so maybe it is in there, and we just missed it because, gamers can't read.
Yep, gamers can't read. They're too busy gooting on their games. Speaking of, at the bottom, we're going to have an Eevee in another dress. Go figure, getting ready for this secure. We're going to have one. Mew's getting a little bit late. Squirtle's getting that secure with the water gun and the boosted. He's going to be very aggressive on here, pushing people away. We're going to go for this Indeedee here. And it's, another push away from Squirtle. Doing a wonderful job keeping their farm on their side of the map. Our farm is ours, it's not yours. Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And 3 a.m. is going hard into that a lot. That is secure, taking almost everything away from them. Zoroark going into the basement there, along with the Zeraora. Man, how do they do it? Do they coordinate? Are they going to just DM each other on Discord, Instagram, whatever? They're like, you know what? We're just going to go into the bottom pad. And it's like, bet, I'll see you there.
Yep. Most teams kind of go up to the top to like check things out immediately, get some like free like positioning, but these guys like, hey, what's happening at the bottom of the grid? Let me investigate. I can do both. I can be in 2 places at once. I'm that fast. I'm a speedster. Zorak missing its combo there. Gotta get volt switched up and down and all around, getting taken down by Zero Order. That Wild Tiger. KO.
Ooh, yeah, gonna be absolutely nasty there. Wild Tiger maybe into a wild charge coming in for them as well. Who knows? They're only level 6. They haven't got there yet, but they're looking for this level 7. 820 now on the board. The next objective to play for is a Regidrago. This time we look for the timer, and this time we saw it.
All right. Gonna get these Xatu here. There's Natu. Gonna go forward. This is gonna be a trick Hoopa, enhancing its lane partner into Lucario. Trying to get some more. Trying to deny this Gible, but he's a little too slow. It would have been a huge secure there for. Uh-oh. Speaking of, here comes Zorak heading to the top. Dissuading this Lucario. Lucario's like, all right, you guys can score. I need to get some stacks in. I gotta be willing to sacrifice. This is fine. Hoopa, good luck.
Hoopa being an absolute menace, denying the Zorak the stacks. Every time they went for the stack there, Hoopa was just like, nope, 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 nope. Kept denying it. So great job from both parts. Regidrago hits the board. Zero goes in. Yanks the Eldegoss across the map. Says, you're coming with me. Regidrago plays for Zoroark, but Zoroark says, that's okay. I got your Eldegoss.
Now, this game has very few tech in this game, and that's just one of them. One of the really cool ones. Due to how the mechanics of this works, so whenever Zero Aura gets a boosted auto attack, you are paralyzed. And if you're paralyzed, when you get discharged and it ends, you're getting pulled towards Zero Aura. Then you combine that with Volt Switch, which is a repositioning. Then you're just going to follow Zero Aura wherever he ends up.
Yeah, and paired with a hyperspace hole Hoopa, that could be all the way home to the home pad of the enemy players. But Mew's going to get the secure on the Regirock. Lucario's going to go down. We have T2 looking to put the pressure down up in the top side here, but 52 to 89. T2 is slightly behind, but they got the level lead.
All right, a bit of a skirmish here into the enemy jungle here. Zero Aura getting a quick cleanup on the Zoroark. He is not welcome here. He's going to be sending getting sent packing to his home base, and someone's getting yelled at. It looks like it was Mew.
Yeah, absolutely. Screamion going to be coming down, putting the pressure on. The stuns for the Blastoise just too strong. That's now a level 9 Blastoise, helping 3AM take the level lead away from T2. Going straight into it there as the Zora comes down and claims the Hoopa. But Blastoise says, get over here. Yanks them with the Surf. We have another grab there from the Zoroark, but they're able to get out. Zeraora pops the discharge as well as Sylveon comes in for the screen. The Hydro Typhoon comes in, but they get KO'd before it finishes.
Yeah, mid-Hydro Typhoon, you rarely see that. And it gets a huge shield. They were doing damage on that Blastoise. And as a cure, they almost lost to the Zeraora. He was holding in, but luckily Zoroark was there to cover for it. Zera's going in. I believe that was a misclick, but they take out the Zoroark, but down goes Zeraora from Mew. Now, scoundrel.
Trade tit for tat as the Lapras also goes down to the Hoopa there. Garchomp just farming it up in the top side, being like, la-di-da-da-da, I'm level 10, look for level 11. These Natu's going to help me do it. Now Altaria Swablu's with the Screamion there, definitely going in as Zealot has to back out, and like, you know what? Now, there's more stuff top side. I'm going up there. The Screamion says, you know what? You're right. I'm going to follow.
This is a sign of very well-balanced teams, very highly competitive. No pads are broken. This is a close battle. It's 93 to 101. This is still anyone's game. No one's having a huge lead. Everyone's having their levels. Everyone's on pace. Down goes Hoopa, though. That's a bit unfortunate. He's going to be losing a bit of pace. That's going to be a huge boost to the auto and E-Ball towards Zeraora's direction. There's a surf from Blastoise. He's saying, move out of the pad. You don't belong here. Hey, Zeraora, neutralize that guy. KO.
Great combo from the Zeraora and the Blastoise, trying to bait the Mew in to stop it. But in doing so, they give up the top side. We do have that Garchomp claiming the Registeel for the side of T2. Massive attack, special attack buff coming their way. But Mega Lucario's now online. There goes the Aura Spear. Knocking down here. They're looking for a KO. They're not able to quite find it. Garchomp very low for the screen as it comes through. Knocks them down, but Zora comes in with a double KO.
Garchomp went back in. I was not expecting that. He actually escaped for a bit, but because of that, due to consequence, Zero was going to pick up a double KO, getting a 50 slam into that goal pad, and is going to have that bottom objective all to himself.
Remember, folks, this is a best of one. It may be an all-star draft, but this is the only draft that they're going to be able to do. And every other Pokemon is technically banned for them, as these are the 10 Pokemon we're going to be seeing from this set. $250 on the line for the winner, and a winner take all. So this is absolutely massive. As Lapras goes in for the Lapras Express, they're kidnapping the Mew. They're going to the bottom lane, but they don't see that the Hoopa and the Zeraora are waiting for them. The score attempt was like, hey, watch this, bro. Absolutely wasn't able to get on, but the Mew is now delivered to the Regieleki. They could get that secure, and that might be what the actual plan was, to get the secure into the basement.
All right. Oh, that Zeraora following that Zoroark. He's got the backup. Mew, I don't think he wants to stay here, but he's going to go for it. Whiffs the surf. He's going to be alone on the island here. He's going to have to back up. They won't be able to push into this Regieleki. That's going to be a good defense from 3 a.m.
Nice Regieleki grab there. Now we're going to be looking for the Regidrago, but also the top side, Regiroulette here in 10 seconds. Lucario is in position with its Unite move. That Aura Sphere in the pocket there, but Zoroark's already going to spot it out and suss it down. We got huge shields now from the Eldegoss there, helping to keep the Zoroark online, mitigating the damage. Screamion comes in, but gets hit by the Bubble Beam. Knocked up, a Zoroark claims the Regirock. That's going to be the last Reggie we see for the rest of the match there, as now we're going to be seeing Garchomp getting picked off by a huge discharge. Dragon combo to get out of there. Nice little bit of shield, but Zeraora goes in. Limit Outrage comes out. This is now the fight. Zeraora gets taken down
stuck
with a massive 26-second KO timer. If there's a time to rip and flip, now is the time to do it.
All hands on deck. Blastoise, you gotta get in there, man. Lucario's gonna be ulting in. He's saying, I don't think so. You're not gonna take this from Mew with the secure. Oh no, this might be it. Zeraora is still KO'd, still waiting in the spawn bay. Still waiting in the Pokemon Center.
They do. They go with the Plasma Storm in the pocket there, but they go into the basement. 387 to 284. That they take a KO, they could get some buffs in the pockets, and that's exactly what they're going to need at this point. Zoroark farming up a little bit of extra points there, just trying to get a little bit more experience. A little bit of ult charge there. Zeraora, captain of the Ginyu Force, looking to get a little bit more in their pockets too. They got to try to find something to come online, because again, right now, Hoopa and Zeraora are the only ones with the Unite moves now.
They're going to have to make that work. It's going to be pretty much a full frontal assault at the bottom. They're just going to have to let things go here. They're going to have Lucario coming in for a back cap. He's going to be 42 points. Whoa, no, wait. Coming in from the side. There is the ult for Hoopa. Hoopa plus strong. Hoopa unbound. We got to get some KOs here. You're not going to kill that Lapras like that. He is too strong. He is too bulky. Here comes Zoroark coming in.
They pulled in all five. Lucario coming in at the last second now. They're getting points in. 335 to 287. 487 now as the Hundo Burger comes in for the Garchomp, but another one comes in for the counter. 587 to 435. There are 30 seconds left to go. One KO down as the Zeraora goes down, but the Blastoise is still up. They're still pushing and they're still on the board.
This isn't good enough. Yep, this should be. Yep, this is game. They've held the line beautifully. Now, if I remember correctly, during that entire team fight initially, before Groudon showed up, I believe Zeraora was in mid-Volt Switch or something. He got stuck somewhere, and Garchomp got a clean KO, heavily swinging the fight in their favor. That pretty much cost them the match.
Yeah, 3 a.m. got caught out, and you know what? Now's the time. They're not out yet, though. They still have another match to play down in the lower bracket. They could be back in their grand finals for the grudge match against T2, who's got a clean match, who's got a clean run up here in the winner's side, because that's it. T2 moves on to the winner, moves on to the grand finals, as it's now a best of one thanks to Midnight Claws.
Sitting pretty in grand finals. Grand finals still 3 out of 5, right? As we discussed earlier.
3 out of 5 with winner's advantage, so it could be a best of one for the winner.
Oh no. Yeah, that would add up.
Absolutely. But nice damage here coming up from both teams. 86K on Captain Ginyu. Reggie 195 with 73. The main damage dealers. That's what you want from your speedsters. Although, look at the damage taken on Ginyu, 45k, but they had 2 massive KOs against them throughout the match there. One right before the Groudon spawn, and once right at the end there, which swung the game way out of their favor there. 26-second cooldown right before the objective spawns.
That is
It's
criminal.
a nasty thing to have happen to you.
Lucario like was KO'd around the same time. Nah, you get like 10 seconds. You haven't been KO'd all match. Nah, you sit there and wait. Sitting on his hands, missing out on the fight. That is such a terrible feeling. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely, absolutely. But now we're going to be looking at our lower bracket. Los Cietas Satitas is now going to be in the losers semifinal. Losers final going to be 3 a.m. We're going to be looking to see who joins them between Guminosity Laming and Chud Leon, who have all been taken out and sent down there. But that's going to be it for right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back once we see who's going to be that matchup for Los Cietas. Here we are once again back into the fray. Losers semifinals. Best of one, as it always should have been down here. Las Satitas against Gumanosity Laming. Coming in, it's now in the draft there, and $250 is on the line. Loser will not be playing to get it. This is it. This is the end of the line. And already double speedster on the bands, GX.
I heard one of the games that was just, a best of one took like over 30 minutes and just everyone was just rolling their eyes. Kyle looked like he was ready to throw his kitchen sink at somebody. What a time to be alive. So here we are in the semifinals here, getting finished with all this drafting and pretty much banning the same minds because we're at the end of the bracket, so these are pretty much the same teams with, especially with the team's name with the Gubanosity Laming. I just love that team name.
Absolutely. Listen, one of the things I love about Underdunks is how creative teams can get with their names and what they can do with them. So I love to see it. So we're going to be seeing Psyduck rounding out the bands for Las Satitas. We're going to be seeing Feraligatr, Machamp, and Charizard Y, who we're used to seeing on La Cieta as bands for Gumanosity Laming. And it's going to be Sylveon into Zacian and Snorlax.
Yep, Snorlax, a very strong early laner in the bottom lane. We wait in anticipation for his partner. We'll see in about a moment. But back on the left side, the purple team, we got the Sylveon, we got the Lapras, we got the Hoopa. This team really loves its Lapras. I don't understand why. That's just their thing, I guess.
Listen, Lapras has actually been pretty good. We've seen some awesome plays from it as well, especially with the Bubble Beam, able to hold a lot of Pokemon, has a very long stun time. Unlike other stuns, which can't hold it as long, it can do some freezing. You can even kidnap a player and go straight to the enemy home pad if you want to dunk 200 points, Like, there's a lot you can do with the Lapras, and Reggie's here to show us exactly what that is. Gravy on the Gengar, though, that's a kind of insane. Doubt and hate onto that Hoopa, along with Kirtan onto that Garchomp.
Now, I do not doubt you with the Lapras, but all these buffs are just pretty much undoing the nerfs it had before as we get back to Lapras Prime, pre-crisis, before it got nerfed in the war, when it was just the Godmon. I want to see that Lapras. I miss that Lapras, where it could just do whatever it wants. It was just a glorified all-arounder with all the bulk and mobility. Whenever it had its ult, that mon could do it all. But we're just trying to reenact that plays and that availability there. Back on the right side, we're going to have the Eldegoss. We're going to have the Espeon. That's some strong early laners. I would say they have the advantage in the early game. Let's see if they can really capitalize off of it. Gengar, if it's a Hexgar, which I'd imagine it's running full heal, it could be there to trip them up if they're not careful.
Hang on here. I think I got a little bit sidetracked there. I think we're actually seeing a flip of the names. I think it's actually Gumanosity Laming. That's your purple team. And Las Satitas, that's actually your orange team. Hal's trying to pull one over on us. I guess he got distracted trying to hook his kitchen sink back up.
You gotta be there. Anyway, back to this bottom lane here. Espeon as the EB getting in position. Sylveon's way in the back. It can't really participate in this fight. It's secure. It's too weak. It just has to focus on the farm and get to 4 as soon as possible. So I understand that. Lapras putting in that double time to work for 2 people, doing the best it can with the Whirlpool, with the Ice Shards, but it can only do so much. It only has 1 set of hands or flippers because it's a Plesiosaur. Back at the top here, we're going to have Lucario trying to get all the farm it can, but Gibble's just chomping away at the bits.
Eldegoss claiming that top side for itself there. Now 7 points in the hands of Crayola. 1 tick away from being an Eldegoss. Able to get it. No! Denied it as Lucario comes up and takes it. Huge damage though on Gengar. Have to get out. Use the Hex as 850 birds about to spawn. Gumanosity Laming looking to take position, but La Cieta is right here. The birds are in, and now they're deleted. Now we're looking for the KOs. Eldegoss has evolved and mitigating a lot of the damage it could have taken, but both teams opting to back out.
I do like how Zacian played that with the farm that was there. It didn't commit too hard to the farm because it didn't want to get hexed. It went in and went back out, and he needed to live because he is the jungler. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Hades is going to be pulling back there with the Espeon there, showing a little growl, being like, "Rawr!" You know, just a little baby growl trying to scare off the opponent team. And I think it worked a little bit. They backed out a little. Sylveon got a little antsy there. But Kaito going to be up in the top here as Kirtan is still a little gibble. 5 versus 4. Unfortunately, Dream and Doubt and Hate is not going to be able to do it a whole lot. But Gravy going to be moving into the top side to reinforce its team as Reggie Drago hits the field.
All right, Zacian's going to be all over that. It likes to rip objectives. And here it is. Yeah, you get too close, it's going to go right in on you. But here comes the Haunter making some noise here. Gonna have to really reassess what it means to be on this objective. Zacian does secure with the Metal Claw, and now the team fight's flipping on its head. You can only yell in one direction at so many people. Yell at this.
That's the one thing you can't let Tokito get away with. Lots of points because those cooldown resets are plenty galore. Not 1, but 2 back-to-back Metal Claws will allow Tokito to collapse and take you down. Kirtan taking away those birds there. But we do have Gengar Gravy coming in, trying to get whatever experience they can, but that's not going to be enough. Now they have to defend the pad from Scourge. They barely are behind on points, 27 to 55. Not a large gap, but the levels is a different story. If they slip here, they could fall further and further behind.
Yeah, this Gibite's being starved of experience. Nothing at the top. He's going to have to wait for some respawns. Back at the bottom, we're going to have another bit of a scrimmage here. We're going to have Sylveon ripping away at this Registeel. Snorlax is right next to him. Lapras is trying to dissuade, push away this Espeon. Snorlax actually with the heavy slam secure. There it is.
Pachysariyo coming down, being like, yup, the heavy slam did that with both cheeks, able to lock it in, take it down, and now we have the blessing on our side. Now we got the Zacian heading up to the top with the Eldegoss. Lucario keeping that Gabite in check there as Pachysariyo is looking to collapse the Eldegoss in the center to go up with it in safety.
Yep, this Gibble's almost level 9. He's still on decent pace. He's by himself at the top. There's going to be some knockdowns for him up there. Back at the center, there's getting more farm, more heavy slams, cheeks clenched, getting all the farm away from this Haunter, denying him level 9. Back at the top, Zacian's going to be there to back up, start ripping away this Reggie Misty. I believe that should be Reggie Lecky at the top. Yes, it is, ripping away at the objective. Lucario's now level 9, and this is a Mega Lucario, and now we have a Garchomp. It's time to fight.
Mega Lucario is ready to go in the pocket, and there we go. The Aura Sphere comes out. Limit Outrage comes down, is looking for the Mega Lucario. Eject over the barrier. Thinks he gets away. Garchomp says, I got one too. Follows him, grabs the KO, and now that forces La Sieta to back off. They furthered their lead by a little bit, pushing themselves to 70 points. But overall, they maintained the level lead. 11 on Zacian, 10 on Espeon, and 9s for the rest of the team.
All right, this Garchomp is not stopping for anyone. Actually, he's going to stop right there. He's going to back up. He doesn't want to keep running into that. You got a good KO, got a good pickup on Mega Lucario. That's going to will some experience. He's now level 10. He's now outpacing this Lucario. They have to go back to the drawing board.
This is a bit of a different kind of a Snorlax than what we've seen from La Sieta. They have usually gone into the block with the heavy slam combo. And you know what? Now they said, it's time to sleep, guys. It's after midnight. It's almost 1 a.m. Time to take a yawn and go to sleep for good. There we go. The Lapras takes a little bit of a nap, but wakes up super quickly. Registeel is going to be on the board, but got the heavy slam combo. Not able to stop it down as Espeon secures the Registeel. 4 members of La Sieta is now going to be pushing this basement pad. We have 76 to 27, 4 points on the pad. 44 points in the hands of the Zacian, but we're going for the 36 over to preserve it.
Heavy slam into yawn into ult is such a grimy combo. You're not going to be able to play for like 3 to 4 seconds. You might as well just put down your phone or your controller at that moment. Especially with a Zacian backing him up.
What a play from Lapras. Why do you pick Lapras? Because of that. Lapras Express into the saving play against the Lucario to allow the Garchomp to survive. That is why you pick Lapras, folks. For plays like that, you gotta preserve it. As we're now coming down, Gamenosity Laming is slowly climbing back into this game at 105 to 156. They're closing the gap on points little by little, but hopefully this Legend Lecky going into a T2 for La Sieta, if they secure it, could be the game changer.
Yep, this is going to be a very important objective right here. This is going to be a big team fight. We're going to have a lot of ults. That's a huge Zacian ult. Got a lot of hits there, but a lot of members are going down for Gumanosity here. Down goes Garchomp. Down goes Sylveon. Lapras too. Hooper's going to have to back up. He's not so strong right now. Getting Yon and setting on the trampoline. Fling him away.
You know what? He got away, able to get home. So in my books, it worked. You know what? That was always the plan. But Gengar trying to get stacks in very quickly, but already Gravy forced to get out. We do have Snorlax giving chase, but they're like, get out of here. I'll keep Vision down here on this basement Reggie. The last one of the set. Again, best of one. All hands on deck because this is it. You have to put everything on the line to get into the next round.
If this is the Kyogre map, you don't want to lose out on this objective. If you lose that objective, your pads are now defenseless. They're just a piece of map on the board. Not able to heal you, not able to give you shields. That's one objective you don't want to lose. But to help out with that, we're going to have Lil Siete getting the Reggie Steel buff, a coveted buff just before the Kyogre fight. And a KO too on Hoopa? That's huge. It might be Rip City, or at the very least, getting strong positioning on the enemy side.
Well, they're going to be able to look at the Lapras there to keep the pressure down on it, but Hoopa did get that Unite move off of that KO, so maybe it was all in the books. Maybe it was predestined. Maybe it was ordained. But Lapras has no follow-up. It has to try to get something out of there. It is able to survive. Lots of healing from that Eldegoss. Lots of healing from its own moves and passives, but it's not able to use the Lapras Express to get in behind. Not able to find the Espeon. Rings Unbound comes out. There we go. The Mega Lucario's on the board. Kyogre is now just a tick away, and it's Gravy. It's the Gengar. Zacian goes down, but Gravy's on 1 HP to Dream. They're trying to get out. They get taken down by the Mega Luca. Now it's going to be a buff in the hands of Gumanosity Laming as they're now moving to the pads to score these burgers.
Well, they took down the Gengar, but so it's not quite over yet. But this is going to be, again, a hard pad to defend, but he had more hands on deck. There was a score from Gumanosity, so they're now in the lead. But now, what happens here? Los Ciente has to make a play here. They have a buff on Hoopa. They have a buff, I believe, on Sylveon. They have some buffs left. Orange Team has to make a play here. Time is running out.
Right now, we're going to be looking to farm a little bit of for these Unite moves, get some charge back in. The Kyogre buffs on nerfs on the pads are gone, so defenses are back in the pocket there for the side of Las Satitas. But they're going into the basement there. They're going to be looking to put all hands on deck. But they got to keep the Hoopa in check because they don't have the Unite move in the pocket, but they don't know what the charge is at. 12 points goes in, 279 to 372. It's a Hundo Burger game. There's the Hundo Burger. 379 to 372. 26 seconds left in the game. La Cieta is taking the lead, but they're pulling in. The Hoopa Unite comes through. They still have the buffs. They're looking in. Boom. 484 to 379. 10 seconds out. It's going to be Gumanosity Laming. Moving on to your losers finals.
That was almost a disaster, but then we saw Gengar Hoopa coming in from the top row, saving the game once again.
Oh, absolutely. The Lapras into the Hoopa, into the Gengar. Oh, my goodness. There was so much going on. They almost had it. They had by 7 points, but they weren't able to clutch it out because, again, that Hoopa Unite was just so devastating. And in a best of one scenario, I think you got to stop looking at some of the more traditional bans and look at what could be uniquely used against you. And right now, it is that Hoopa. Kirtan with the MVP, but we all know it is the Hoopa that should have gotten it.
Yep, the one who deserved the most valuable player at that moment, bringing everyone over. Hey, we need to get this last-minute score. They don't have enough hands on deck to deal with this.
All right, but we're going to quickly go to break so we can get the thing moving on a little bit quicker. All right, so we'll see you guys in a bit, and we'll take a quick break right now. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! We're back here into this 3 a.m. versus Gumminosity Laming, coming in already with a Mega Lucario ban, and Gravy already opting for Alligator.
It's actually about to be 3 a.m. for like the rest of us at this rate.
2 hours more, hopefully. Hopefully we don't get there. Hopefully 2 sets don't take 2 hours, because we are in Midnight Zone, so it's best of 1 lower finals, and both teams fighting for their last chance at the $250 pot. But more importantly, the title of champion of Underdunk 85.
Yes, this game is in fact played for money. So here we go. These are the bans. Mega Lucario, Sylveon, Espeon, out of here. Blissey, out of here. Zacian, out of here. Get him out. I don't want to see him.
The All-Star ban of where you can only pick 5 Pokemon, but you have the entire roster to pick from. That's how All-Star is going to be working in this mode here. So, AKA regular Unite. Psyduck going to be the first pick for Sazero. Reggie going to be locking in the Snorlax. Radiant coming in with the Mew. Strong Pokemon already picked off from the get-go. Strong early game and strong disruption later on. Qatar teasing us a little bit with an XP share on Azumarill. We don't ask questions. We don't judge. We just look at what their builds are and go,
maybe that could work. Maybe not. Well, Blastoise coming in with the Vanguard Bell. Look at all these bonds. This is why it's called All-Star Draft at the Midnight Claws, because you have access to all of the stars. Look at these guys. We're going to see Gravy perhaps on Dodrio, an early pick on Dodrio. That might be a little bit suspicious. He looks like it's going to fall in towards another Speedster. It's like a Gengar that's stacking with glasses. Oh, you're greedy. Greedy.
Ooh. Listen, in a best of 1, you got to risk it all. Sometimes you got to go for a little bit of greed, and hopefully it pays off. Maybe they can't get the stacks right away at the start, but maybe they get it later on. But pairing it up with another purple Pokemon with the Garchomp there, the Gumminosity Laming really relying on that purple power.
Chartwise is available. I just realized that. He's usually been getting banned all night, and there he is. You want a Garchomp ult us? How dare you? You want a Snorlax ult us? Put a stop to that. I'm going to grab you. It's going to be great. You're being taken for a ride.
All I'm saying is Gumminosity Gaming still has Slowbro on the table, but they're looking at that Eldegoss. They're like, you know what? No, we're going to out-heal you on this one. We're going to be throwing in the Eldegoss with that coming in. Surprised Alcremie isn't making an appearance here, because I feel like Alcremie would be a really solid option into the Charizard, so long as you Fluffy Cream Supreme after the Charizard goes up in the air as the Mega Evolution, because if you do it before, well, you're going to go flying with it.
Well, they have to be careful. There is a funny interaction if Mew's in the ult and everyone's in the Mew ult. Charter has no one to sure hit just yet. So he could get mollywopped in that one moment he can't grab them. Nigga. That's an interaction for you guys. Be careful of that. That might happen. That might be a part of the plan. Who knows? We're going to have to see. 5 seconds left for final preparations here.
Absolutely. All right. 2 seconds left now as we go into a bit of a buffer there, but that's all right. Goes into the load screen there. I'm excited to see how Rescue's going to come in with the Inteleon. We haven't seen too many Inteleons be overall successful tonight since I've appeared on air. So maybe this will be a different option here for 3 a.m. gaming. And you know what? I think Kyle hooked up the kitchen sink properly this time, because we have the names on the correct sides for our teams. 3 a.m. going to be your purple team. Gumminosity Laming, still your orange.
I know Kyle hooked up his kitchen sink super fast because he wanted to wash his hands of this because we're taking so long.
No worries. That's all right. Gamers be gaming. Gamers be reading, I think. Learning up. There we go. But here we go. Best of 1, lose lower finals coming in. 3 a.m. your purple team, going to be Gumminosity Laming your orange team, as we're going to be seeing our central laners take the field.
All right, take the field they shall. We're going to do some little predictive analysis. We're going to have, wait, what? Is that the legendary 113 I haven't seen since season 1?
Listen, it could be an invade as well. We're not sure yet, but the 113 is the meta that I just want to see come back. You know, you never know what's going to happen. But no, the Psyduck's going for the invade on the Ghastly. If there is a Pokemon to invade and to out-secure, it will be the Ghastly. So this is a great choice from 3 a.m.
So oddly enough, at the very beginning like this, Psyduck actually beats most speedsters because he outranges them. They can't compete. Look at him get all that farm. Look at him get that blue buff. Look at him bully that little that little Ghastly away from his own jungle. He can't compete anymore. He's like, all right, big bro, you got it. I'm going to go to the bottom, get my levels there.
No, see, that's absolutely okay, though, because Psyduck is not a strong ripper, but the Charmeleon is. They're going to go straight in there, and they're going to say, you know what? If that's still up, I'm going to take it. I'll take it a little bit for myself. That means Ghastly's still a Ghastly, but the 850s have now hit. It is now a 3v2 into the top side as Ghastly's still looking for that evolution in the bot side there. Not finding a whole lot of success, though. What is finding success is 3 a.m. into the top side. Buzzwall, too strong. Charmeleon, level 6. Almost a Charizard, and we're not even 2 minutes into the game yet.
I would hope he's almost a Charizard. He had a jungle and a half, quite literally. Don't give away that experience, though. You got to get out of there, bud. You don't want to get KO'd.
Backing off. 2 A pressers that you're trying to go in close on. That is just a hard lane to go into. So already they're backing off. Charmeleon just saying, I'm going to take my top. Here, Drizzile, get your 7-2, buddy. Play around. Get the blue. But no, they're also going to be backing off. Reggie Drago, non-existent from this map because we're paying attention, and it's Rayquaza. We're going rip and flip on this one, folks.
They don't want to waste any time. This is Midnight Rules to the max. What if, like, at Midnight Rules, you just have to play Rayquaza? What if that was just de facto it? Force teams to rip and secure. There is a just missed the Fire Blast. Oh, he gets the pickup, though. That is a KO. Charizard's chasing him, though.
The Drizzile with the delayed auto coming out, taking down the Haunter. Huge experience back in his pocket, but still not evolved. Charizard is on the table, but now we're still looking for the evolution on 2 of our starters. Both of them water type. Is there a connection? Maybe. Don't know. Stay tuned later on for the next episode of 720 Birds.
All right, look at all these Swablu and Altaria go. Snorlax is like, I've taken a lot of damage. I've got to back up. That is a big E-ball. Misses the snipe shot here, but he's going to be able to back up. That is going to be one fully evolved water type. We need one more. We need the big man to join us.
There we are, too. 7 minutes hits the board, as well as our first objectives going to be looking here. We're going to be looking to see which lane the Reggies are in. Steel in the basement. That means Lecky in the top there as well. Again, this is Rayquaza. I don't think they changed rotations on this one, but here we go. We're going to be looking at there. We got the secure on the side of Gumminosity Laming, but Eldegoss no sooner gets it, has to lose it, as now 3 a.m. is putting the pressure on for the scoreboard.
All right, I like the discipline from Charizard. Activate his ult from a good spot, a central spot. That's how his passive works in Shroud. He gets bonus damage in that circle. So you don't want it in like an off angle or an off spot. You want it at a highly contested spot, such as a goal pad.
Great secure on that KO from the Buzzwole, taking down the Gabite there. Regieleki into the top side now as Gengar's trying to get online further. But Buzzwole's able to find the Snorlax, comes in with the superpower smackdown combo, being able to lock it down. But no, Snorlax just too bulky. Wearing a citrus berry, but this is facts, folks. Wearing a citrus berry outfit grants you more HP. You know, don't take it from me, though. Take it from the facts of what you just saw.
It's in the patch notes, I swear.
It's in the patch notes, I swear. It absolutely is. Garchomp comes in with the Livid Outrage, though, looking for a quick KO, trying to find the Gengar, but Gengar finds the Buzzwole instead. Now we're going to be taking down the Snorlax, though. We lose and trade for trade, but Snorlax for a Buzzwole, not a bad one. But Kaido going to be taken down as well. Huge grab onto that Garchomp. Gone. Deleted. Now we're going to be Regieleki playing for Gumminosity Laming, though, as now it's going to be looking to connect. Does it go in? No. What a clutch save.
You're going to realize how much work Snorlax puts in and when he's gone. And he's no longer in the front taking hits for you.
Nice snipe from Resu, showing that Baltoy who's boss, water versus ground. That's exactly what you want to see. But Snorlax not letting up. Gumminosity still going in. As we do have the Snorlax get taken down, not able to stop it. Psyduck and Buzzwole able to take down Regieleki handily there. But now we're going to be seeing Qatar in the bottom lane, just kind of existing, just kind of vibing there as we got some more points looking to be dunked in for 3 a.m.
That was an eject. He got spooked. He got jump scared by Gengar. I don't think he needed to eject. If he got like caught with a surge, it would have been fine. But hey, we're here now. No, eject the Hydro Typhoon, but this is still a very good Hydro Typhoon. There's another serve. Secure from Gengar, getting the Regirock. Charizard has an ult, but he's not ripping it just yet. I don't think it's in the cards yet. He's just actually going to get KO'd and save it for another time. I don't actually blame him. There's going to be more farm available if this pad breaks, but this team is holding down the line, though.
Eldegoss goes in for the nice little bit of a grab on a Citrus Berry, but it wasn't able to heal it enough. Curse able to come in and just do its job. Citrus Berry not able to keep it alive. Now we're going to be seeing Gumminosity Landing putting everything on the board, including Kyle's Kitchen Sink, right at that pad, but it's not going to be enough. They now have to pull back, and all of a sudden, 3 a.m. has flipped this around. Charizard Y goes for the Mega Evolution. Super effective shot from the Inteleon to take down the Garchomp, and all of a sudden, it's a power swing for 3 a.m. as they go 201 to 70.
All right. Good Charizard Wild, creating a lot of space for his team. Didn't get a lot of KOs like he wanted, but he won the pad, he won the experience, he won the day, and that's what's important.
Absolutely. Now we're going to be looking in. There's Blastoise looking to try to get in there, but no, not able to find the escape. Quick 2 KO streak for that Gengar. Now is that Gumminosity Landing's looking to get more points on the board. They're coming down to the bottom, but so is Charizard and Inteleon. Inteleon with the Azure Spy Vision in the pocket there can stop it. Gengar gets stopped, not able to find the points of 50, so they have to go for a 10-point cap less, but they still manage to close the gap. 143 to 201 as Snorlax gets caught out. But you know what? It wasn't your main leveled guy. It wasn't Garchomp, wasn't Gengar, wasn't Mew. That's all that matters.
This Psyduck and Intel are such a dream team right now. Psychic into Snipe Shot, they're taking major damage, and they're lining up their shots correctly. This is a really strong combination that they're going to have to watch out for in about 25 seconds.
Listen, it may have been, they may not have the Friday buff anymore, but they do have the power of the sun. It is probably 7 a.m. for the side of 3 a.m. They have been playing with much in the future of us, so now they got the power of the sun, the power of daylight. And that seems to be what's happening and helping them along. So, Gumminosity Landing still playing in the late hours of the Midnight Claws. Meanwhile, Gumminosity at 3 a.m. is like, we've already been past it. Rayquaza spawns in. They're going for the Hydro Typhoon. Limit Outrage comes out, but canceled by the Charizard. 1 and 2 down for Gumminosity Landing. Rayquaza down at 8.5 HP. Huge KO from that Inteleon taking down the Gengar. Now it's a dream team of Mew and Snorlax, but they keep getting zoned out. And Rayquaza goes to 3 a.m.
Yep, this is the Rayquaza buff. It is scoring speed like all the rest, but it's also great damage as well, bonus damage, almost as much as Groudon. But this is pretty much all he wrote. You can't really defend against this. This is instant, near unimpeded scoring. That's the power of Rayquaza. You don't want to lose out on that buff. It is a primordial one. It is one of the strong ones for a reason. And yeah, that wraps it up. We have 3 a.m. taking this game, this best of one in losers finals, as they now move on to grands.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 a.m. looking for that grudge match. They're looking to get that back end. They said, you know what? Listen, we got knocked down here by T2, but that's okay. We're going back up, and we're going to go say hi to them because we got a grudge match. But unlike this run in the lower bracket there, where it's been best of one, even with the Midnight Claws, 3 a.m. is still going into this grand finals in a best of 3 format. Now, it is with winner's advantage for T2, which means T2's coming into this in a best of one. T2 wins. It's over. We can all go to bed. They get the $250, and they get to have some breakfast money for the morning. But 3 a.m., they got 2 more games at least ahead of them if they want to win Underdunk 85.
I'm not biased at all, I swear.
Absolutely not. But we're going to take a quick break, chat, while we set that up. So, while we do, stick around. We did it, folks. We made it to the end. The grand finals. Best of 3 with winner's advantage for T2. In a winners take all tournament for Underdunk 85 with a $250 prize pool courtesy of 2 anonymous donors and Faith and Love. Thank you all for the generous donations for it. And I'm sure our players tonight are going to absolutely rock it, especially if 3AM is able to take this in a clutch 2-0 victory, trying to claim breakfast.
Everyone is staring at T2, waiting to be absolved of their pain and misery. All eyes on them, all their hopes and dreams, all on T2. This game is, in fact, played for money. As we move on to this draft, we're going to have some usual prospects that we've been seeing all night. Sylveon, Espeon, Charizard, Y, get them out of here. Mew, Zacian, Mega Lucario, get them out of here. They no longer belong here.
That is going to put first pick in the hands of T2. What are they going to do? They're hovering through attackers there, but that might be just to throw the other team off. We still have to figure it out.
Feraligatr
coming in with Feraligatr. That means I got to know what the power level of these 3 crunches are going to be.
Yes, I haven't learned them just yet myself. They're like 1 for each situation, but all I know is for sure it's going to be a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Although I will admit, Waterfall, great animations. That's one thing I love about Pokemon Unite. They have great animations. Feraligatr and Waterfall, freaking awesome. We have Blastoise with the Shells Waddle. That's amazing. Palmot's little waddles. I love it. But we're going to have Katara locking in the Snorlax. I mean, that might be our top played defender. Second top played, going to be Lapras, dethroning everything else tonight. Reggie coming in on Zoroark, showing us the magic. Going in with the second pick Zoroark, though. A little bit crazy, as we are going to see Kranix coming in with Garchomp and the captain of the Ginyu Force themselves rocking the muscles.
Buzz, 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 buzz. There it is, Buzz Swole. Last 2 picks over at T2. They're going to be very important ones. I would surmise there's going to be a strong attacker. There is Inteleon. That is pretty good. Attacking from the long range. Might be Liquidation. It might be Snipe Shot. We're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have a Vaporeon here. Rocking the glasses. Probably going to be running heals. They're going to have some sort of support. We have some all-arounders here who need the heals.
We see a Zoroark, we see an Inteleon, and what's our counter? We're going into the Machamp. We got muscle characters over here. We are hitting the gym up with both Suplex Hulk Hogan there and Buzz Nye the Muscle Guy.
Oh, man, look at them flex. Flex the money. Flex the muscles. They want this money, too. They want this prize pool.
Now, I mean, we are very susceptible, though Zealot with that Feraligatr is also going to be running that full heal as well. So hopefully these full heals are going to be enough to try to dodge anything that the Buzzwole and Machamp are going to be able to do. Because with the increased cooldown on submission, as well as Buzzwole already having high cooldowns, and it's just going to make whiffing any of these grab moves absolutely devastating. So already 3 a.m. in kind of a precarious situation just because of these items, but they got to get the timing down. If they whip the timing, that's it. They're going right into the clutches of our Pokemon.
All right. Loading in. We pray for no crashes. We can't afford to lose any more time. We got the roll back into here. We have a gold patch on Zoroark here. That guy was playing this mon. As we're about to load in, we're going to have our top lanes. We're going to have our bottom lanes. We're going to have that Totodile heading on up to the top with a Vaporeon behind its back.
Already, yeah. We're going to have Zoroark take that central path along with Buzz Nye, the muscle guy, going in for 3 a.m. Buzzwole going to be the secret jungler we never knew that we needed to see. Going to be coming in with that level 5, which is already massive. But Snorlax going in with the Machop into the bottom pad. Nice secures already. Machop coming in with the double secure.
Karate chop action, getting those double secures, pushing away this Inteleon. He's going to be in for a rude awakening if he stays down there any longer. Well, Machop knows who his target is, getting those punches in. Snorlax moving up. There's the E-check into a tackle attack KO.
Yeah, exactly. But Snorlax coming in, taking a massive KO there as Machop is just going to go pick up a few more points. They haven't gotten any stacks in yet, but I think that's not really the point of what they're trying to do. They're trying to get in there, trying to be a menace, and they absolutely are. Another swipe, another steal. Sobel's trying to come in. There is the tearful look, and boom! Straight into Nurse Joy's arms goes the Machop.
All right, it's 850. Here comes the secret sauce for the Buzzwole. I think he was there to grab the Zoroark. He's going to have to settle for this Totodile. He's going to have to walk in, push everyone away from his pad, buy his team some time.
Huge KO on the Totodile as it tries to go into that scoring there. Not going to be able to get it done because that Psyduck was just absolutely mean. Says, you know what? You're going on the menu. And know what else is on the menu? This central path. Already trying to go for the blue buff. Unable to grab it. Excelgor just out of range. But Excavalier, well, that's right there.
All right, there is a charm from the Totodile. Cannot fight this Gabite. Is just unequipped to do so. He's only still level 4. There's going to be a Dragon Rush to move the farm along, keeping this Totodile away. That's going to be a Bubble Beam, and that's going to be a secure on the KO on Totodile.
Zoroark just hitting 7 now, but Buzzwole also coming up with level 7. Kranix is in a bad position, but Buzzwole almost was able to bait them in, but Zealot just said, nah, that's not going to happen there, as we're now coming up to try to get level 5 on him. But meanwhile, we do have Reggie on the Zoroark, going for the Reggie. Drago secure, takes it down, but we do have the smackdown grab on Vaporeon, able to get away. Snorlax comes in with the blocks, as we have the submission coming
there
in.
There is
the submission eject gets the KO!
You just see Machop just running at him at full speed ahead, not slowing down for anyone, moving to the beat of his own drum, getting the KO on that jungler. Delicious levels. He's level setting, more levels. Get this farm, get the Swablu, get this Altaria.
Snorlax already coming in, and I just want to mention that we have been seeing heavy slam Snorlaxes all night long, but you know what? 3 a.m. just says we're not at 3 a.m. anymore. It's time to lock in. What are we going to play? Flail. Flail-Lax coming in. This really is a muscle team for this side of 3 a.m. They're going in on that raw attack damage with a little itty-bitty special attack with the Psyduck.
Now we have Fraligator here going on a one-way secret mission to get more experience. I think it was well worth it. He got those level 7 unimpeded, and he pulled aggression towards their farm and in their jungle, getting an easy secure on a Regieleki here.
Psyduck gets taken down as Zoroark's trying to stay on top of the berry and just be like, you know what, I can take the berry and then dash out, but nobody's taking the bait. They just said, you know what, if you're just going to sit there, that's fine, but huge! We
Waterfall.
got the Feraligatr going in with the waterfall crawl, going to be taking them down. We do have the red fangs going to be coming in, ready to chomp down, swap quickly to the purple fangs, as we're now going to be looking to try to get these stacks into the hands of Zealot.
All right, we're going to have a waterfall away, try to get some more farm. This Fraligator is already at level 9. He's at beautiful pace for being a top laner here. Tying with his Zoroark. There is the Garchomp ulting in. Who's going to focus on? He's going to get a KO on the Fraligator. Should be easy pickings to get this Registeel here. They're going to body block away from that snipe shot. Vaporeon can't get it secure with the Hydro Pump, and it's next on the chopping block.
Already, we're going for the 40 cap in, and boom, that's going to go in. 40 more points from the Snorlax, pulling that pad down to 10. Machamp coming in, just going to break it with a quick dunk for an even break. No overdunks in the bottom, but they are going to be ahead by 13 points. 153 to 140 here. Now Reggie's going to be looking to base back, but there's an opportunity to get caught out, and they said, we're backing the heck out of there. We're getting out of dodge. Meanwhile, we already have the crunch up for this Feraligatr ready to come in. They're looking to brawl, but no, they got the waterfall in. They got to get out of dodge too. They said, too much damage, not enough follow-up.
Yeah, speaking of too much damage, down goes Snorlax from the snipe shot, and here comes Machamp. Single KO. Oh, he ejected through it, and eject for an eject. That's what he gets.
Machamp does not care. They're just breaking pads, scoring points. 167 to 181. They do not care about the overdunks. They don't have it there, but they live it. Outrage comes out. The Zoroark comes in. Not able to find anything with the Midnight Days. Able to get away, though, as Snorlax is chasing them down. They're dashing around, juking and zuking, but they're not able to find much as Regieleki is starting to get hit now and going to be secured by 3 a.m.
All right, we're moving towards the bottom here. They've secured Regieleki up at the top. Regidrago's going to spawn in about 15 seconds. There is some contested farm at the bottom. Is that going to be a submission? Oh, wait, no, he got enough spacing. That is a flail axe, and just to realize what that Snorlax was, not a heavy slam this time around. We're going to have Bustle heading towards the top lane, trying to probably contest that Feraligatr, who's there all by himself. He's going to have to be careful.
For Alligators all alone, taking on the Regieleki. Buzzwole basing out of there as Psyduck gets taken down by the Inteleon. Huge snipe shot from way out of the middle field there. Going to be taking it down and sending it back. We're going to have the Regidrago going to be just completely uncontested as we have T2 moving into the top to take on the T1 pad. And there's no value much for the bottom line except for the Registeel. Oh, psych. You thought the Lapras was going to be able to take it, but it might. It's moving. It's in the Lapras Express, but it's just going straight to the T2. It's also going to score. Taking a leaf out of Machamp and just says, you know what? 16 points going in. And the swing for points, 260 to 181. These points are just dunking in. These teams are saying, we want the money.
Time to get in the money. We're going to have a selection. Whoa, where did Buzzwole come from? Getting his eye up. That's it. He got squeezed. There's a submission right there. And all the muscle men, all the macho men are here.
Huge KOs there as well, but they're not able to take the lead. Both front pads are open, not caring about the over dunks, and that's already coming to bite them. That's 80 points away from them now. 260 to 181. They could have had a massive point lead. If any of these pads were up, they could have gone for an overcap, but it's just not going to happen. Now we do have the top side here, Regieleki about to spawn in. It's not a win condition, but it might just be enough to put somebody in the lead if either team goes for it. But it looks like neither team is interested in it.
Yeah, we're not even going to have a champ just farm his cross-chop stacks over at the top. He's got other plans. He wants to grab somebody right here, right now. Getting some vision towards the bottom. The rest of the team's over here towards the center by the choke point. Zoroark moving in, disguising himself as a champ. Here comes Buzzwole. He's going to face back as Captain Beauty. That's a massive snipe shot. Garchomp's going to go in, getting some major damage out. There is a Machamp getting a KO on the Zoroark. That's huge. Next is Vaporeon getting out of there. That's another one. Down goes Garchomp. There's a submission on Feraligatr. Another heavy slam. There it is. With Buzzwole. Things are flying over. There's the Psyduck to dissuade all the damage. This should be a wraps for this game one.
Well, they still got to secure the ground on, and right now they don't really have that going in. They're trying to get it, and there it is. The Snorlax finally secures it for them, but they still have to hit the score pads. For Alligators back and far in 3 seconds there, and we have a Zoroark Unite, and we do have an Inteleon Unite as well. They only get damage buff increase and a small shield, and already the shield is broken on Buzzwole from Inteleon, just laying out the snipe shots. 3 a.m. is behind on points, although I don't think they know it quite yet. If they didn't know what the prompt was at the start of the 2-minute mark, they're going to know in 4 seconds.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Yep. About every minute, the game hints at who's in the lead and by what threshold. Now they know that 3M is behind. They have to make their final move here.
They do have 2 Unites in the pocket themselves, Snorlax and Garchomp. They're going
the
straight
grab.
in. Suplex there for it, but the Machamp is the first to fall, but so is the Inteleon. 281 to 260. T2 has to score. We're going to a game 3. 1-2 down for T2 there as Vaporeon's got to go. It's only 21 points. Someone with 5 points or more, with 10 points or more, just go and score for T2. But Snorlax,
in clutch position.
Snorlax heard the
threshold's
call
too
and
much.
said it's going to be me.
Yep, that should do it. Now I know everyone's thinking they're rolling their eyes right now. We have to watch more games, but it is what it is. We're in it for the long haul.
One more game. 3 a.m. wants that $250 prize pool. T2 does not wanting it hard enough, but they did get a lot of Pokemon off the board. Inteleon, Lapras, Vaporeon, Zoroark, and the dreaded Feraligatr. Now they're not going to be able to, they don't have to focus their bans on any of these Pokemon. Instead, they can focus on what they want to bring in for game number 2.
Such as Char X and Blastoise, there's still a lot of strong picks. A lot of things are available. We get to play some draft again, All-Star draft. There's another round. Stay tuned for that.
Absolutely. But great job from both teams. I really like what 3AM was doing. They knew exactly how to counter Zealot. Zealot kept going in for waterfalls to either escape or engage, but right there, they were ready to disrupt it, and they had the CC in the pockets of either Resu, Ginyu, or Sazero ready to take it down, ready to just say, you know what? Nah, you're just not going to play. 1, 2, 3. They were chaining on top of that thing, and they just said, you can't play. Oh, you got heals? No, you don't, because we're going to KO you much faster than you think.
Yep, strong showing, especially from the champ. They always had an engage and a re-engage, which is a very key factor towards their success. It could have been either one. It could have been the bustle with the engage or the re-engage, or like vice versa with the Machamp, but they followed through that formula, and it was leading to much of their success, especially in that final fight. Garchomp got a good engage with his ultimate, making that Inteleon use some resources to move away. And then with the re-engage, what do we have? We had Machamp with the submission, taking care of not only that intel, but the Zoroark.
Yeah, and just like T2's team is also off the roster, that means 3AM's is too. No more Machamp to worry about, no more Buzzwole to worry about, and that is also very important because these are crucial Pokemon that they use. Is it all that they have in the pockets? Absolutely not. We've seen some devastating Pokemon come out already from them, and with 10 Pokemon banned against them, we're going to see what's going to happen coming into game number 2, or game number 3, so to speak, because best of 3, winner's advantage, technically game 3 for point 3, but yeah, all together, coming into the next round, it's going to be interesting to see what teams are going to dive into, because unlike other best of 3 rounds, the pools don't have to be dived into as deep. Supporters and tanks are just still there because the winner's advantage point goes to T2.
Yep, absolutely. I believe we're about to start up into the next match. We still got a lot of defenders available. We still got a lot of there's always all-arounders in this game, no matter what. No matter how they round the draft, there will always be an all-arounder to take up the next spot. But let's see these bans here. I surmise there will be an Umbreon ban. I surmise there will also be a Mega Charizard Y ban.
T2 back in the first spot, taking up the Espeon, followed by taking out that Gengar in the side of 3AM. Oh my gosh, my brain had a brain fart. It's almost 2 a.m. I guess that's why. Charizard Y is gone. You called it, GX. And we're going to be seeing, is it Zacian? Zacian. We're getting rid of the dog.
No ripping and securing in one mon for free. You do one or the other.
Absolutely there. But who's going to be the third ban? Rex still has a huge decision to make. It's going to be Sylveon. Sylveon is gone. It's going to be Mega Lucario for the side of 3AM. Whether it's the character or the background, it is the anti-purple squad for 3AM.
All right. Well, whenever Espeon gets banned, you know that Mew will follow as the early game bottom lane bully for the attacker side. Wait, they scrolled over Articuno. I wanted to see it very badly. But maybe next time. We're going to settle with Blastoise, and that's one hell of a mon to settle with.
Yeah, Snorlax is gone, so now we're pulling in Blastoise. Psyduck is gone, now we're pulling in that Hoopa. These are devastating Pokemon. Zugra coming in on a clutch Crustle. Zealot hovering the Clefable. Are we getting trolled, or are we going to see a swap? No, it's going to be Rex into the Blissey. Love to see that. That means who's going to be paired with the Blissey? Who's Blissey's main Bliss assistant target going to be? Because it certainly isn't going to be that Mew.
Yep. Well, hey, look at Umbreon. Looks like that might be the pick. They're going to be running Mean Look. You do not want to get caught, but they have a Blissey. It can be cleansed. They have to time it properly.
Absolutely, but Ginyu going to be locking in the Metagross there. That leaves T2 with the final 2 picks of its roster. Resu able to counter us out and see what they can do. Zealot hovering some good all-rounders there. Moltres, Urshifu, and Polion, but looking to settle on possibly Moltres? Depends on what Reggie wants to bring in. Ooh, another backline diver there to shut out any potential attackers they want to bring in. It's going to be Rapidash, Galarian, and Greninja for the side of T2.
Well, looks like 3M, they might not settle for like a squishy backliner. They might go in with some bulky frontline themselves. They're hovering over some attackers, hovering over some all-rounders. If they pick Mewtwo Y, which is a good choice, Mewtwo Y is pretty self-sufficient with the double teleports, with the side strike. It can hold its own, but they're a little lacking in the damage department, and that might be their undoing.
They are. This is a brawling comp there, so they don't have much in the ways of secure. They don't have much in the ways of, in a lot of good team rip as well. But what they do have is good team brawling going into the other team. They might not be as good on objectives there, but they are going to be able to just rip the other team down. U2Y with some good stuns there with the Psy Strike and with its Unite move, the Infinite Psy Burn. We do have some great damage and sustain coming in from both the Hoopa trick as well as that Metagross. If it's Gyro Ball, Qatar and Kranix going to be able to support as well. But Zealot is going to have its work cut out for them, trying to dodge Psy Strikes, hoping that it has its Pastel Veil up. Greninja also in danger of it. Gotta be watching where you go with that Water Burst Shuriken Unite move coming into the back, but that could be the ultimate combo that the Blissey would be looking for.
Yep, just maybe. I wonder who's going to be the jungler for 3 a.m. The only two main candidates would be either Metagross or Mewtwo-Y itself. Honestly, Mewtwo-Y might be the stronger choice, even though it's a fine laner. It can hold its own. But it being online earlier might be to the team's benefit.
Maybe already, but though we're going to see a pause coming in from our teams as everyone's trying to get back on the board there. We don't know who had the crash, but hopefully they're able to connect back right away. But if I had any predictions, I would say it'd probably be the Rapidash into the central path, followed by the Beldum. I see Beldum going in there. I don't see anybody else, but that does mean one lane's going to either have a supporter and a tank or a double tank lane. And hopefully, maybe we'll just have a double tank lane, or maybe we'll just have a support and a tank.
Yep, only time will tell. Hopefully these guys can load back in a timely fashion. Everyone's hanging on by a thread. This is pretty much the last game no matter what.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're in for a treat.
Now, I am a little disappointed that in all our teams tonight, I mean, we could have worked better. We could have coordinated a little bit better on choosing the most appropriate rosters. And not once did our teams lock in Sableye. What's a Pokemon you think they should have locked in, GX, that they never did?
Sableye is actually a good pick. Honestly, I've been seeing favor with Charizard X coming back into the mainstream, doing a lot of good damage. He's still a very strong brawler. I actually would have liked to see some of these all-around focus comps utilize Charizard X a bit more.
So there you go. No Sableye, no Charizard X. We're very disappointed in you, Underdunks 85, and the teams that participated. Come on. You got to do better. You got to get those Mons in. But despite that, they're actually doing a pretty good early game. Still 0-0, no stacks for either team as the Natus come in and they're looking to get grabbed. And there we go, the Electro Ball secure. Only able to get maybe a couple of them for Sazero as they're getting pushed out. But it's just an all-round brawl. Reggie's coming in with that Greninja. Huge hit from the 3 a.m. Matang. Knocking it out and waking it up.
All right, he has overstayed his welcome. There is Mewtwo-Y with the barriers, with the confusion, has shields, has stuns. It's a very strong laner. People don't give it enough credit. There is the foul play on the Umbreon. That is an interesting choice. I wonder if Meanlook would have been better for the Rapidash especially, but he's going to have to make the foul play work.
Resu just hitting into the level 5 and their Mega Evolution. Already going to the side strike onto Zealot. Zealot not as just kind of helpless with the Pastel Veil broken. Crustle putting the walls up, trying to put this difference between them as we do have Resu going in, trying to get this ball toy to stop the evolution. Not going to be enough. Walls go up. That Rock Tomb comes in, and now it's the Dazzling Green. Lapidash is online, and all of a sudden Mewtwo is in trouble.
Yep, he overextended to stop the evolution, which was just an inevitability, and he's paid the price for it. But Metagross coming on in for the help. Here he is. Missing that move, but I believe he got a Gyro Ball in. So getting improved shields.
Yeah, gonna be that Zen Headbutt, I believe, coming in as well. I think that's the second move that's able to shoot. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen a Metagross, and I only see the Gyro Ball into something else. I can't remember. Either way, Hyde's got to do some homework after this on the Metagross there, but level 8 is going to be a massive, massive lead for the side of 3 a.m., even if they're behind on points.
All right, levels are about even. Mew is falling a bit behind at level 5, but it can quickly catch up if it gets some secures with its E-Ball or Solar Beam coming in here. We're going to have more farm for the Metagross. Going to be able to contest it unimpeded. Metagross is almost at level 9 himself. Meanwhile, at the top, there's going to be seeing early success for tier T2 under T1. U2Y is back, trying to stop the bleeding here. They will be able to get this Chansey, however.
Only
minimal
points scored now, pushing T2 a little bit into a little bit further into the lead, 39, but now coming up to 18, we're getting back more points. And for the first time tonight, since we've been on Broadcast GX, we're seeing Hyperspace Hole Hoopa.
You're right. We haven't seen that all game. It's been Trick Hoopa. Both movesets are good. That's a testament to how strong fundamentally a character like Hoopa is. It doesn't have a bad moveset.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Hoopa for that because it's good. I do like the lack of a Phantom Force option sometimes coming out, but we're probably just going to see that every game. I don't see Shadow Ball coming out, but you know what? Like, listen, Hoopa's a good character. It's got a lot of mobility, and a lot of teams have been picking it up ever since NAIC. But despite the Mew, the Metagross goes for the KO. The Computing Crush is coming through. Picks up another KO with the Greninja as they're dunking more points and finally taking the lead in a massive storm.
This team is very, like we said before, this team is really strong with team fighting. And since they can't really capitalize on like a squishy attack on the back like Mewtwo, who's just pretty self-sufficient, they lose some value there. They lose some value in 2 spots with the Greninja and the Galarian Rapidash.
Yep, Sazero ticked into level 9 though, so that means that it has its Unite move. Hydro Typhoon comes in as well as the Infinite Cyburn. Hoopa tries to portal the Blastoise away, but Blastoise says, I gotta surf, and misses the train. Now they're very susceptible. There goes the Triad Blitz, locking Sazero in. They're trying to get away with the Hoopa portals, and they're able to win at the last second.
No, Hoopa got KO.
Gets the KO. Oh my gosh. Egg Bomb all the way.
1, 4, 3. It's good. Wow, that was an egg.
Listen, at the end of the day, Hoopa still went back to base. All right, it just took a little bit longer to come back.
True. It's back and it has its ultimate. Hoopa Unbound, creating a lot of space for his team to try to get the secure on Regieleki. They should have it. Crustle might steal it with the Rock Tomb. No chance. Mewtwo gets it. Metagross goes in, and here comes the Thunderdome. No one can escape. Not even Greninja. Wait, no, actually he did escape. He had to ult out of there, but without some loss on the pad.
Huge for the side of 3AM. They had very low members after the Greninja, but they were able to force it out and push it back. And now they're on the retreat, though. They're able to get back. They're trying to pull back, and in doing so, they're opening themselves up. Mewtwo going in for the portals. No! Misses the train as well. They're trying to find the Zealot KO, and they do. Zealot not able to get the Mewtwo. A little bit of dancing coming up from Retsu. They're like, listen, that was clutch. And I kind of had a little bit of a scare there. You scared me there, bro. Don't do that.
I'm telling you, it's hard to pin down Mewtwo. It has so many survival options. It's just a bit too difficult. Now we're back down here. Bottom Reggie here, Reggie Ice. We're going to have Crustle here providing some vision. Looks like both teams want to play for this. Greninja is on his way down. There's not much farm available. There is a ball toy there he's going to go get. Mew's coming into position. Perhaps going to try to get a secure with Solar Beam. Just missed it.
Listen, There we go. Boom. Here it goes. Metagross coming in with the Computing Crush again. And now we're diving in deeper. 3 minutes has hit the clock now. And this is a danger zone for using any Unite moves. You burn it now, and if you're not Pikachu or Delphox or Gardevoir, you're not really going to have it back. So now it becomes, can we bait them out? Can we get these gone? What can we do to try to stop this? Zealot is only level 11 on that Rapidash, and that's something you don't want to see. You kind of want to see it be that level 12, level 13, especially when we're only 30 seconds away from that Groudon.
Yeah, speedsters really rely on their levels, but they rely on having a constant stream of experience from an enemy player. But who do they get that experience from? You can't get it from the Metagross, the Blastoise, or the Umbreon. They're just too bulky. Hoopa has hyperspace holes that can move around. Mewtwo, why? Too slippery. Look at the double teleports. Wait, he actually got him this time, but he had to overextend. He's in a dangerous position here, but that was a big pickup. Good thing Mewtwo showed the discipline of not using his ult just yet.
Triad Blitz comes out. That means the Rapidash isn't going to have it for a clutch moment. But here we go. The Crusta comes out with the Rubble Rousers. The Rings Unbound comes through. We're locking the Greninja as the Bliss Assist comes through. Greninja still has it in the pocket. No, it's taken down into the Thunderdome. Now it's going to be Groudon. Huge secure for the side of 3 a.m. Hoopa said, I'm angry and this is going to be mine. That's why you don't use eggs to KO me, Blissey.
Take this. Well, a very strong team fight from, you guessed it, 3 a.m. winning at almost 3 a.m. our time here. They couldn't. Team 10 wasn't in the cards for T2 to like rip or secure because 3 a.m. just forced a team fight immediately. Like, and I mean immediately.
Absolutely. But 52 to 606. We have one KO down now, but we're just going back to get more points. Blastoise waiting to just go score. There's the Blissey. There's the Crustle. No one's checking bushes. There's the Greninja.
They can't afford it. They can't
Come on,
afford
just
to
go.
check.
Surf, bro. Surf. There it is. There goes the Surf. Another Hundo Burger. The 706 into that. Now they're going to be able to get away. Greninja goes in for the fast track score.
There's
for
no more
200
points.
even. But I think this is over. 40 seconds left to score 597 points minimum.
Who left all that food on the floor? Look at all that candy. Who left that there? Pick that up. One last team fight. About 30 seconds left with 10 points, but who cares about that? They're just leaving it all out on the table. You might as well.
Yeah, you might as well. You know what? It's 17 seconds left. Get whatever KOs you can. Zealot's doing whatever they can as well, putting those shields to use, putting that Pastel Veil to use. But Hoopa comes in and says, no, we're going to do the double auto boosted. And now 3 a.m. coming for the central pick as they are coming through. And there goes the Hoopa and the Metagross at the last second. Just gone.
Here we are,
What
our
a
champions
pose.
from losers. 3 a.m. winning at the 2 a.m.
Congratulations to 3 a.m. winning Underdunk 85 at 2 a.m. on the dot Eastern time. That's a feat and a half. They almost prophesized the 3 a.m. end time. Almost prophesized it. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it, but that does mean these folks here are going to be able to get that $250 prize pool generously donated by 2 anonymous users, as well as Faith and Love. So thank you very much to the 3 donors for tonight's prize pool for Underdunk 85. GX2. Wow, what a series tonight. What a tournament.
Set. Yeah, when we went to Midnight Rules, it was just rapid fire games, man. To be all the teams just leaving it on the lines, bring out their best mons, their best compositions, or even some sneaky and unique ones. So we got to see it all in this grand final set.
Absolutely. No, but huge shout out to all the teams that participated tonight. Huge shout out to everybody in production that helped make the magic happen. Bina, Lordy, Steel Agent Kyle, Husky, who were casting tonight earlier, and GX2, who's tonight. And we got Kyle with us tonight as well. Kyle, what a finish.
No, that's the thing. Solarbeam's like the safer one, but Ebol's like the more like guaranteed one.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You
Especially,
still
I mean,
hear you.
listen, even if you're not going to be celebrating this weekend because either you don't live in the US or you just don't do it, I mean, that's still Pokemon Center money in the pocket right there. You know, if you're definitely going and you got that travel voucher in the pocket, at least there's Pokemon Center change right there.
I blame my cat. I was muted on stream. I think we're working now. He
You
stepped
are.
on a ton of buttons. He is
Oh,
very
no.
cute.
Oh
Look
my
at him.
gosh, look at him. Hello.
But all that said, Black CH Meowry, all I said was congrats to BH3/3 a.m. Well-deserved win. It's super late for them. It's super late for us. Congrats to $50, $250. I have my Invisalign in already. I'm like ready to go to bed. So yeah, let's wrap it up. And let's send us, we'll find a raid target. Any final thoughts? Let's go around the room. GX, any final thoughts on the day?
I love All-Star Draft. I hope this becomes the competitive standard. All you people with your one tricks, you will about to be exposed. This is the new era. Get ready.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Jonathan Hyde, any final thoughts as we decide on wrapping it up in a raid target?
Absolutely. I love the fact that we were able to get into All-Star. I love that we did a tournament around it. I hope that this becomes the competitive standard, as GX stated. All the teams that participated, I love to see all the different strategies, all the different things. Guys, here's a strategy to think about. If you're ever in a best of 3 and you don't want to deal with something, just give up game 1. 5 supporters. That's 5 supporters. Just auto-ban game 1. That's the strat. Once those supporters are gone, you just get the lock-in with whatever you want. Don't like supporters? That's fine. You can double into tanks too. The rosters are that limited. Give it a try.
That's what I'm saying. All right, everybody. Well, appreciate everybody for tuning in today. Hope everybody has a very safe and fun holiday weekend. Hope everybody who's watching the World Cup has a lot of fun. That's what I'll be doing the entire weekend. And yeah, until then, reminder that we'll be having our volleyball open qualifier next week. Make sure to tune into that broadcast, as well as stay tuned to our socials as we post all the details that will be upcoming. Until then, everybody, we will see you next time, and goodbye.
Bye.
Adios.